Item 7, please ask your MetricStream account rep or drop by one of the GRC app showcases today. Thank you very much for joining us here today. Enjoy the rest of this wonderful summit. Okay, I'm done. Thank you. Oh wait, I have to turn this off.
That you can't do anything with? Typically in your power management. Never. I don't know. Why don't you close it and yeah. Then take it with you and just plug it in when you come up on stage. I mean, you're going to have presenters on the podium before you. Okay, yeah, that's fine. It's just, yeah. I mean, whatever you got to do.
Okay, this is good. Great. Okay, this is good.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of the 2017 GRC Summit for High Performers. We hope you got a lot out of yesterday's, and I'm going to ask, whose mind is blown at this point? Okay, well, I see a couple hands there. So we're halfway through the session now, and we have another day and a half to go. We hope you also enjoyed last evening's festivities. There was some pretty heavy competition going on. I noticed in the table tennis match, not sure if Maria Devasy is here. She actually runs our MetricStream training, MSU, MetricStream University, and also our content partnerships. I know they were keeping score. Also, sticking to the concept of competition, who had their steppers on yesterday? Anybody turn on their? Okay, Gunjan did. Anyone have their health ups? Okay, Belle, everyone? Anyone want to share how many steps they had? How many? 8,500? Anyone beat the 8,500? Gunjan did. How many? 15,000? Okay, anyone in the room beat 15,000? So if you'd like to join up, we're going to do a little contest for yesterday and today. And please feel free to present your number at the registration desk, and we're going to have some prizes. All right, so let's get back to business. First I'd like to take some time to thank our sponsors. And we have both our platinum and gold sponsor, KPMG and PwC. So we really like to thank you. Great. Next, our session sponsors with BitSite, Dow Jones Content Services. We have our exhibitor sponsors, UCF, VXChange, Rapid Ratings, Blueprint, OneWorld, Hypergrid, Estuit, GeoCloud, Sila, and UTC. And then our media sponsor, Agenda. But last but not least, we have our knowledge partners who are Cybercom, Compliance Online, and Everbridge, our partner for BCM Crisis Communication. All right, so this morning's lineup of general sessions is bound to captivate you. We're going to start with an address from our chairman, Gunjan Sinha, and then move to a visionary presentation by our head of product, Vasant Balasubramanian. The real-life implementation panel will be held by Brenda Boltwood, and so we'll have some great pragmatic conversation. And then we're going to conclude before lunch with another address by our CEO, Shelley, who's going to lead a discussion with the chairman of the boards and directors of boards of Amex, Merck, and we'll also have KPMG. After the breakout sessions and the remainder of the day, we're going to actually reconvene here at 4:50 or 10 minutes before 5 for an address by our chief evangelist and also our GRC Awards ceremony, not to miss. We're very appreciative of those who are using the GRC Pulse app. I wanted to let you know that 86 people have signed on to the app, and many of those have already provided feedback. If you need help in figuring out how to easily get into the app, it's a very simple app. We also are using this app, by the way, for compliance policy reading and attestation with some of our customers. So you'll see that. All right. So with that, we're looking forward to spending day 2 with you for another supercharged day.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Executive Chairman and Chief Visionary of MetricStream, Gunjan Sinha.
All right. Good morning, everyone. You guys get your coffee? When I came here, I said I wanted to meet with you all, and then the team took it literally yesterday. They packed me up with like 20 meetings, and so that was the secret behind my number of steps, because this is a big conference area, so one of the meetings used to be in one corner, the other one was in the other one, so I had to keep running around between the different conference rooms. So one way to get your steps is do a lot of meetings. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the happy hour last night. I saw a lot of competitive juices there with table tennis and all the good stuff going on. And I know we have a packed day today. Literally amazing content and conversations. And I love the excitement and energy of this conference, and it keeps getting bigger and better every year, as you guys can see it and feel it. So we have lots in store today, so let's get started. So if you recall, a year back when we met at the GRC Summit back in DC, literally in April or May last year, I made 3 promises. The first one was, let's keep innovating in the cloud. That was our first promise. The second thing we talked about was, how do we raise the bar on quality? Many of you guys will remember that. And the third we said was, how do we truly enable our partners to succeed and help deploy our solutions with rapid ease and speed? Those are the 3 commitments that we made, and I feel very good about that when I look at the last 12 months, that we've made significant strides over the last 12 months on these three promises. So let's talk about the cloud. We set out on a mission to build a next generation infrastructure that is truly going to be able to give performance and scale, but also gives the enterprise-grade security, which is so very important in the world of GRC. And I feel we've been able to get into that highly secure cloud infrastructure, the modern cloud, using our multi-instance architecture that is now in place. That's been one of the key accomplishments over the last 12 months. Not the traditional multi-tenant architecture, which commingles data, but in this multi-instance world, how do you bring these applications, which you can light up and fire up in separate instances in almost real time, whether it's an internal audit app, ERM app, or third-party app, and be able to consume the applications with relative ease. So we've made significant strides and progress in that area. And we did that with using latest, greatest technologies and tools last year. And the team has been very focused on these, putting the best tools and technologies in place for our modern cloud. So for example, on the front end, we've used technologies like VMware and Docker. But on the back end, we did a lot of work to be able to leverage Amazon AWS and Google Cloud now to give us elasticity and scale and leverage. And the benefit to you all is genuinely in terms of how it helps on lowering the cost of the cloud, or giving us more scale, or giving you control and security. That has been an amazing feat last year and how our cloud has come together. We are rapidly becoming synonymous to the GRC cloud. And I have to tell you, 75 to 80% of our customers are leveraging our cloud in one form or the other. That's a remarkably different number than a year back. So the cloud has come of age in this world of GRC, and I feel that our teams have really rallied behind delivering the cloud promise last 12 months. My second promise was, how do we help raise the bar on quality? I'm sure you guys remember that from the last summit. Quality is something that I threw upon as a challenge to our team, and I said, we need to improve how we write our code, how we do unit testing, how do we improve how we support you guys, how do we drive better implementation regardless of whether it's a fast track, whether it's product plus, whether it's edge methodologies, how do we improve the quality of our implementations, how do we actually do a better job even in selling, how do we raise the bar on quality across the entire company. And I have to tell you, many of our executives took upon that challenge. You know, from Thomas Ludwig, who's in the room, from customer success and quality, to Vidya, Vasant, Anindo, really taking on the challenge of raising the bar on M7 and figuring out how M7 gives a different level of code quality than we've had traditionally in 6.x. Or Susan, Michelle, Sam, and a number of other executives on really figuring out how we take account management to the next level. So we've seen efforts coming from all quadrants of the company, and it's really been a team effort across the board. So I want you guys to give a big round of applause for the team here to be able to rise up to the challenge of quality, because that means a whole lot to me and to Shelley and to the entire board of directors of MetricStream. And a couple of them are actually here. I see David Campbell sitting right there from Goldman Sachs, and Scott Arnold. And some of you guys probably saw him yesterday at the happy hour. But we have our whole team feel very proud of how they've taken on the challenge of quality and how that has come together. So a big round of applause for our team. And I'll tell you one thing. We conduct an annual survey. So Thomas led the survey. It went out from Shelley for all of our customers globally. Almost 300 customers and individuals participated around the world. And I have to tell you, this year, we've seen almost a 30-point improvement in our customer success on a scale of 200. That's a remarkable progress in a 12-month period. Clearly, quality is a journey. And we expect that by the time we meet here next year, I want to see another 30-point improvement. That's the challenge for all of us collectively. This is not just a challenge for MetricStream, but I feel it's a collective journey because quality is where you have to hold us to a higher standard of quality, and you have to also take our lead to keep us more packaged, more focused, and more at the center of our value proposition of GRC. That's how we lift the quality in the industry. So it's a collective process of how we help each other so that when we come back here a year from now, I want to see another 30-point improvement, and that's my ask. So this is important to me very personally. I feel as an industry, if we raise the bar on quality, we will move to the next level of excellence. And we are on a journey here to create an industry, to create a phenomenon, and I think all of us are part of it. And I really believe that the biggest lever and the driver of this is going to be quality, and we have to walk the walk and talk the talk and deliver to that. So I need your help in that journey. So that was my second promise. The third was really about truly enabling our partners to take on more and more of our implementations and get trained to be able to make things happen. And I have to tell you, when I see dozens and dozens of our partners, like I spent some time with KPMG, I'm sure they're in the room somewhere here, or Deloitte, or people from your TCS, HCL, Infosys, number of other companies like Protiviti, they have really built solid practice around MetricStream now, and they're ready to take on the implementation challenges as we speak. This is a remarkable feat over the last 12 months. A lot has gone into it. You know, we have trained over 1,000 GRC professionals using a MetricStream University, 1,000 GRC professionals who are ready to take on the challenge. Some of them work in your IT organizations. Some of them are part of our partner firms, but they are ready to help. Not just the MetricStream, but these are people who are now trained to deliver. I still remember one of the days I walked into our training room and I actually saw people from different partner organizations and IT organizations getting trained and certified on MetricStream. You know, we had people flying in from Europe, from Canada, from, you know, all across the United States. And it was an amazing pleasure to see how they were into the weeds of Infolet and App Studio and platform configurations and the conversations. And literally there was 1 or 2 people from MetricStream and there were 30 people from everybody else. That to me was a moment of pride because I felt like, you know, we are finally curating an ecosystem around us. That's been our vision from the outset. And I feel like we are now at a place and moment in time that as we curate this ecosystem around us, that's when magic is going to happen. Because it's not just about us knowing GRC. We want everybody else to be equipped to make and drive the GRC implementation and GRC success. So on all of these 3 promises, last 12 months have been very instrumental. And it wouldn't have been possible without your collaboration and your efforts and your feedback. I think Scott yesterday mentioned to me, I call it tough love. And sometimes it's tough love. But keep us honest, keep us going, keep us inspired, keep us moving. So a big round of applause to all of our customers for doing that. So moving forward, in 2017 and beyond, we have to clearly continue to incessantly innovate in the cloud. Our job is not done here. We got to keep at it and take the cloud to the next level of excellence. We have to continue to raise the bar on quality. As I said, I need another 30-point improvement from where we are today. I think we can do that in the next 12 months. And that's my ask from all of us together. And we want to see to further simplify, make it easier for our partners to rapidly deploy. Yesterday at the dinner time, I was talking to one of our smaller partners, S28. You know, they're ready. They're doing implementations at a number of customers. They want to do more. That's music to my ears. That's exactly what we want to do. So that must be our focus going forward. So as we have been busy executing and doing these things in the world of GRC, you know, I was reflecting, you know, a lot has changed in the world. If you remember last year when we met here a year back, we actually had a different president. We had a different government in Washington, D.C. a year back, right? Brexit hadn't even happened, by last summer. The regulatory environment is also rapidly shifting. You heard that yesterday. You heard that from Shelley, you heard it from Gordon, the world is different today, right? Maybe less focus on Dodd-Frank, more on security regulations, right? Less focus on internal threats, more on things like ransomware and other things that are evolving. I mean, one thing is for sure, the world of GRC is rapidly shifting because of how the climate is changing. The geopolitical climate today is remarkably different. We had a whole panel yesterday talk about that. So as risk professionals, we have to understand that. What does this mean for us? As executives, we have to ask the same question. What does this mean for us? And there couldn't have been a better presentation than the one from Gordon yesterday when you heard from the CEO of Chase on how to think about risk. And I think he did a phenomenal job articulating, what matters for us, how to be true business partners, standing next to next with the lines of businesses and help drive the risk and audit and compliance agenda with our business partners. So these are interesting times where we have to ask these questions as GRC professionals, as executives, as board members, and as shareholders. What are some of the trends that are emerging? What's in front of us? So one of the biggest trends that I see come out right now is what I call, in this age of the customer, in this age of the consumer, what I call the voice of the customer. The voice of the customer, the collective voice of the customer, is louder than ever. And that is amazing. Our customers are becoming the biggest regulators on the planet for every company around the world. They are setting the highest standards, way above what you're going to get from the regulators. They're setting the highest standard to which we must rise. That is one of the major kind of trends that I'm seeing in the world of GRC, that the voice of the customer is sitting at the center of the GRC programs. That's quite exciting in some ways. Because of social media, digital connectivity, and hyper-connectivity, consumers and customers can come together, and their voice has to be heard. You cannot ignore them. I'll give you an example. In no time, one incident that happened at United, hurt its brand. That could happen to any one of us. We've got to pay attention. We got to pay attention to our customers as part of our GRC program, not as part of what happens in CRM or in sales groups or in customer service groups or implement services groups, but what happens as part of a GRC program. We got to pay attention to our customers. In no time, consumers abandoned, 20, 30 million consumers abandoned Uber account because they disagreed with Uber. That's the power of the collective voice that you're seeing now. So we got to pay attention to that. And by the way, we've got to do that while we have to still deal with the regulators. We have to still deal with the financial risks and enterprise risks and operational risks and all of that stuff. So we have now, sitting in front of us, the ultimate regulator. I call it the voice of the customer. And by the way, I have taken it very personally for all of us at MetricStream here. Like, we heard loud and clear from all of you and from all of our customers worldwide that our job is to make GRC simple. That was your voice that has made its way into M7. M7 is your product. You asked for making GRC simple. And it was important that as we were looking at our corporate risk, our corporate code of conduct of what we need to hold ourselves to where we want to build our brand, it is about making GRC simple. You heard that from Gordon, from the lessons learned at Chase. The first thing he said, if you remember, right? Keep things simple. We made things simple in M7. And I do not want to steal the thunder from Vasant because I'm sure he has a packed content on M7. I'll let him play that. But we've got to make things simple. That's important. We have to deliver value in an instant. That's important in this world in which we live. So our customers are our ultimate regulators. They are setting the standards for you. So I want to make sure that as we are thinking about our GRC programs, we should be putting that thought process. We should be thinking about the data model that's going to serve the customer. We got to be thinking about the taxonomy that serves the customer. How should we include the voice of the customer, the advocacy for the customer, and the risks that are associated with the customers in your GRC program? The more we do that, A, it delivers real value to the business, and B, you are ready and prepared to basically hold up to the highest standard that your customers are going to hold to. Not just for the regulators, not just for regulations or threats or security leaks or vulnerabilities, but to the value that your customers bring to the table. So that's the first trend. The other mega trend that I'm seeing is, I call it the power of now. And this one I picked up from my daughter, who's 16-year-old. Everything's got to happen in a snap. In the world of Instagram and Facebook and Snapchat, and we don't have patience anymore. We want to see value today as consumers. But the same thing is happening for businesses. They want to see things happen today, not in multiple quarters or long delayed deployment cycles or any of that stuff. That's old world. In the modern world, we got to deliver value today. So as GRC professionals, as MetricStream, we've got to find use cases. We've got to find examples where we can deliver value today to our executives, to our people who are funding our projects, people who are sponsoring our projects, as to how we deliver value today. And I'll give you a good example of that. That whole idea of challenging the team to saying, how do we deliver value today? As we were designing M7, one of the thoughts that came, can we build an app that sits on top of M7? It's a mobile app, and some of you guys are actually using it, called GRC Pulse, which you can download in moments. Go to Apple App Store or Android App Store, download the app, and start to use it for your compliance activities in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, across the globe. So 50,000 employees in a company can start downloading it and start to benefit from it. Start to do policy attestations. You look at training videos, understand how to deal with the tone from the top, coming from the CEO. What is our ethics standards to which we govern ourselves? How should we think about quality? What is our viewpoint on sustainability and governance? These are important things, and we want to set the right tone. You guys heard the comment from Donna yesterday, right? She talked about her experiences. We want the right tone here. And it has to be real. Not something that you say one thing and then you wink, nod, do something else. We want to set the tone from the top. GRC Pulse in moments can help you get there with all of your employees and suppliers worldwide. That's the power of now. In 5 minutes. So my challenge to all of us is, let's find more examples where in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, we can start to make a difference. Not 5 weeks, not 10 weeks, not 10 months. That's the power of now. We are living in the world of Instagram and Snapchat and Facebook and everything else. People are looking for real-time notifications and speed. That's what business is about. Shelley talked about risk agility. This gives us genuine risk agility moving forward. I'm still thinking about ideas and things that will propel us into the future, but I'll leave that. A lot of the ideas in this company have come from all of you. I like you guys to think and suggest what would work, but we got to be able to seize the moment and build our GRC programs with speed and agility baked into our GRC practice. So that was the second major mega trend that I see. And then the third one is something that we cannot afford to ignore anyone. I feel we are coming to a point in the society where everywhere you look, technology is now playing a big role. Every tech pub every business publication, every entrepreneur in Silicon Valley is talking about this trend, and I call it the age of AI. It is finally here. I remember, thinking about AI back in 90s and, into the last decade, but it's finally here, and it's real. I literally went to a pizza store in Mountain View, California. The entire pizza is being made by AI, believe it or not. There are companies who are using algorithms for beer brewing as we speak to serve the best beer that can be made, which adapts to your palate. And these are real examples, by the way. Or how to filter fake news, to make sure that we can get the right information. So we still collectively have to find what is these use cases in the world of GRC where AI can be a real tool for us, a real asset for us. AI fundamentally changes the future of work. It fundamentally changes how we think about human productivity, and it must fundamentally change how GRC will get done and delivered in the future. So my challenge to all of you guys is help us conceptualize, let's call it M7I, and this is, by the way, I'm going off the written script here. Let's help us conceptualize M7I, which has natively built AI, right? Where you can actually use these algorithms. So tell us, what are those use cases where AI can play a role? Perhaps to automatically discover risk, which is happening across the enterprise. Perhaps it's about learning from employee behaviors and patterns without having to ask people or audit people. If you're seeing a whole bunch of downloads happening late in the night and things which are going off your policy, can you be notified in a way that you can do something about it? So I don't have the answers, but I'm looking for ideas from all of you so that perhaps a couple of years down the road or 3 years down the road, we could be standing here and talking about this thing called M7I, which is really brought into the world of the age of AI. And I think French told me, it's BI and AI together, so there are a lot of I's around, so that's why I plugged an I next to the M7I. And it has not cleared the marketing department, so this is just my off-the-script comment here. But I do believe that we've got to pay attention to intelligence, to AI. And that's one of the things which we have to collectively do. We have taken some baby steps in this arena, and some of you guys saw some of the demos and so forth. We've added some predictive modeling, some mind maps, some advanced visualization, but these are baby steps. We have a long way to go in the world of AI. So these are the 3 things that I want you guys to think about as takeaways. How do you incorporate the voice of the customer right at the center of your GRC program? Because your brand is very, very important. Your GRC program has to support your brand, and your brand is being judged by your customers. Our brand is being judged by all of you, and your brands are being judged by your customers. We got to make sure that GRC is ultimately going to help you hold to your reputation and your brand. The second thing I mentioned, let's think about instant ways to make change and effect change in GRC world. And let's try and see how we can get more intelligent through AI over in the future. So indeed, we are living in exciting times. As you can tell, I'm excited, right? This is an amazing time to be seeing how technology is being adopted across the board here. And I still remember it's been 5 years since we had our first GRC Summit, and we did that in Vegas. And when French told me about this venue, he was trying to simulate Vegas here, by the way. He says, Gunjan, you'll get a similar experience, when you come to National Harbor here. But I guess they did not allow us to go to the casinos. One of the quiet secrets was when we did our first event in Vegas, a lot of the people called me and they said, it's a little hard for us to get permission to go to do a risk conference in Vegas. So that was the reason we moved it over to Washington, D.C. Back in, I think, 2014. But this event has now been going on for 5 years. And it's amazing to see many of you coming year after year to have the conversations. And I'm seeing so many new faces every year and new conversations, that spark the thinking, that bring us together to give us ideas about how we improve our respective GRC journeys and how we help improve MetricStream to where it is today and where it will be tomorrow. So that's very, very important to us. And I want us to continue this journey exactly in the same manner in the future. And I can tell you, in this world of GRC, change is the only constant. Change is the only constant. You can have new administrations, new regulations, new eras, but there'll always be things that we have to worry about as risk professionals to make sure that risk becomes a competitive advantage for our businesses. It gives us that agility that our competitors cannot have because we know how to make risk-adjusted decisions faster, better than anybody else in our respective markets. That's what distinguishes us from everybody else. So moving forward, we have to bring in fresh ideas and fresh perspectives into GRC, fresh innovation and fresh thinking. And a lot of the conversations today is going to light up that fresh thinking. And we're looking for fresh leadership and fresh, thought processes that really spark up GRC. We have to look at GRC itself in a fresh way starting today. And I want you to look at MetricStream in a fresh way as you conduct your M7 journeys and hopefully in the cloud. So that's all I have today. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, GRC professionals all, let us welcome Senior Vice President and Chief Product Officer, Vasant Balasubramanian.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. And thank you, French, for that rousing introduction. As Gunjan said, here at MetricStream, we're constantly challenging ourselves to look at GRC with fresh eyes, at a fresh perspective, fresh approach, to help you preserve corporate integrity, protect brand reputation, drive business performance in this, the age of the customer. A year ago, at the GRC Summit in Washington, D.C., we introduced you to MetricStream M7, the GRC platform for high performers. Since then, we've been busy wrapping up M7, taking it to our beta customers, and finally bringing it to the market. I'm very excited to say that I'm actually missing my clicker. So I can actually move the slides, and I'm sure I'll get that in a moment. Thank you. I am very excited to say that we have now 8 apps that have been released on M7, with another 5 that are due for release in September. This is big. The day is here. Now we're actually looking at M7 as something that has finally landed, and it's ready for you. Now, M7 is a generational step forward in the 5 things that we believe are critical for GRC to make it simple, pervasive, and delivered on the hybrid cloud. These are, first, user experience. You want to make it engaging, efficient for your broader audience, to drive adoption, to drive pervasiveness, for it to be everywhere. You want it to be nice. You want people to like it. Second, configurability. We produce our apps with best practices all baked in, but you still want to make it your own with a few additional reports, with some tweaks as required, So configurability for GRC, how you need it. Third, architecture, cloud infrastructure. You need the GRC platform to stay with you through your GRC journey. It's going to help you succeed with your GRC journey. And so invest in the architecture and the cloud infrastructure that will support you through that journey. Fourth, reporting, analytics. This is about the visualizations, understanding your GRC data, not just the reports that you spit out from the system. And it's also about the intelligence, about the more analytical things that you can derive from the system, learning, etc. And finally, 5, mobility, layering. To make GRC pervasive at the end of the day, you are going to have to take GRC to where your users live, to where the citizens, where everyone lives on a day-to-day basis. They're not going to go log into the system to actually go try this out. And so we need to be where people live their lives. So making GRC available on mobile phones, making GRC available on Outlook, on their tablets, on other devices, very critical part of M7. So with this, what I'd like to do is show you a very quick demo. Now, a lot of you already have had a chance to see M7 over the past year and in some app showcases. Let's take a very quick look for those of you who have not. Can we switch to my laptop, please? And now. There we go. Just had to do that. All right. Let's go ahead and sign in. The first thing that you see about M7 is the choice of colors, the fact that it looks, the use of fonts, white space. And that's important. It looks more like other consumer applications that you see out there. And that was by design. We wanted it to be convenient, to be familiar and comfortable for the average users, for everyone, for the citizens in the enterprise. High visibility information that's presented, big bold numbers, easy for you to understand. Second thing I wanted to talk about was the nature of GRC data is you have processes, you have products, assets. There's a lot of different types of data in the system. And that's the nature of how we do our business. So to understand all the relationships, to understand all the data that fits together, we built out the GRC, the data browser, the data explorer that helps you see all the different types of data in the system. So let's go have a look at the processes in the system, and it lists them out. Let's go ahead and click down. Clicking down into the accounts receivable process tells us that there are 6 controls in place, 1 function in place. Clicking further down, you see what the controls are, and so forth. This is very cool, and this is a very important part of how you understand your information. So all our current customers and people who have seen M7 really find tremendous value in being able to see that information in this way. It invites exploration, and that is critical. The third thing I wanted to point out is now I am looking at the system and I am going through the data and I find that my financial risk is exceptionally high. So at this point in M7, I can place the mouse on information to get hover cards for more information. So financial risk says, all right, so there's 13 different objectives, there are relationships, there are maybe some reports I can run to find out more information about it, and I pull up the data explorer again to understand what's going on with this. Understand the related risks. And when I'm done with all of that, I put it away and I'm right back where I started. This is big. The combination of the interface, the combination of the ability to see all the different types of data, and then have it contextual at the place where you're doing your work, whether you're looking at reports, whether you're testing controls, whether you are doing risk assessments, that is really important. It makes it easy for you to navigate and do your work far more efficiently. Can we switch back to my slides, please? My slides, thank you. Now, I said there were 5 key areas of focus for M7. I was kidding, there's actually 6. Quality. Quality has been a critical area of focus for us. It has been a central theme, and a central theme to M7, to drive our customers' experience, to improve our customers' experience, your experience, through a relentless focus on quality. To bring M7 to market, we first improved our own unit test coverage, our unit tests, our automation. So we improved our test suite. Second, we brought in 150 MetricStream team members from the field. These are the solution architects, the business analysts, sales folks, developers, QA, support personnel, who are working with you, our customers, on every day, on a daily basis, and then turn them loose on M7. Third, we then opened up M7 last fall to 22 customers and partners as part of a beta program. 100 different testers across industries beat up on M7. And finally, when all of that was done, we sat down with our customer success and quality group, the newly minted group that was responsible for overall quality, and then made sure we crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's to make sure M7 was ready for you. Bottom line, M7 has much higher quality, and this was one of our promises from last year. Now, and it's not just M7 is better for many other reasons. For instance, M7 is faster around the globe, with 85% less data over the wire. This is because of how we've architected it now. M7 is far more robust, with 30% less application code. Better quality, faster time to market, easier to build things on M7. And M7 drives adoption. 100% of our customers agree. It is far easier, far nicer to see. It's more visually appealing, engaging. Now, our customers agree. A very large retailer in Europe was looking to roll out the GRC Journey. They were looking to roll this out to all their stores, all personnel who are non-technical, who really didn't think about compliance on a day-to-day basis. They just wanted to do their jobs. So they needed something that would be really appealing to all of them, and people would actually like, or at least not dislike. And so they sat down and they did an independent assessment of M7. They brought in 8 testers from around the world and turned them loose on a pre-release version of M7, and they all came back with 2 thumbs up. So this was something that was going to work for them. Second, one of the largest banking and financial services firms in the world was looking for a regulatory compliance platform that would work for them for now and for the future, for all types of regulatory compliance, whether it was for dealing with the regulators, for regulatory change management, etc. They just needed a platform. And for them, it was really important to know that the platform they were deciding on focused on the user experience, that it focused on configurability. Remember, really large bank, we want things our way. So configurability is really important. Mobility was important. The world is all moving mobile. It has to work on the phones. They needed to get at their data. They had a lot of data coming in from around the globe. And it had to work for them for the future because they had tremendous numbers of users, tremendous amounts of data getting into the system, so it had to scale, the architecture had to work. So the M7 vision and what we were actually delivering on M7 was really important for them, and it worked. So they signed up for it, and they actually signed up before we made M7 generally available. So they've been on the journey with us since late last summer, and they're on the verge of rolling out one of the first M7 applications. Third, one of the largest oil and gas companies in the world. Now, they are an existing MetricStream customer, and they have implemented a highly customized version of the internal audit application for their specific needs when they did their first implementation. Now, about 2 years ago, when they started understanding more about M7, and they said, oh wait, there's tremendous amount of innovation coming through the pipe, and I would like to leverage not just the platform, but the apps also as part of the continuous innovation from MetricStream. So what they decided to do was sit down with us and figure out how to convert all their customizations into upgradable configurations and extensions so that they would be able to continuously leverage all the innovations that we bring to market. So I'm very happy to say that this customer is closely working with us on this, and we are on the journey with them. And speaking of innovation, we're just getting started. We've talked about a whole bunch of exciting stuff on M7, but M7's the first big step in the journey. There's a lot of other interesting and fun things that we're working on, great things. The new policy portal. When we roll out policies for an audience of 100,000 users, 50,000 users, you want it to be engaging. The citizen interface, this is what we call the citizen interface, something that hits 100,000 people, 50,000 people, that hits everybody in the organization. So an interface that is really comfortable, easy for end users. Document-style data entry. This one's very interesting too. Constantly, auditors who come from working on work papers, used to working on documents or Microsoft Word, not forms, and working on how do you build policies, documents, how do you build plans, business continuity plans that actually look like Word documents, but really are forms, MetricStream forms inside. So there's some nice things coming down the road for that. And the last one, Gunjan talked about intelligence, world of innovation, world of intelligence, AI coming. And we have been taking baby steps. And this is an important baby step. Intelligent metric correlation. When you have a ream of metrics from across the enterprise coming in, the system will be able to look at all the different metric data and look for correlations automatically between different metrics, things that you didn't know existed. And then you will be able to do sensitivity analysis on them to figure out which metrics affect others by how much. And there's all kinds of interesting insights waiting in there. So, a whole bunch of exciting things that are also in the works with M7. There's still a lot to go. Now, you're all sitting on the edge of your seats saying, okay, when can I get M7? And, well, M7 is available now for new implementations and for customers who are looking to move without upgrading your data. If you are looking to upgrade your data, absolutely, then you will, for the first 8 apps, we can start on October 1st. Now, I have customers that I've spoken to who are interested in both approaches. So what the next step from an upgrade point of view is really to speak to your account representatives. The process, the thought process of how do you go through an upgrade is something that you have to understand where your current situation is, where your journey is, what are the next steps you would like to do, and then engage in a conversation with your MetricStream rep. So I invite you to speak to them and find out and understand how to go through the upgrade journey and what the steps are. Now, as you can tell, we're very excited about bringing M7 to market, and raising the bar for GRC software across the board. We're very excited about helping you succeed with M7. M7 is GRC for high performers. M7 is real. M7 is here now. To find out more about M7, please attend one of the remaining app showcase sessions today, speak to one of your account reps, and check out the website. There's a lot of information available. I'm sure you'll be excited and happy about it. So thank you very much. Really appreciate you joining us here today. Enjoy the rest of this wonderful summit.
Okay, thank you so much, Vasant. Very exciting times. As we set the stage for our next session, which will be a panel discussion led by Brenda Boltwood. Brenda's going to discuss with the panel critical success factors for global GRC implementation. So we're going to get down to pragmatic execution now. I'm very pleased to introduce Brenda Boltwood, Senior Vice President, GRC Solutions, and she's going to lead this panel. Brenda supports the growth of MetricStream across multiple strategic industry verticals such as global banking, energy, and federal agencies. Brenda has a rich background in risk management. As Chief Risk Officer of Constellation Energy, she actually deployed MetricStream back in those days. And of course, with that, prior to her role as Chief Risk Officer at Constellation Energy, she was the Global Head of Strategy in Alternative Investments and also the Global Head of Strategic Risk Management, Treasury Services at JP Morgan Chase. As a PhD in economics, Brenda is a member of the CFTC Tech Advisory Board and has taught MBA courses at the University of Maryland. I would also like to add a personal note that as Brenda lives in the local area, she's an active contributor to the restoration of Chesapeake Bay wetlands and has supported those reinvigorating projects. Very pleased to welcome Brenda Boltwood.
Thanks, everyone, and good morning. With great pleasure, I am here today with Sandeep Chahal, who's a Director of Operational Risk at Barclays PLC based in London, and has been gracious enough to visit us here for the summit in DC with some of our colleagues. So, Sandeep, it's a real honor to have you here today. Barclays has meant a great deal to MetricStream. I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end. But I'd love you to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the program of GRC at Barclays.
Great. Thank you, Brenda. My name's Sandeep Chahal. I'm the Head of Operational Risk Shared Services Department. I actually led the Operational Risk Transformation Agenda across Barclays post the implementation, which was completed in 2016. I'm now leading the change and support functions across systems and reporting.
Thank you. So nothing sexier than seeing Vasant talk about M7, but in my view, working with someone that's actually implemented across a large global organization is one of the best things ever. So can you just talk about the scale and scope of the implementation, the business units impacted, the number of people that use the system and how they use it?
Yes, we started the journey 2.5 years ago. The scope of our implementation included the enterprise risk management implementation as well as the loss reporting module. We also then extended beyond that in terms of using the controls assurance and controls assessment and testing module as well. The scale of our implementation covered Barclays globally. It covered all of our businesses from retail, investment bank, cards, wealth, Africa as well. So all countries, all regions were covered as part of that global implementation. In terms of the size of our user base, we have something in the region of about 12,000 users that are actively using the application across all three lines of defense, both first, second, and third lines of defense.
So in other words, if you're working in operational risk, there's no way to avoid this system. We call it ORAC at Barclays. So
Yeah.
it's become pervasive, in this second, first line collaboration.
Absolutely. I mean, operational risk for us was one of the biggest challenges as part of this implementation, because as you mentioned, Brenda, it is pervasive. It is used and touched by every function, every business area across the organization. Every risk and control teams are actually impacted by it. And we really wanted to push this out as a wider, operational risk solution across the organization. We wanted it to be used by the first line teams. So we wanted, from an investment bank perspective, being used by the actual traders on the ground. We wanted them to use the application to record losses as and when they occur. We wanted it to be a truly first line system, not a second line system that's being designed, developed, and used only by second line risk professionals. And we've tried that in the past. Clearly, that was one of the main reasons why the implementations in the past haven't been as successful as it has been today.
Right. So that theme of end user adoption has been critical, and today is one of the key success criteria, as we talk to Barclays users. So we thank you for that. But let's turn to, kind of the GRC program strategy at Barclays, and how do you ensure that the goals of the GRC program are aligned to the organization's overall strategy, right? And how much does that alignment contribute to the support and success of the program?
I mean, the alignment in terms of the GRC journey to the organizational objectives is absolutely critical. In my opinion, they need to be completely in lockstep and with complete alignment. As part of the GRC journey, we need to be asking the question in terms of what are we being expected to deliver for the organization, and it needs to be aligned to the overall organizational objectives. We need to have the end state in mind. We need to be very clear about what success looks like. And it needs to be an integrated shared vision with the right stakeholder groups, with both the first and second line teams coming together and creating that shared vision on a collaborative basis. That was really the key success factors for us, is defining that integrated shared vision with the key stakeholder groups, identifying those stakeholder groups, what their participation is going to be, what their contribution is going to be, understanding their needs, understanding their expectations, understanding what business problems they're trying to solve, what concerns they have. By getting those inputs, it enabled us to actually set out those goals as part of that vision, and also set the direction of travel for the program across the organization.
Right.
I mean, once we established the vision, the next step from that is making sure that we've got a very clear strategy and we've got a very clear plan in terms of how we will actually implement against the goals that we set out in our vision.
So it really has started with company strategy, translated into GRC program strategy, and then you've used a very important feature, which is around the GRC program governance. So can you talk a little bit about, how you've set up that governance structure, and then what have been some of your challenges as you try to get the right stakeholders involved, make the decisions collaboratively, and ensure that everyone's needs are prioritized correctly?
Yeah, I mean, the program governance is absolutely critical. We really needed to set the tone at the top. We had our chief risk officer who was actually driving the implementation from the top. He was responsible for overseeing the vision, overseeing the strategy, and helping us resolve the major and significant obstacles we had, throughout the program. And at the top of the pyramid, we also had the steering committee. The steering committee consisted of senior executives across both the first and the second line teams. So we had the heads of businesses, in terms of our vertical structure. So head of investment bank, head of wealth, head of Barclaycard, retail, Africa, all at the steering committee, at that senior level engagement, and also functions representation. And we also had the second line horizontal owners, which we refer to as key risk owners, who play a significant part of that process. And through that steering committee and through that engagement, we were then able to establish the GRC journey, but also the work streams, the working groups, where we would leverage those individuals from their teams to actually help us implement and execute against the plan.
Right. But, just from a MetricStream perspective, being on the inside, but also as an observer slightly outside your organization, you've been able to manage this GRC governance and program strategy in the midst of quite a bit of organizational change. From the very top at the CEO level, your chief risk officer has changed. And then we've had the good fortune of, a great head of operational risk management that's come in and provided amazing business support and strength. But throughout that, we've had a steady GRC program governance structure that even as the organization's changed, even as the environment, Gunjan talked about it earlier, in the marketplace has changed, really this program has been steadfast, really, and true.
Absolutely, Brenda. I mean, you've seen that for yourself. It's been a tough journey, but having that sponsorship right from the top, and having our global head of operational risk, driving that implementation through. We continually pushed hard. That governance structure, that representation, really reinforced, the responsibilities, making sure there were clear lines of accountabilities, and the responsibilities were actually clear. We, from a second line perspective, were very clear that we are responsible for the policies, we are responsible for designing the frameworks, we will provide the program governance, but we were not responsible for the implementation, and we were not responsible for the execution. And I think that message was a difficult message to deliver, but one that really ultimately delivered the success that we have today. As part of the steering committees, the heads of businesses, they were responsible for defining and actually driving through that execution plan and then that implementation plan. And ultimately, they are now also responsible post the implementation to help embed that change, but also help us monitor compliance throughout that organization.
Right. And so watching this happen, Barclays has, you've got large systems that you've implemented. You have ERP systems, you have HR systems, you have finance systems. But, this GRC implementation has been, global, enterprise-wide, and cut across really a pervasive first and second line of defense group, perhaps like no other system implementation at Barclays. So when we talk about GRC as enterprise software, this is a great example. So it's a great accomplishment, right? But let's talk about, what are some of the challenges that you face? Because setting up, having great executive sponsorship, setting up the program governance is terrific. But, just in terms of program execution and implementation, what have been your greatest learnings in terms of program design for GRC?
There's quite a few. One I would say is fostering that cultural change across the organization. Right. Is bringing all of those stakeholder groups together. And right at the start of that journey, and then continuing with that engagement throughout the journey. Getting that wider representation also through those stakeholder groups and through their people, through the colleagues across the globe, ultimately helped us deliver the success, and continuing that engagement as we transitioned into BAU. But the biggest learning for me was the GRC framework. Yeah. What MetricStream refers to as the GRC foundations. I mean, that was the piece that brought or integrated all the components together. Trying to get a single view of an organizational structure, a single view of a risk taxonomy, controls, processes, assets, I mean, MetricStream have something in the region of about 21 libraries, I believe. You know, as part of our planning processes, we only focused on 2 libraries to start off the journey. And the way we focused in terms of our roadmap was, you know, what is it we're trying to achieve and which particular components did we want to go live with first? And we took into consideration the maturity of the processes, the maturity of the business areas, and those foundational elements that were absolutely critical to support some of that implementation. You know, the organizational structure is absolutely key for any for a GRC implementation. And the risk taxonomy for us was quite mature. It'd been used, it was well established across the organization for a number of years now. So we went live with those 2 foundational elements, as well as going live with the operational loss risk event module and the broader issue management module across the organization as part of our first phase. As part of phase 2, as we implemented the risk assessment module, we needed to implement the controls hierarchy and the controls library. Whilst there were controls across the organization within each of the different business areas, but trying to get a single taxonomy across the organization that everybody could understand, you know, getting an understanding of what are those key controls across our organization that are mitigating those risks. That was challenging. That was extremely challenging. And whilst we've now completed the implementation, and post that we also implemented what I'll refer to as our controls assurance module, to move into a state of not doing risk assessments on an annual basis, but having a system or having an approach where controls are being assessed on a regular, continuous basis. We've now we didn't actually mandate the use of that particular module as part of the wider implementation, but people started seeing the benefits of the integration by the libraries. And we've now started to extend the libraries to use the process taxonomy. And we've also started to use the library, the asset class library, and we're opening those up in baby steps. In terms of, you know, obtaining that list of suppliers across the organization, you know, having a service catalog across the organization and using the asset class for that, having a complete inventory of all our systems and all of our infrastructure components, you know, being held in that asset class library that we can utilize across our GRC platform, that everybody can report on through the various dimensions.
Right, and it started off as just a tremendous feat, being able to link risk to organizations, and then introducing the control library that, you know, at the top level can be used for reporting to management and the board, but at level 3 can be used for business purposes, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way we've thought about the libraries is from a second line and first line perspective, mainly from a second line. We've set out what the guiding principles are. We wanted, as part of phase 1, to get to, for example, as a control taxonomy, is understanding what those key controls are. So our key risk owners were tasked with and responsible for identifying, you know, what they believe are the key controls across the organization, you know, that are there to mitigate those risks. And then we have the heads of businesses who were then tasked and responsible for also identifying and using that level 3 to identify the controls that they believe are key for them to be able to manage their businesses, but also mitigate the risks. So that became our level 3 key control taxonomy. And we're utilizing the level 4, which is, you know, what are those lower level controls that are being operated on a day-to-day basis by those control owners on the ground, which will give us that complete view, which will give us that level of aggregation. How do those lower level controls aggregate up to those key controls that we can then, you know, build those relationships to risks. And we built those relationships of controls to risk, and now we've started extending those relationships between control to process and risk to process.
Yep. So it's been a great journey in terms of, you know, crawl, walk, and run, you know, introducing GRC objects as they're needed, with the functionality that's provided to your first and second line, and then being able to introduce additional library objects, levels in those library objects to get to the reporting and analytics, right, that drive, you know, feedback, from the use of the system as well as business intelligence. So, we've watched this unfold, and we think it's a great example that, you never launch a GRC program with everything in place, but as the functionality is needed, then, these library objects become the critical element for creating the glue that allows the reporting necessary. So, in terms of program implementation, can you talk a little bit about, the challenge you faced in terms of getting these new processes introduced across the organization and how you have enabled the software adoption? I'm sure some businesses have, come with open arms and said, oh, we really love the automation and workflow, but that's probably the exception.
I was going to say that is the exception.
So, it's typically a challenge, right, to get the to get the adoption and have those users enthusiastically embrace something new like this. So.
I think it'd be fair to say that we actually brought people to the table kicking and screaming. It was a really tough journey. It's
Right.
probably the most challenging and complex program we have actually ever managed on all fronts. I mean, nobody likes change. It change, especially a pervasive change like GRC. It's changing the way people are doing things. Whilst from an enterprise risk management framework perspective, people's roles and responsibilities and accountabilities have been clarified, but actually had they been adopted on the ground? Probably not, yeah? There were clearly blurring lines in terms between the first and second line. With a few years ago, the second line pretty much doing a lot of the heavy lifting on behalf of the first line. So the stakeholder engagement really was our biggest challenge, is bringing the two groups of what I refer to as I mentioned, the horizontal key risk owners, the heads of businesses, and actually coming to the table and through that governance structure actually being, the message constantly being reinforced that they are responsible for the implementation. We, and I provided the program governance and assisted with the coordination, liaising with the operational risk policy and framework teams, working through the design principles, providing the program governance, working with MetricStream, doing the stakeholder coordination. But actually the responsibility for implementation was their responsibility. They needed to come to the table to us and actually share those plans in terms of how they will actually implement across their business areas. We were very firm and strict in terms of what the end goal was, and at what point throughout that journey we were actually ready from a framework perspective, from a policy standpoint, from making sure that the standards are actually designed. We have a consistent operating model that's being shared. We have an effective governance framework. We have a consistent set of taxonomies that are being worked through, working through all the communications across the organization. But it was their responsibility to tell us how they will go and implement that across their organizations. And we would then provide via the governance in terms of whether they were on track or whether they were off track, and what we as a senior management organization across first and second line can do to assist in terms of resolving some of their issues and challenges.
Right. So having, working in large organizations, though, we know that no matter how often you say it's your responsibility, there are often channels through the back door that allow a group or maybe a geography to say, we really want to capture loss events in a different way, or we want to capture our control attestations differently. But what we really appreciated was whichever backdoor channel they tried, there was always that business executive support that you had through your chief risk officer, the head of operational risk, but also across the business lines that simply closed the door, right, and said no.
Absolutely. I mean, there are some stakeholder groups, maybe as a result of, history in terms of whether it's cultural or whether it's,
Right.
P&L generator that consider themselves as the most important stakeholder group across the organization.
Right.
And clearly their business needs and their issues are the utmost priority. So, it was tough. I mean, the amount of conversations and discussions we had in terms of, they need to do things in a particular way. They need to, complete the risk assessment process using a slightly different process or a slightly tailored workflow. That just wasn't allowed. And I think what also really helped from an application perspective, the MetricStream, or what we refer to as ORAC, Operational Risk and Control System, does provide that agility and does provide that flexibility, but we didn't open that flexibility to our business areas. Yes, we can configure multiple workflows. Yes, we can configure multiple different sets of fields for different user groups and different stakeholder groups. We could give them some flexibility in terms of the taxonomies, especially at the lower level details. But for phase one, that just wasn't an option, and we completely shut the door on any variability across the organization.
Right. Great lessons learned. So while we continue, we would love to hear your questions for Sandeep. We have people walking around with microphones, and look for your hands. So please let us know if you have a question. These are great program lessons that we're hearing today. But Sandeep, as you think about, kind of this journey that you've been through, and you've talked about 2.5, 3 years in this process, you now have a system that's stable, it's running, it's become the de facto enterprise risk system across the company, right? But what one or two pieces of advice do you have for all the GRC program managers, executive sponsors that sit in our audience today?
Well, there's many pieces of advice, but I think the key one for me is setting that tone at the top, is really working with the senior leaders to help accelerate the implementation, getting the right mandate, getting the right sponsorship right from the beginning. The second piece of advice is the one that I've been mentioning, is around the stakeholder engagement. Is that engagement needs to be in place right from the beginning through to the end, but it doesn't stop when we've completed the implementation. That journey needs to continue as we embed the solution into business as usual. But also, they will also be responsible for monitoring compliance on behalf of their businesses, to make sure that we continue to be utilizing those solutions and continue to actually get the ultimate goal, which is to get the MI, the accurate and timely MI that we need for our decision makers. And I think the last couple of points I'd like to make is actually always have the end state in mind. Be clear about the reporting requirements up front. We tend to leave those to the end, but actually be clear about, what does senior management need in terms of reporting? What don't they have today? What are the gaps that we're trying to address to enable them to make some of those key decisions? And how do they want those reported? Having thought about those requirements and understanding that end state throughout the process will really help us in terms of the design of the applications and designing the right journey throughout. And finally, I think for me is the key point is keep it simple. Keep it as simple as we possibly can. This is a complex and challenging journey. Keep it simple in terms of the communications, keep it simple in terms of the vision, the strategy. We don't have to deliver everything in one go in terms of a plan across all geographies, across all countries in one go. Think about that phased implementation. And it's our job as GRC and risk leaders to make sure that we set the right expectations. We set and deliver the right sort of journey, the right roadmap to enable us to be successful.
Can you mentioned the topic of MI. Could you just talk a little bit about, operational risk MI maybe 3 years ago versus today, and what that's meant for the head of operational risk, the chief risk officer in the company, and the type of conversations they can now have, with business leadership?
Yeah. I mean, 3 to 4 years ago, we had multiple operational risk solutions all within the same bank, serving different business areas and different countries. We we clearly had an inability to get a completely aggregated view of our risk and control environment across the organization. We had tons and tons of MI coming from all different systems, but to be honest, it was very difficult to actually interpret. What success looked like for us, despite the difficult and challenging journey, was when we were able to produce a 2-page report for senior management around the table that was talking about our risk exposures across the group. And actually those risk exposures being cut through various dimensions by the organizational structure, by the business lines, by the risks taxonomy, by the principal risk framework, getting a view of our control environment, etc. I mean, that was just absolutely amazing. I mean, to be able to have those meaningful conversations, the second line teams being able to actually use that MI to review and challenge. And, global head of operational risk, being able to actually request MI, and we can deliver that MI to him, just like that, within minutes, all different dimensions, all different data that he can take to the senior risk committees, to the board, to the GCCs, etc., and have meaningful discussions. What are we doing? What's our critical issues across the organization? Are we focusing on the right things? Are we getting better or worse? I mean, some of the MI we get around issue remediation is absolutely amazing. We can get the dimension in terms of the severity of the issues, where did they originate from, are we getting better or worse in terms of addressing those issues, or are we using the tin can approach still in terms of, kicking the due dates down the line? How many times are things being extended, issues being extended, aging around those issues? So it's really, really powerful MI that we have, and for us, that's success.
Perfect. So we do have a question in the room.
On a successful implementation. A number of our clients, both in financial services and other verticals, are interested in linking metrics back to business objectives or risk appetite. Have you given some thought to how this data can connect back to the risk appetite statements that are set at the board level, or some advice for the audience?
Yeah, this is something that we're actually beginning to focus on now. So whilst we have the financial risk appetite statements, as you mentioned, it is a manual process. We have actually now implemented the metrics module as part of the MetricStream solution, but it's one that we're actually working through as we speak in terms of how we're going to operationalize it.
But that is the vision, we have to say, in terms
vision.
of being able to interpret that risk appetite. Yep, another question.
Hi, Sandeep, great to see you again, and wonderful to hear in this 3-year journey where you've come. The question I have is really around, you talked about the power of the foundational elements and how you've extended out those relationships, not only through the taxonomy, but through the ontological relationships that you've created. And I guess, for the audience, in terms of, and myself, in terms of internal governance over changes to those libraries, such as the introduction of new controls, those data stewards, to make sure that those libraries maintain, integrity and sustainability. What are your recommendations around that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. For day one, as a risk function, we have taken control of all of those libraries. All of those libraries are governed through a robust change control process. So the organizational structure, the risk taxonomy, the controls. I mean, clearly the responsibility in terms of the definition of controls, and, as the organization changes, the changes to the hierarchy are the responsibility of the businesses, but they're all governed through the change control process. Now, what we're doing as we move forward, and we have had some significant changes across the organization. We've had the establishment of the Chief Controls Organization, and they are taking responsibility of a big chunk of some of those taxonomies, like controls, like the process taxonomy. And what we're doing at the moment is actually working with MetricStream, and what we're talking about is having a self-service solution. So at the moment we have the GRCF library framework that that all is all being governed and managed centrally. But that as a long-term solution is not sustainable. So we're working through with yourselves as we speak in terms of building out a self-service solution and making sure that through the application, through the user profiles, we build that governance via the tool. We will, through the security model, through the role profiles, we will roll out that self-service solution of GRCF to the owners of those libraries who can actually maintain that going forward.
With all the workflow and approval processes and so on, so the governance is maintained but operationalized in the system.
Absolutely.
Right. Terrific. Yeah. Great question. Yes.
Hi, Sandeep. One question. How has been, we've talked a lot about the organizational changes and process, etc. I'm just curious, how has this journey been for you professionally and personally? In the sense that it's a tough program, and, did you get a lot of likes or dislikes on your page, through this process? And what has been your own evolution over the last 3 years in terms of centrality to the organization?
She's very modest.
I mean, for me, it's been, as I mentioned, Brenda, it's been a really tough implementation, both from an internal perspective and also from a vendor perspective. It's, we've had our challenges. I think I wanted to just highlight that even from a vendor perspective, I mean, there's a lot of lessons that have been learned by MetricStream and Barclays working together. And I think one point I also do want to highlight is it's a partnership from a vendor and a client perspective. And I think we learned that lesson quite early in the process when things actually weren't quite going so well. So whilst I talk a lot about the governance structure that we've built internally within the organization, is one thing that we did was making sure that we really addressed the engagement model with MetricStream, and making sure that from my perspective, I had a very clear understanding of who my go-to people are as part of those implementation challenges that we had, and actually building a relationship with, who's the chief technology officer across MetricStream, almost being able to call Gaurav on a regular basis, speak to Brenda, reach out to Shelley if we needed to get to that level of escalation. Right. But having that relationship from a vendor perspective and also folding that into our overall governance structure and giving them a seat on the table, I think was fantastic. I mean, for me personally, as much as it was extremely challenging, it was the most exciting project I've ever done. I'm extremely proud of the implementation, across the organization. There was a point when, people didn't like change, and I would say that, if I think about the noise levels across the organization from 1 to 10, on a daily basis, we were at number 10. I mean, I was getting a call nearly every day, people telling me how bad things were going, and the system isn't doing what they expected it to be doing. And if I compare the noise levels now between 1 to 10, I think maybe 1 to 2, we don't actually, hear about any problems, and that is real success. And actually, across the organization, the application seems to be morphing into a GRC solution. I mean, we are being approached on a regular basis in terms of how can we extend the solution for, other components of policy management or managing lessons learned or DWBs, etc. And we're also even having ownership debates around, well, who owns the application? Is it a first-line system or is it a second-line system? And having those conversations is fantastic. So Gaurav, I think that's
a great
moment.
So we could go on all day really talking about lessons learned, but we just wanted to take a moment to express our gratitude as your vendor in this journey that has really had its highs and lows, but really has become something critical within the organization. But we want you to know that what you've done has been very critical also to MetricStream, and as your success has unfolded, that has kind of been in parallel to a lot of good things that have been able to happen for MetricStream. within Europe with large clients there, and almost to the point where, as you've gone through your journey, MetricStream's gone through a parallel journey to a point where, the working with large clients, what we do in Europe now rivals what we do in North America. So with great gratitude, MetricStream says thank you to Barclays. And, it's a partnership that will last through this M7 and into M8. And we look forward to working together and bringing this innovation to your end users in the first line. So
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
It's a privilege to be here.
Yeah, thank you. And without further ado, again, thank you, Sandeep, but I wanted to bring Shelley Archambault, MetricStream's CEO, back on stage. She's going to now chair a panel on the boardroom, and I think everyone's being mic'd up, but they're going to bring out a few more chairs, and we're going to begin that panel shortly. So thank you. Shelley? Yep.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our panel discussion with board directors from some of America's largest corporations. The theme of our panel is Boardroom Dialogue, a discussion on innovation, disruption, and the ingredients for high performance. So you're about to hear, and then you'll get a chance to ask questions of a few of the most important topics that boards are talking about this year. This year, MetricStream's conference is centered on GRC for high performers. Our panelists here are individuals who sit on the boards of publicly traded companies. In my opinion, that makes them among some of the highest performers in corporate America. Board members are already accomplished in one, maybe several careers. And they're chosen by their peers, they're voted on by investors to make decisions on the practices, policies, people, and even political decisions regarding multinational corporations. Of course, among their fiduciary responsibilities is to oversee how well their senior executives manage the risks in the company. Directors, and in particular, risk committees of the board and audit committees at most boards, are given the awesome task of understanding the business, the strategy, and then the key risk indicators that can ruin those. Their jobs are to understand a little bit of everything: the technical aspects of the company, the talent, the culture, and then to guard those with good judgment and the latest technology. In some cases, boards go off course. Then you and I hear about them. Indeed, they could end up in news articles like the one that I wrote in February, "The Worst Corporate Reputational Crises of 2016. I'm happy to say that none of today's panelists are in that group, and there's much that I'm hoping that we can learn from listening to them. So we have 3 directors and 1 consultant to boards. So now let's have all of our speakers briefly introduce themselves, starting from the far end.
Great, thank you, Tony. Good morning. I'm Pamela Craig, and I'm delighted to be with you all because what the jobs you do on behalf of your companies, I believe, are among the most important. I spent 34 years with Accenture and had a variety of roles, starting with audit with Arthur Andersen, went into consulting for 20 years, and then was responsible for being part of the management team, both in operations and then as my last 7 years as CFO. Spent a lot of time partnering with legal to cover everything as it related to finance, internal audit, compliance, and risk. I retired 4 years ago And since then, I've served on 4 corporate boards, VMware and Walmart, and I currently chair audit committees at both Akamai Technologies and Merck.
I'm glad I'm sitting a second as well before all the other board names are mentioned, but my name is Dion Minar. I'm with KPMG, been with KPMG for 25 years. I do sit on a non-for-profit board on a startup charter school, but I do a lot of board advisory work within my ERM and GRC role, board assessments, board education, etc. So I interact with boards on a frequent basis. Another part of my day job is looking after the US practice for internal audit, Sarbanes, I mentioned ERM, GRC already, and compliance. So pleasure to be with this distinguished panel.
And I'm Shelley Arsham. I've had the opportunity to meet all of you so far. So I've been the CEO of MetricStream for over 12 years. In addition, I serve on the boards of Verizon and Nordstrom. I serve on the audit committees of both those companies, and I also serve on the corporate governance committee for Verizon.
Well, good morning. I'm Ron Williams. I'm former chairman and CEO of Aetna. I serve on the boards of American Express, Boeing, and Johnson & Johnson. At American Express, I've chaired the audit committee and the risk committee, served on compensation, served on nominating and governance. At Boeing, I chair the finance committee and have served on virtually all the committees there. Also work in private equity, and have had a lot of experience in the interaction between business and government in the context of healthcare and healthcare reform.
One of the most important buzzwords and important concepts in business today is disruption. Yesterday, we heard Gillian Tett from the Financial Times give a keynote address in which she said that with our new president, the whole dance between the White House and corporate America is, quote, peculiar, fascinating, and something that we've never seen before, end quote. Which leads me to ask you, just how much are board directors concerned with disruptions in the White House? Shelley, could we start with you?
So I get the hot potato to start. You know, it's interesting. When companies put in place their plans, and from both a business standpoint as well as their risk plans and all of that, they take into consideration everything that's going on in the economy, globally, right, all of that. One of the things that's happened with this current change in administration is typically when you have changes in presidents, it does mean there'll be changes in policies, and companies expect that. But most times, it's typically one party or another, and parties have pretty straightforward platforms, so you have a sense of what will happen. In this particular case, I think the biggest challenge that companies are dealing with is just the uncertainty of what will happen, because it's not clear whether the traditional Republican policies and practices will actually be carried out consistently with the current president or not. So the challenge that companies have are how do they work and operate in an environment of uncertainty. And when you have more uncertainty, as you've heard yesterday as we talked, it creates more risk. So companies are managing it because that's what we do, but it absolutely does lead to a higher level of uncertainty around what their overall strategies are and how they could be impacted by changes in regulations, changes in tax policy, changes in trade. All of those elements impact your business and your business operations, and there's just not clarity about the direction in which they will change, be altered, and even the timing.
Great.
Yeah, I think I would add just a couple of comments. One is that it's not just change from the White House. There is uncertainty introduced in the congressional process because we have different changes in control as it relates to the House of Representatives. We have a whole question in the Senate as to how the filibuster will or will not be applied and upheld as it relates to key legislation. And then there's a pretty big change in the regulatory framework as regulators, I think it's fair to say, felt fully empowered to pursue their regulatory perspective. As we've now shifted to this new era, I think a lot of the regulatory entities are trying to find their sea legs and figure out how will they in fact be asked to interpret these regulations. So I think if you're running a business, the one thing that you are used to dealing with is uncertainty. it does make long-term strategic planning a bit more challenging. And so companies have to revisit those plans much more frequently than they might otherwise.
And if I can maybe just add to that, Tony, I think what I've seen how companies are starting to deal with it, if I just take one example of what was just spoken about, which is tax reform, there's a lot of uncertainty about where that will end up, with your border adjustment tax, etc. But what I do see companies taking is, not picking their battles, basically seeing, which are the regulations or like tax reform most likely will go through, maybe not in its current form, but they're running scenarios against it, right? So that you can position yourself as an organization most beneficially, if you look at expatriation, etc., most beneficially to take advantage of it or to reduce your exposure. So they are running scenario analysis, which is not a new concept, but I mean, it's a running scenario analysis to help them prepare for that. So I've seen companies successfully do that.
Thank you. What are the recent innovations that you can talk about that seem most likely to reap benefits in terms of shareholder value and sustainable profitability? There's a buzzword. Or some of the important metrics such as market share. And what is happening at the board level to ensure that managers are mitigating those innovations risks wisely? Dion.
Okay. So yeah, a big topic, obviously, right? I mean, so innovation will mean a little bit different things for different companies. So what I've seen companies and boards do is start to look at what are the biggest signals of change within their marketplace, right? And those signals of change could be new innovation, like technology, and I'm going to use blockchain as an example in a second. But it could also be other signals of change, like demographic shifts, etc., or we just talked about regulatory shifts. But so if I look at the technologies that will, or the innovations that will have the most impact on a company, that will vary, right? So 3D printing, for example, if you're in a manufacturing kind of line, that will have a massive impact on you. And actually even beyond just pure play manufacturing. But the example I'm going to use is an organization that we took through the signals of change, and one of the signals, quite honestly, naively, that I said was digital currency. And so when we start to look beyond the borders of digital currency, we recognize there's something called blockchain and distributed ledger that sits underneath that. And brought the right people to the table, because I didn't even know what distributed ledger was, or blockchain for that matter. This was about a year and a bit ago. And started to look at, what could be the impact to that organization of this technology, both internally and externally. And I got to tell you, depending again, of course, on the nature of your company, but for this organization, which is a human capital management company, it is massively impactful, right? And how they're going to be potentially organizing their business model, etc. So, from something that we brought to them and the board, they are now starting to look at how do I invest, right? So we gave a scenario of between, doing nothing to actually buying a blockchain company and, looking at this, anything in between. But they're now starting to invest heavily in how to use blockchain to take this further. As I mentioned, there are many, many innovations that are coming up, and quite frankly, for a CEO and a board, it is mind-destroying how quickly these things come at you and how much you have to be paying attention to it. Now, you can separate the noise from the actual signals to the strategic initiatives that you want to run, but at the end of the day, you need to have a process in place to look at what innovation is coming, what is the potential impact to me, and not just your traditional competitors either, but what is the impact to me, and then start to look at how do I embed this into my strategic process and ultimately into my business model.
Yeah, it's interesting. I want to add really onto both the point and the point that you were raising earlier, Tony, just about this concept of disruption, which we talked about yesterday and have been talking about all through the conference. Every industry right now is being disrupted, and therefore every company is actually being disrupted. And the way you deal with this disruption, whether you're in retail, which is represented here, or you're in telecommunications, or you're in hospitality, it doesn't matter. Your business models are being challenged by new entrants and new companies. So companies are very focused on how do they grow revenue and improve margin in this particular environment. And the best ways to get true leverage is figuring out how you leverage technology. So I think it was Gordon was asked the question about whether financial services companies are technology companies. And I would submit to you that every company today is actually a technology company. They may not realize it yet, but they need to be. So for instance, one of the ways that a lot of companies are looking at in terms of how do I grow both revenue and improve margin is how do I leverage assets that I already have and drive new revenue? That's a great way to grow revenue and improve overall margin. And data, big data, analytics, et cetera, is one of those areas that just about every company is looking at in terms of how can I repurpose the data that I have to create new value to a set of customers out there in the marketplace. That's why we're seeing so much conversation around this concept and this topic of big data and analytics, et cetera. It's all about how do I unlock value that can indeed be earned from another customer out there, right, as a result of something I already have.
Yeah, I think it's a very important point that every company is a technology company, but I would add that there's hard technology, software, data, analytics. There's also the technology of change management and transformational change in companies, because large companies are inherently built to do yesterday's work. You think about the entire infrastructure of that company was built to do things that won't necessarily be needed tomorrow. And so as these companies evolve and transform, there is a soft technology of creating a transformational capability in the company to refocus people, to remission people, to recruit and develop the new talent and new skills necessary to support the future of the enterprise, whether it's in the technology as we think about it or these other types of technologies.
Can I ask you then, Ron, is that a technological transaction? Is that how is that done? How does that?
You know, it's a place where the board, I think, plays a very key role. You know, we can just take the American Express, the payments industry. We all know it's going to digital, it's going to mobile. And yet, you think about that organization, for those of you in the room who remember the Take Ones, when, you know, the way American Express recruited its members was that you got a paper application, you filled it out, you mailed it in, and you got a card. That is history. There's no such thing as a Take One today. Mm-hmm. And so that whole organization had to migrate into the digital space with the card as only one form factor. The form factor today may very well be your phone. If you think about a company built on one model that has to change to the other, certainly there's all the underlying technology necessary to support it. But there is a whole set of other processes and metrics. You're not counting applications coming in the mail. You're counting something very different.
I think you wanted to chime in.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that I think one of the ways as a board that we evaluate the health of a company is to what degree they are taking responsible risks. And nearly all of those involve something with digital technology. And whether that's empowering people, you may have read in the Wall Street Journal today, there was a piece on virtual reality and how Walmart, for example, has these new academies that are training their people with virtual reality of how a store would actually look and how you build that into training and how you get people more curious and really just get people more excited about their jobs. But then also, as you're reaching customers, as Ron is just saying, so the company should be taking a series constantly of responsible risks, some of which will fail, but then how do you move on from those and build on to the next one? So while I think we, in our roles, sometimes shy away from risks, risk is actually something to embrace. Mm-hmm. And how do you have a culture and a way of working that really fosters that and embraces taking responsible risk?
I think you have some adherence in this audience to that whole concept of embracing risk. Mm-hmm. A couple of years ago, one question I asked board directors here to comment on was how organizations are building governance, risk, and compliance from both the top down and the bottom up. Could you panelists discuss a few concrete examples or corporate cases that you've seen either at your companies or elsewhere? And are you generally seeing the concept of pervasive GRC being used, or is it still a less integrated version? Pam, could you start?
Sure. Well, obviously integrated is good, but let's just start with the notion that sometimes the wake-up call for compliance, and I'm sure you've experienced this, I have, on at least one of my boards comes when you have a crisis. Something goes really wrong and it's like, oh, and then all of a sudden the compliance program gets a lot better. To me, it's always about what do you do culturally from the top down and the bottoms up to do things right the first time? How do you really try to get that into the culture that that's what we're striving to do? Because people love to complain about compliance and audit and whatever else. But actually, if they just get it right the first time, then none of that is a question. So I think that's the most important thing to foster in a culture. In terms of compliance, I have been pleased to see the progression of people being business people, not compliance people, meaning that they're always thinking about how to get the business better, and as we think about compliance, making compliance just a totally natural act. And I think that, again, I've seen a lot of progress in the boards I've been on and the company I was part of over the years to really embrace that as a concept. So getting it right the first time, compliance is kind of a second tier, and then of course there's always audit. And I think that the internal audit function will always be a very, very important part of just making sure. And what I love to do with internal audit is use them as a SWAT team sometimes, not only for their regular audits, and we go through those on every audit committee, and that's great, but then sometimes there's something interesting going on in the company, bad or good, and they can go in, really learn about it, really give some perspectives and help get it right. So I believe that folks in compliance and in audit are very much part of the business team, and the better they are at knowing the business and where the business is going, the better they're going to be able to do their jobs.
I'd have a question for the audience. Can I ask a show of hands for how many people here are compliance officers? Oh, okay.
Just two?
A little underwhelming. I was expecting something else. All right, then my second question was going to be how many people are compliance and ethics officers, and that's so described, but I assume that won't be that helpful. What are the top risks keeping business leaders up at night? And could you tell us about the 2 or 3 key risks that boards are most concerned with, how that's changed over the past 5 years, and where you see these areas heading in the next couple of years? Dion, could you start us off?
Let me kick it off because I'm sure the board members will have a lot to say on this as well. You know, you can actually go a lot with some of the traditional risks that you might see in the marketplace, your cyber, etc., right? But I actually want to build on Ron's earlier point. I think some of the biggest risks that CEOs and boards face is transforming organizations from, a traditional, let's just say their traditional business model to something different, right? And some of these organizations are really, truly massive in size, and it's not easy to change the culture to something that's a little bit more nimble. So, like I said, it's not a traditional risk that you might see, but I really feel like that's probably one of the biggest things that CEOs face. And we did a survey last year, and 41% of those CEOs said they're doing a significant transformation within their company in the next 3 years. And with that, the business model changes. As soon as the business model change, there's just a myriad of additional maybe risk, including cyber, that comes in. You might be aligning now with a vendor that you didn't have before that you would have had in-house. So as you flex your business model, just understanding really what additional risks are being created, and to Pamela's point, just embracing that versus trying to just mitigate everything, but just understanding it and managing through that, I think is pretty critical. A couple of other things that I've seen in my walks is understanding relevance of product. Again, big sweeping things, relevance of product, non-traditional competitors, customer loyalty, especially in the retail and the likes. The loyalty doesn't seem to be there anymore. As companies do their work, look at their workforce, the millennials coming in, how do I attract and retain people, not just millennials, but broader than that as well. But I'm actually going to pause there because I think this was probably going to be a lively conversation up here as well.
Dan, I want to add to your point, really highlighting the culture piece of it.
Yeah.
Because there isn't a board conversation around just what's important and top priorities that doesn't include culture.
That's right.
that I've been a part of. And it goes to your point. because these business models are under stress, because they're being disrupted. Companies know they have to change and evolve. And changing and evolving, they need to do while they either continue to drive the same culture or they start to modify and shift the culture. And we've seen some, terrible examples of when culture does not actually meet with the overall priorities as communicated, right, of an overall company. Some awful things can happen on the execution side of it. So there's a lot of focus around culture, and it starts so much with tone at the top. And I just love, I don't know if Spiro's in the audience, but I just love Spiro's example of tone at the top and echo from the bottom. I just thought that was a perfect way of describing the importance of driving culture that just goes all the way through. And Ron, I know you just did an article recently talking about culture in the boardroom.
Yeah, I just did a post yesterday on Forbes on culture and the role of the CEO. And the way I think about culture is the culture are the curbs on the highway. And the CEO and the senior management job under the board's direction is to make the curbs as high as they can so that when the car veers to the left or right, it doesn't go into a ditch. And you don't end up with the problems that too many companies I could name end up with. And so one of the really critical things, I really like that notion that when you talk to a frontline employee and you ask them, what is the culture of the company? And the message comes back very consistent with what senior management and the board believes the culture in, then you truly have achieved alignment. Most of the time, when you ask the person on the front line what the culture is, it's very different than what the senior management articulates, and that means there's a lot of work to be done. I do want to not neglect the global nature of the businesses that we're in. The companies I'm involved with, one of them, for example, gets 60% of its revenue from outside the U.S. And so the whole question of how you address these issues in a global company where you have many different pushes and pulls, different norms, different ways of doing things, different definitions of what is appropriate behavior represents a really important issue for the board and senior management in global enterprises.
Can I ask you the whole panel, when it comes to this concept of corporate culture, it's obviously something that's key, but how do you measure it and how do you find out in a quantitative way, since that's so important using big data, what your corporate culture is and where it needs to be?
There are so many different signs, so it isn't one thing. First of all, getting exposure, which a lot of good companies do in terms of their executive teams and people to see are they indeed expressing the same things that you're hearing in terms of overall tone at the top is one. You look to see what's happening with that whistleblower line. Those are real lines. We actually get regular reports in terms of what's coming in, the kinds of issues, ones that fall into buckets, et cetera. Some need to be addressed by the board, some don't. But we look to see what the trends are, what the topics are, and how that actually is evolving. And again, how that fits with the overall culture of the organization and what's happening. You look to see, frankly, from an audit standpoint, what are the kinds of audit issues that are being determined and found? And then how are they being addressed? Are we seeing the same thing over and over again? All of those are all data points that come in to give you a comprehensive view of how the company is actually operating and executing.
I think those reports, sorry.
Please go ahead.
I think those reports, the audit reports you mentioned, and just the kind of the consistency, to your point, is do you see these things a lot of different places or do you just see them one place? One of the things that's often talked about on boards about culture is you got the great tone at the top, you have the echo at the bottom, but then have you ever heard people talk about the frozen middle? People heard that phrase before? And what so often happens is it gets lost in translation in the middle somewhere. And I think as boards, we like to see the next couple layers down of people because you really then get a feel for, are these culture carriers? Are they carrying it in the way that we would expect or the way we've been told at the board? And I think if you're in that middle, I certainly spend a lot of time in the middle, one thing to always do is to seek clarity, because sometimes you hear all kinds of stuff and stuff's confusing, but seeking clarity not only for yourself but for your team so that you can be a good culture carrier, I think is a way to be proactive and not just wait for it to come down. One other point on measuring culture, which was your question, Tony, I advise a board, Spencer Stewart, which is a search consultant firm, but they have a tool actually that measures culture, and I'd never heard of that, but I have gotten exposure to it. So if you ever wanted to look at something like that, there are tools out there now to actually measure culture and what kind of culture you have, and understanding, its strengths and other places to tackle.
Good to know.
Yeah, just a couple of additional comments. I know one company I'm involved with, J&J, has something called the Credo, which really embodies the values of the company. And the board actually takes about every year and a half, 2 years, we devote a substantial amount of time to discussing that Credo and making certain that it reflects the direction of the company that we want. And then senior management does it, and across the enterprise, they have Credo sessions where employees come together and discuss the values. Also, I would echo this notion of metrics in the context of surveys. One of the tools I've seen most effective, when you do an employee engagement survey, you ask the employees in their unit, does your manager, your supervisor, the person you work for, behave consistent with the values? And so there you get a sense of alignment, and you also get a sense of where the variances are in the organization in a very specific and actionable way.
Yeah, one point that I'll also add, the reason this whole concept around culture is so important is there tends to be a pretty good correlation between the strength of culture and the ability to actually take calculated risks. Because if you have a very strong culture and people understand what the parameters are, what the philosophies are, what the beliefs are, etc., the decision making that they make every day, which happens at that mid-level, right, low level, all levels, is actually easier because people are using kind of the same frame of the values of the company, et cetera, to make those sets of decisions. So if you have a strong culture, it typically sets you up to be able to do a better job of capitalizing on the risks that Pam was talking about earlier. So it really is an important element. And it's also an element that especially people in this room, when you look at people that are focused on enterprise risk management, right, on overall compliance, on driving key audits, et cetera, you're actually helping to reinforce and drive and set that overall culture as you partner with the business.
Great. In your opinion, what is going to be the biggest factor for the potential success or failure of individual companies in corporate America and globally over the next 3 years? Is it going to be rising healthcare costs, changing demographics, income inequality, or the rise in nationalism both here and abroad? Please tell us which one you choose and why. Brian, could we start with you?
Well, it's very simple. It's all of the above. The idea that a business is under stress in one direction simply doesn't exist anymore. And I'll give you just an example. You take the auto industry. Well, young adults used to greatly value the day they got their driver's license, and owning a car and driving was critical. People would just as soon take an Uber or Lyft or whatever the local service is, and don't really see owning a car as a fundamental part of their activity. And so every business is facing fundamental attitudinal changes and transformation. So the single biggest issue is managing the pace of change and staying connected to how your customers are evolving. The second biggest is your workforce, because at the end of the day, it's really all about the people and the talent. And the companies that win are the companies who feel the absolute strongest team for the issues that they confront in the future. I think the whole question of globalism is clearly present. Long term, I think it is a transitory blip. I think it's hard to argue that most countries have not done better as a result of globalization. There certainly are, within geographies, opportunities to equalize what those rewards have been. Healthcare, the U.S. is headed for a very serious set of discussions. Because if I asked in this room, is there anyone who wouldn't spend $10 million to live another year if they had it personally, or they could get somebody else to pay for it? Is there anybody who wouldn't put their hand up? And I can tell you, I would. And I think we haven't confronted the fact that resources are in fact finite. We have the ability to do some absolute marvelous things that were unimaginable. We've increased the life expectancy from, in the early part of the 1900s, 56 years was how long people lived. People are celebrating their 80th, 90th, 100th birthday. And if you think about it, for a lot of people, they actually are living longer than they actually worked in the workforce. And so healthcare represents an enormous opportunity for us. And it is going to be a very important issue for the country as a whole, as it consumes a bigger and bigger part of our budget, which leaves us less resource to invest in infrastructure, less resource to invest in innovation, research, and development. So there's some tough conversations coming. Political process has real difficulty, and it's a discussion that has to involve consumers, physicians, ethicists. It has to be a very broad-based kind of conversation.
I think we need to take this opportunity. You've run a healthcare company, and you advise the government, and can you just give us your thumbnail advice on what you think would be the best choice for America?
I think the best choice is really to empower each consumer, basically some kind of refundable tax credit approach, where based on your income, you received a refundable tax credit that let you go into the market and buy a health plan at a defined level that people felt was acceptable. The problem is some people will define that here, some people will define it here. There's a level that exceeds the financial resources of the country. That keeps competition in the marketplace, so consumers can move around. If their employer offers coverage, then that credit could be given to the employer to aggregate. If the consumer wanted to buy more than that, they could certainly buy more than that. The big debate is, where do you draw the line in terms of what is the minimum societal responsibility we have to make certain that people have the right health care. So to me, that's a very reasonable approach and would give people choice, bring more consumerism into health care, and be one way to proceed.
Yeah, Tony, I just want to go back to your question about where the challenges that companies are facing one of the areas, and Ron touched on it, but it's really there's a fundamental shift in buying behavior that's happening. And whether that is how I buy or what I buy, the experience they want to have when I'm buying, all of that is changing significantly. And companies that aren't putting significant resource to truly try to listen, understand, and embrace that are at higher risk. And this is an area I'm going to go back to this audience, because many of you are involved as risks are identified, et cetera. But I'll tell you, I'm not necessarily seeing changing buying behavior as something that's being listed as a top risk, and it is. And it is. So part of it is driving the questions. Many times, depending on how proactive the leadership is within an organization as it relates to the risk, you have your standard set of risks, and each year you look to see, is this higher, is it lower? Sometimes you need to step back and actually go not to the senior leaders, but to the mid-level leaders. We actually did this at Verizon, where we did our normal enterprise risk, and we said, listen, the bubbles all look the same. They're changing size, they're changing direction, but they all look the same. How can they all look the same? So we actually had 3 levels down go and do this whole risk process, and you know what? We came up with new bubbles. So I suggest there's really a role that can be played here with this audience to truly help uncover the risks that are underlying some of the overall. Because when you just put execution risk, that's a great big area. There's a lot of different things that fall into it. Yeah. But I think there's a little bit more work that needs to be done here, because the dynamics of the market are changing just so quickly that what will happen is people just get left behind. Whether it's the taxi cab industry, the hospitality industry is under huge stress right now as a result of what's currently going on. Well, Airbnb's and that model has been around now for a while. That's not new. So what can we do to actually start paying attention and listening earlier to some of these changing shifts in behavior?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'd like to. I absolutely agree with that. I think, I call it signals of change a little bit earlier, but we all know there's an up and a downside to risk, but this is truly the case when you start to look at, what are the things in the marketplace that I should either take advantage of or protect against, right? And it's a decision process. And I think the fear that I have for a lot of companies, I mentioned a little bit earlier, but there's so much coming at them from both a technology perspective, a regulatory perspective, an uncertainty in the government perspective, that they dismiss it all as noise. And they just go to what they know, which is their current core product or service. And I think to Shelley's point, if you really just do that, you are going to be a dinosaur pretty quickly. So understanding what are those signals that are impacting you and peeling the onion a little bit to see how is it going to impact this organization, and preparing for that from a strategic perspective is so critical. And that agility, to answer your original question, I think agility of companies is absolutely critical and not easy, right? Because a lot of companies have a lot of, DNA embedded in them that's, based on history. So I think, and there's change management comes in, all the rest of it, and I don't want to throw everything on the table now, but I think, I do think that this is an opportunity, especially for this audience in the risk, compliance, etc. space, identifying those things that are ultimately going to become strategic imperatives, and you work with strategy as well. It's not something you do in isolation. I don't know if you have.
I think it's all been said.
Yeah, on that topic, the disintermediation of the workforce. Here's a statistic for you. Between 6 million and 7.5 million retail jobs in the United States, these are jobs in supermarkets and gas stations and T-Mobile phone stores, are at risk of being eliminated due to automation. There's other thousands of jobs you've just talked about, lawyers, that are going to be eliminated as well. But that's got major implications for the country and for corporations. Now, we know that you have hard decisions to make when it comes to the bottom line, costs, efficiency. But do you have any recommendations for what, and you've given some great ones about what your companies can do, but for what government and what corporate America as an aggregate can do to keep people working and contributing?
I think the biggest thing, and it was mentioned here before, is how do you really stay up with what is happening, anticipate what's happening next, and then be always thinking how to train people, skill, reskill. What do we need to do to keep up with this? I mean, who would have thought? I mean, certainly when I was auditing an accounts payable ledger 38 years ago as a first-time auditor, I did not think that work would be being done by robots and artificial intelligence as it is today, where literally accounts payable clerks are pretty much going to go. And so I think, so it's not so much that an accounts payable clerk loses his or her job, but what can that person do next? And how do we think about continuing to add value to the businesses and the companies we have? And so that's what the strategy in the companies really needs to be thinking about, is because we know it's going to happen, and it either can be done to us, or we really figure out how to move with it. And it's going to be very uncomfortable. This word disruptive is used over and over again. It is. It will continue to be really, really disruptive. But how do we then do our best with the ambiguity, seek clarity on what we can, and then keep building, recognizing that whatever we do isn't going to be the ultimate solution, but we'll learn from it, and we'll figure out how to keep moving and keep thinking about how our people, our most important asset, as Ron said, are always at the center of that in how do we make them, how do we give them the opportunities to become more valuable as some of the jobs of old go away.
I think this will be the last question, then we'll open up the floor to you, the audience. You all are at the tops of your professions. We probably benefit from hearing what the best business advice that all of you have been given that you could share with us. It could be a current bit of advice. It could be the best advice your mentor ever gave you. I'm going to ask each of you, starting with Pam.
So I think the best advice I got when I first started leading people was create the environment for them to succeed. And I think that's the hardest thing, right? I mean, that's hard, right? That's certainly hard right now in this time of uncertainty, but if it just as a principle, if you can think about doing all you can to help them do whatever their jobs are as well as they can do them. And I've always tried to follow that advice, and I think it was very good advice I got early on.
Something I could use with my children.
My advice came from a typewriter, believe it or not. Who knows what the Smith Corona was as a company?
Yeah.
Smith Corona. So I actually didn't know. So I was in a CEO's office, and he has a old typewriter in his office, and he's got one sheet of paper in there. And the sheet of paper, it's a Smith Corona typewriter, which, for those who don't know, was the machine, right? They own the marketplace. And again, nobody knows who they are. And it basically said just one thing: do not become the next Smith Corona, right? And I've applied that quite honestly to my personal life as well. In other words, you know, if I look at reinventing myself as well, skill set wise, etc., and constantly, I always say, I get uncomfortable when I get comfortable. So, and it's the same concept, right? So if I get in a rut, I need to get out of that rut, right? So if I get too comfortable. So anyway.
The best piece of career advice I got early on was take risks. Many times we try to do the safe thing, the easy thing, make sure you have all the skills, all the experience, everything you need before you actually stretch yourself to do the next thing. And the feedback that I got, fortunately early on, and I've taken it, is take a risk. Believe in yourself. Know that you can indeed rise and grow and learn and whatever to do, whatever you need to do next. But go after that next thing that feels a little uncomfortable, to your point. And when you do that, you'll have more opportunities that will actually open up for you.
Could I ask, who was it that gave you that advice? Maybe not the name, but the job description? Or...
Yeah, actually, I got that. I was starting out as a salesperson with IBM, and I got that piece of advice from a branch manager.
Okay, Ron, how about it?
Yeah, I didn't know the branch manager, but I'd say that's the same advice I got. And in my case, it was very early in my career. I was working in Chicago, and I had an opportunity to move to Minneapolis. Now, as a kid raised on the south side of Chicago, I thought Minneapolis was right next door to Alaska. So on my list of things to do, it was not very high. And I talked about it, thought about it, talked to a good colleague, and he said, what's the worst thing that happens? You go there, you don't like it, you come back, not the end of the universe. And so this notion of taking a risk and trying something new and getting outside your comfort zone was really important. And I applied that to relationships and meeting other people. I got invitations once to go ice fishing. I don't know how many people in this room have ever been ice fishing, but I went ice fishing in Minnesota, and I can tell you the relationships I formed on that trip led ultimately to all types of other opportunities. And so the notion is take a risk, get out of your comfort zone. Don't build relationships just with people that you're personally comfortable with. The other piece of advice I would give is reinvent yourself. Understand the strategic intent at least 2 levels above you. You work for someone, you understand what they do. You need to understand the strategic intent. And I'll give you an example. You may be in a unit where that unit is basically a cash cow, and it feels like you're getting no resource, you're getting no respect in the company, etc. But if you understand the strategic intent is, yes, you are a cash cow. That's so the company can reinvest someplace else and grow. And if you understand that, then you position yourself to go where the growth is. If you don't, you just feel like you're a victim and there's no opportunity. So a couple of things.
Excellent advice. All right. I think it's time to open up the floor to you in the audience to ask questions of our panelists. What is it that you'd like to know that boards are thinking and discussing? So please raise your hand and someone will come to you with a microphone. Can't see anybody.
I can tell you when I had town hall meetings, I always would tell people when I didn't get questions, I had numbered the seats and I was going to start calling out the numbers. And I can tell you the number of questions that began to emerge was quite substantial.
I think we have one here.
I got a question.
Good.
Yes.
Hi, thanks for a very interesting set of observations from the panel. I want to go back to the one on culture, if I may. And without any disrespect at all, I just felt that your views on tone from the top and echo from the bottom around that a little bit one-dimensional, in as much as we live in such an interdependent and linked world, that actually we need to be conscious of third and fourth parties, the communities within which we operate, the clients that we serve. And so how does a board set a strategy that engages the culture of all those different dimensions and make sure that its company's culture is aligned and is actually drawing upon the cultures of those various other dimensions of the interdependencies in which we operate?
Okay, so you may have to respond as to whether you're one-dimensional or not. Can you speak on that?
Well, I would try and say that one of the things we haven't covered is that the culture has to fit the strategy and the strategy has to fit the culture. So there really does have to be an alignment, and the culture of a company that is, I'll pick Boeing. I joined Boeing's board in late 2010. We made a decision to launch a new aircraft which will start flying late this year, early next year. And that new aircraft was simply putting new wings on the 737 and making certain that it was safe, it worked, and all the adjusted changes. So the lead time in a business like that versus a business that's in fashion, for example, where the fashion cycle is very, very short. So the culture of the company has to really fit the industry. And the strategy of the companies, I think one of the things the board can do is make certain that there is a fit and recognize that the culture, it isn't one-dimensional. It has to reflect recruitment, training, development, compliance. There's a whole set of issues that really have to interrelate and reinforce the strategic mission of the company.
I would just add very quickly, I think it's well known to everybody, obviously performance measures drives culture significantly as well, right? So I think to Ron's point again, as you look at your strategy and you're looking at executing that strategy, how are people being measured? Executives, but also your middle management, and as it filters down, how's it being measured? And I guarantee you're not going to get it right the first time, so you almost need to do a test again, whether it's driving wrong behavior somewhere along the line, unintended wrong behavior normally, right? But that you need to make a correction on. Because as soon as you measure somebody for something, as we all know, that's going to drive their behavior to a large extent. So that piece is a little bit of a dance as I look at embedding the not just the strategy, but also the cultural expectations into the organization.
Next question.
The environment around being a board member has changed drastically in the last 10 years from a personal liability perspective. So how do you handle that being a board member, and how do you see that impacting people who want to be board members in the future?
It does impact. So yes, boards have D&O insurance, et cetera, but frankly, it's much beyond that. It puts frankly more onus, which is where it should be, to ensure that you're actually doing the right thing and taking due care in all actions that you take. So I think one of the things that's happened is, first of all, I think boards have become more independent than they were if you look just back a decade or so ago. I also think it's raised the overall game and how boards execute and operate, because they have to make sure they are doing the right thing and that will indeed come through under any scrutiny that may happen. Because I will tell you, if you're on most companies at some point, go through some type of M&A activity, right, go through some type of major launch or geographic expansion or whatever, and you get sued all the time. I mean, if you do an M&A today, you buy a company, I don't care. There are lawyers that are just waiting for, as soon as it's announced, there's a lawsuit, because they're hoping that something in the process didn't go the way it was supposed to go and they can go get their dollars. So there is a constant focus on the procedure, the process, the diligence, et cetera. And we spend a lot of time making sure we're actually doing all the right things for every set of actions.
To Shelley's point, boards are raising their games, and that's good. That's good for all of us. For me, when I go on a board, the most important thing is the CEO. And really, and at some point that CEO may change, but the board's involved in selecting the next one. And then the whole board culture. Do you want to be in a boat with these people when you have to deal with something hard. And so I think that's the second thing. And then the third thing for me, since I always end up on the audit committee, is the finance and legal team. And in the groups that fall under that, like compliance, internal audit, risk, et cetera. Because if those functions are good and high performing and are able to do their jobs well, so if you have those three pieces, that's the essence of being able to, in my mind, go onto a board and operate effectively and be able to work with finance and legal when you need to, work with your other boards and members when you need to, and to support the CEO in driving the strategy for the company.
Good. We have time for one more question. Is that someone in the back? There we are.
Yeah, I wanted to let you know that I grew up in Wisconsin and I've been ice fishing.
Did you hear that? Can you say that again? We didn't hear you.
I grew up in Wisconsin and I have been ice fishing.
Ice fishing.
Okay.
So to Mr. Williams' point, obviously boards have become more interested in risk and specifically cybersecurity these days. Can you provide some additional guidance on the level of detail that the board is interested in when it comes to that?
Yeah, we actually definitely spend time on that particular area. What the board wants to know fundamentally is, are we doing all that makes economic sense to ensure that our data information systems, right, are protected? And if someone does infiltrate, do we have the ability to find it quickly and therefore react? Now, I will tell you that I have not seen yet what I would call the perfect, I don't know if it exists, set of reporting that comes up, because I know every time we have an overall review or discussion, there's always 10 more questions that come out of it. So I think as a board, we're learning what information will actually make us feel comfortable about that. And frankly, I think the teams, the companies, and the consultants are also learning in terms of what information to put forward. But at the end of the day, that's the objective of what we're trying to see, and we want to see, constant improvement and make sure that we actually know when things are happening. I will tell you, when we're told that we haven't had an infiltration, nobody believes it.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is that there is a priority on the organization's resources. And if you're Boeing, it's pretty self-evident, given that they're in the defense business and the commercial aircraft. If you're Johnson & Johnson, the formulations, the research, the studies, and making certain that you have the absolute laser focus, tightest on the crown jewels of the enterprise is extremely important. You want to stop penetrations everywhere, but recognizing what is absolutely vital and making certain that all of the resource, and if there's a place that you spend more than is prudent, that's the place.
Well, with that, we've run out of time. I think it's an excellent discussion that hopefully sheds some light on what's going on in boardrooms around this country, and we want to thank the panel for it.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Tony and the rest of the board members here in the panel, we'd like to thank you so much. And also want to give a proper introduction as well to Tony Chappelle, who was moderating this panel. And Tony is the editor of Agenda, and he Financial Times company. He also reports on corporate board members quite actively. Tony has had over 30 years of TV production at CNN, Business News, as well as writer, freelance writer for the New York Times and NPR radio shows as well. So we really thank Tony for a terrific session. So thank you.
Good catch.
Okay, so we're going to move along. The first session actually starts promptly at 11:30 on your breakouts, and we're going to all see each other back here in this room at 4:50, 10 minutes before 5, so we can move on to the GRC Awards. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our event on internal audit key challenges and priorities. I have a lot of empty tables sitting in front of me, so if any of you who are in the back pew would like to move up to the front, that we'd love to have you up here. I have a very distinguished panel who are going to be talking about a wide range of audit challenges and best practices. And with me this morning is John Sidwell, immediately to my left, who is the Global Head of Audit, Risk Management, and Compliance at SunPower Corporation. John currently serves as the Global Head of Audit, Risk Management, and Compliance, and has over 35 years of financial management, internal audit, enterprise risk management, black-gray market compliance, and other governance-related experience. And prior to SunPower, he was working with large international and complex companies in technology, food and beverage, most notably Electronic Arts, 3Com, Dolby Labs, Coca-Cola Enterprises, and PepsiCo. Did you decide that you liked Pepsi better than Coke and took a switch? No.
Oh, Coke, there's just no hands down. Coke is great.
Okay, and then sitting next to John is Vincent Pinelli, who is the Managing Director, COO, and Head of Audit Professional Practices at MUFG Union Bank. Vince is responsible for influencing and driving the overall strategy and objectives for the internal audit organization across MUFG America's audit function, including the audit practice direction. He leads the teams responsible for audit professional practices, audit governance, audit analytics, and head office reporting. And I think for most of you who are in this function, you know that the demand for audit analytics is increasing and top of mind at the board. So we're very happy that Vince is able to join us. Next to Vince is Norman Marks, who's a CPA and a CRMA, an evangelist for running better business, focusing on risk management, internal audit, corporate governance, enterprise performance, and value information. He is a noted speaker. He has been involved with MetricStream for many years doing webinars and is a nationally and globally recognized thought leader in the professions of internal audit, risk management, and prior to taking on more of a consulting and oversight role, Norman has served as a chief risk officer, compliance officer, ethics officer, and what would be in today's vernacular IT governance. So welcome with your breadth of information and experience. And then at the end, we have Lance Friedman, who is the Senior Director of Internal Audit at Bankrate. He is responsible for technology audit across Bankrate. And for those of you who may not be as familiar, Bankrate is a publisher, aggregator, and distributor of personal finance content on the internet. He, prior to his time at Bankrate, where he's joined just very recently, he was at Morgan Stanley for 2 years, and prior to that at Bank of America as a vice president for corporate audit. So we have a wide range of distinguished guests this morning, and we have a lot of very interesting questions. For those of you who were here and listened to Jillian Tett of the Financial Times speak, she talked a lot about culture and how important it is to manage culture across the organization, the tone at the top, and as Spiro mentioned, echoing from the bottom. So there's been some real press around risk culture, and I guess the first question to you gentlemen, and Lance, we'll start with you, is, or Norman, maybe with you, is how do we create an audit program that actually encompasses culture into the program? Do you want to start us off, Norman?
Sure. I'm simple-minded, so that's a
simple is good. That's the theme of this.
That's a complicated question, and yes, there's a lot of people talking about the fact that defects in culture, which to me means what drives people's behavior. have been the root cause of many problems and failures, whether it be Wells Fargo, Volkswagen, and so on around the world. And there's a lot of discussion that, depending upon who you talk to, about risk culture, compliance culture, ethics culture, performance culture. To me, it comes back down to how do you want people to behave? And what measures do you have to make sure that people are behaving the way you want them to making decisions, being in compliance, following the rules? How do you want them to behave? What measures do you have to measure it? What could cause them to vary from that desired form of behavior? But recognizing also, and we saw this with United Airlines just recently, that there's multiple dimensions to culture. So United had this culture of you must comply with the rules and policies of the organization, which many people would say is a very good thing. But they did it at the expense of serving the customer, which is also another problem. So I think that each company, you've got to look at what are the priorities when it comes to culture, what are the drivers for it, what are the potential inhibitors, and devise an audit program around that. And you may have to do this in multiple steps. I actually think that for many organizations, if not most, you already know what your culture is. As people in internal audit who have been around for a while, you know what the culture is, you know what is good about it, you know what is bad about it, you know where it needs some help. And I think we need to factor that in. We also need to be brave in bringing some of those issues up to senior management. That can be a real challenge, is recognizing that this is one of the elephants in the room that nobody wants to talk about. And there can be political challenges raising the issue when there are problems with, say, sharing of information, teamwork, as well as just simply compliance and following the rules when it comes to taking risk.
You know, and I'm just wondering, Lance, do you think the environment for raising up some of these issues, as you mentioned, is a little bit easier with some of the headline news and the market cap impacts? Can you talk a little, because you're obviously with the internet, tell us a little bit about how that comes into play.
Well, I think it's important to proactively define the culture as opposed to reactively define what that culture should be. If you don't have that defined up front, it's hard to put analytics around that. It's hard to put some of those measurements that was talked about in that board panel earlier today around some of those quantifying numbers. If we're reactively coming up with what our risk culture should be based on events that happen with our company, we'll always be behind. So in terms of a business on the internet or a print business, which we were previously, being able to adapt to those environments and having that risk culture reflect where our current business is, but also looking into the future and taking those into account what we need to adapt our risk culture to be.
Vince, do you see more focus on culture in the last 12 months?
I mean, I do, and you know, I'm in the financial services and banking sector, so this continues to be a significant hot item. You obviously mentioned Wells Fargo and sales practices. Horizontal reviews are being conducted across all of the major institutions, but it's a little bit like auditing sand. I mean, how do you audit something called culture? And I think to the points that were made, I think you got to find metrics or things that would allow you to tangibly come to an answer. Otherwise, it does become a very difficult item to put your arms around and write and render an opinion on. So things that at least we've tried to look at, and then again, it depends on the maturation of your second and first line of defense functions, are things such as, do you have a risk control self-assessment? How well do you self-identify issues as an organization? And not only do you identify them, but are they risk and control type issues that have real actions and risk reduction or risk remediation approaches? And then how do you couple that and with the audit work you do to render a review? So in some instances, and again, we don't profess to have the best way of doing this at this point, you know, it may be easier as a third line of defense function to potentially outsource that, because you're really dealing with some very sensitive topics. And I'm not an advocate of outsourcing. We have a big audit function internally, but that's one of those ones, particularly the first time, you may want to really think about what problem you're trying to solve, the intended and unintended consequences, and how to come at that. So I think, I don't necessarily see this topic reducing in the next couple of years. I think it's going to continue to be a prevalent issue, and I believe that we'll have to figure out how to get our arms around it, because boards, committees, and ultimately for us, our regulators, are going to continue to press the third line of defense for a perspective on this. And so even as we think about how we're evolving our practice beyond how we audit, within our audit reports, we're adding things such as, maturity evaluation. So how mature are your processes to identify that? Or, others have concepts of control awareness. So I think you have to think about what's most flexible and best for your institution and organization, and couple that with the maturation of how your other lines of defense are dealing with this, to then assess how you should come at this from a third line of defense point of view.
I'd like to share a story from a few years ago. I was at a company, I'm not going to name it, even though it's folded into, it was acquired by another one, where the CEO visited our operation in Mexico, in Guadalajara, Mexico. And he was talking to them in this very large, almost empty factory, area of the factory, which was, like I said, almost empty. And the management of the company was, in Guadalajara, was talking about this great success they'd had. They'd won this major new deal with a Canadian customer, which was now going to fill all of this area up with equipment and manufactured product. And he started asking them questions and found out that the gross margin was going to be in the single digits as a percentage of sales. And that they had committed to continuing cuts in cost of 10-15% per year over the life of the contract. And he said, why did you do that? This is not a profitable use of our resources. This is not actually going to help our targets as a company. And they said it's because of the competition. We had very steep competition. After pushing them, he found out that the competition was from our own factory in Suzhou, China. Now, what's the root cause there? The root cause was the culture of the company. They were not working together. They're not collaborating on addressing joint customers. This was another dimension. And that's why I think that auditing culture, we have to understand this is all about how we behave within the organization, how we make decisions. And like you said, you've got to define it, what you want, put metrics in place. But sometimes it's the soft stuff that we need to use our intelligence and our eyes and ears, and what I call eyes, ears, and the space in between, to figure out what is holding the organization back, and not be afraid of bringing these kind of issues up.
Yesterday, when we heard the keynote from Chase, Gordon talked about walking around the floor and picking up information. John, talk a little bit about that, and how do you get information that helps maybe even inform your audit plan?
Just in general, or is this around the risk culture?
Around risk culture.
Around risk culture. I'm not sure that our audit plan really includes a very specific auditing of risk culture. It's slightly different approach, I think, at SunPower. We try to more promote the risk culture, and maybe we are lucky that our company started to change their culture probably around 3 years ago. And so we have 5 values, and so we trail on particularly 2 of those values. One is customer first, which certainly is internal customers, not just external customers. And the second is do the right thing. Now, the other 3 values are a little less pertinent to this particular topic. So we promote that in pretty much everything we do, from ERM to SOX to investigations to audit. And what it has done is help eliminate some of the silos that had plagued the company before, and gave more transparency at all 3 different levels of the organization. So I think that's how we've probably had more of an impact on the risk culture at SunPower.
Oh, that's great. You mentioned Vince, about self-assessment. And immediately after the Wells Fargo situation hit the news, I had the occurrence to spend time with the Federal Reserve and the OCC in San Francisco immediately after that and asked them, you know, everyone missed it, including the examiners, right? What do you think, what do you look for as examiners when you're looking for risk culture? And the first thing they all said was self-identified issues, an environment where people can actually identify an issue and have it go through some kind of process. So to your point, maybe that's one thing that we can all think about.
Hey, Susan, can I just make a point
Please.
on that? I think,
Yeah.
you know, and being very familiar with those two regulatory authorities.
I know,
very
they're in
familiar.
your California state.
So clearly you must have heard this before. But, you know, I think the other thing I'd bring on to that point is sort of strategic risk too. I think the other thing is another tough one is how do you get your arms around strategy risk? And I think as a third line of defense, it's important, first of all, that the stature of where the third line sits, who it reports to, and then are you in those meetings where they're discussing strategy of the firm. And we were actually talking about this as a group this morning during breakfast, but a big piece of that is, are your third line auditors, are your senior people in the meetings where the businesses are talking about strategy 1, 2, 3 years and where they're going? And do we have a voice at the table? Again, not as a voting member, but really to be challenging and asking the right questions around risk sort of management and risk remediation. And a big part of the conversations that you would see, at least in financial services regulation, is strategy risk. And so what is the third line doing, and how do you get your arm around that? So to the point made, a lot of that is not just going to be in those meetings. It's also walking the halls. It's having those ongoing relationships and then being able to figure out how that applies. Are you engaged in new product review processes? Do we actually say anything, or we sort of just sit back and wait? And I think that's how the regulators are also looking at culture risk from the third line view of how engaged and what sort of voice do we have in sort of at least being that voice at the table. And so I would just add that additional point as we're thinking about other items that influence that.
And Lance, if you could talk a little bit that from the technology perspective, because sitting at the table in kind of unknown chartered territories, right, that you are venturing into, and John, the same with you, if you could talk a little bit about that from a power perspective. But
Sure. So being engaged with our businesses and understanding what that technology roadmap looks like into the future allows us to plan better, allows us to strategize, to understand what our needs would be as an audit department. There's also the opportunity for consolidation within our company, and I'm sure a number of companies looking to reduce the physical footprint that we have in some of our data centers and some of our colos, and bringing that onto the cloud using services like Amazon, and being able to understand where do we need to make a change in our strategy. We don't, once again, I keep going back to being reactive versus proactive, but if we're gonna wait 3 years from now when we actually do certain migrations and then try and staff accordingly or have our plans and our audit plans address it that way, we're going to be too far behind to be able to have the right people in place. So having that seat at the table, once again, not as a voting member, but being able to listen in and understand the directions of the various leaders throughout, not just technology, but also on the business side as well, allows us to plan better.
And what about from a SunPower perspective?
Well, we've placed a huge amount of investment trying to address some of the IT risks throughout the organization, regardless of the point that you focus on. And we had the best experience, and it's a very positive experience, not one that everyone wants necessarily, but we were effectively resulting in a cyber attack from a ransomware standpoint. And while that was not a great thing to happen, it actually turned our company around in many aspects, and it provided operating expense budget to actually fill in the gaps in our IT infrastructure. We had like a 2003 Windows operating system on a server that we thought was not linked to anything else. And so there are ways to infiltrate the system. And so that was a very positive strategy, and it helped that. Secondarily, one thing that we're doing to build that into the organization is we have mock events probably once a quarter, and one for each of the primary business units that we have. And it's an infiltration that happened typically via email or something. And for example, the last Maki event, they followed the process through from the very beginning, from the technical piece, all the way through to the executive session piece. There were approximately 25 people involved in this mock incident, including C-suite personnel. And so when you do those in each part of the business, different questions come up every time. And it just helps us show that we're not quite ready or as strong as we thought we should be, even after going through all the changes we made in our infrastructure with an IT system.
That's an interesting recommendation. I think in the world of business continuity, it's not uncommon to perform tabletop exercises and kind of walk through the what-if scenario. But it sounds to me like SunPower has taken that to a much broader perspective to try to isolate areas where controls might be weak. Anyone else doing that kind of tabletop exercise for the purpose of the audit schedule and audit plan? No?
I mean, I can't say we are. Actually, I think that's a great idea, by the way. No, I think, more from a plan perspective, the only thing I'd add is that, we've really tried to sort of carve our plan into core and non-core activities. And I think what's happened over the last couple of years is what I would traditionally call core. So your cycle-based type audits where it's normally based on entities and risk. That's our business as usual, but there is a bigger percentage that's now being defined by non-core. So a lot of these elements, these strategic items, managing, monitoring projects, initiatives, major strategic enhancements, big technology changes, we need to be all over those. And we can't wait for the environment to be set to have a perspective on that. And so I think that's driving a lot. From an analytics standpoint, the part of my team, one of the things we've been doing is exploring options, where to take high-risk issues, and then applying analytics after it and potentially assessing impact, so beyond. And as, of course, also looking at monitoring activities that we can repeat, which is not a new idea, but monitoring activities that we can repeat to help drive changes to our audit plan. So it is truly much more dynamic. So I think, I don't think we're as progressive there. I think a lot of ours is just looking at how we can use analytics in a stronger way to help resonate better with our stakeholders and give more perspective as to what the impact has on our plan and then our stakeholders' plans.
Norman?
Yeah, I think analytics are tremendously useful to give insight into what the reality is. One of the conundrums we have is that internal auditors traditionally have gone and asked the executives, what keeps you up at night? What are you worrying about? And we do our risk assessment and risk identifications, understanding of strategy and the risk to it, through discussions with the executives. And yet, when we do our audits, the issues we find are where things are not run the way the executives believe they are being run. And so you talked about getting out, walking the talk, listening to other people. Tom Peters is famous for saying, maybe a mild exaggeration, that if you want to know what's really happening in an organization, ask the janitor. I've got my perhaps greatest insight from actually going out, listening to customers directly, talking to the people in the field, from the most junior to the warehouse supervisor, to actually understanding what is really going on, to understand what the true risks are, rather than necessarily what the executives believe they are. And somehow we've got to marry the top down and the bottoms up to come up with the right plan. And then also, as I think you mentioned, it's got to be more of a dynamic plan to auditing what are the risks of today, not necessarily the risk that used to be the ones to do in the past. And it's interesting, I wrote this weekend about this new survey from the MIS Training Institute that said that less than, I think, 40% of organizations are actually building into their plan the strategic risks, the issues, the challenges that could cause the company to fail. Instead, they're looking at traditional core activities, compliance, financial reporting, rather than looking at turnover among key employees, innovation flow, the deterioration in gross margin, that kind of thing, which could lead to issues. And I think that this is a challenge. This is a huge challenge to actually understand what those are and to have the confidence that we can actually have the staff to address them But I think that is the future for internal audit, is to start addressing those issues so that the things that we talk about in our audit reports become the topic of a board-level conversation rather than simply an audit committee presentation.
So with the speed of change and the disruption that we talked about yesterday, how often do you actually update your audit plan? Lance, what's the process for creating, presenting, updating at Bankrate, and how do you see that even perhaps changing as time progresses?
So the immediate answer to that is continually. We're continually updating our audit plan. And Vince was talking about the performance of risk assessments. And when I started with Bankrate, things were very distributed. We have a number of subsidiaries. People kept their information in spreadsheets. It was very difficult to come up with what that audit plan should look like, where those true risks are, even though we've defined it. What we've done is centralize what those risks are. We've taken our controls. We've come up with that strategy and what those risks are across the company. It now allows us to go with that approach of being more, continuous in our audit and our various continuous monitoring, we'll call it, which is continual auditing versus having a annual audit cycle, whether that's every 2 to 3 years. I think that if you take that traditional approach of just a 3-year audit cycle and then reassessing your risk, you might capture things, but there's things that are completely changing. Getting specific in technology, if you would take the same change management approach, it's not going to work. Things are moving from a more, obviously, waterfall to an agile development methodology. If you take your approach and say, hey, this is what we've done in the past, let's just apply it now, that's not going to work. You have to be more dynamic, and you have to do that with your audit plan as well.
And so does that mean presenting it back to the board, to the audit committee on a regular basis, or what's just the logistics around that?
Sure. So at Bankrate, we have we'll have a quarterly meeting with our audit committee as well as with the board of directors where we're presenting our plan. We have a plan up front that we present at the beginning of the year, but obviously it's always caveated, it's subject to change. And we'll change it based on, hey, we see a new risk here, or it was also discussed, I keep going back to that board panel, if there's a hot topic, we'll work that in. We budget hours so we can do something if it comes up on the side that we don't want to say, oh, we can't look at that because we didn't plan accordingly. We'll build that in because we assume that there will be something, but this is on a quarterly basis we present it to the board.
What about you, John? What's the plan?
Susan, we have no annual audit plan. We modify it quarterly. It's so fluid. In fact, it's really difficult to separate our ERM function from our internal audit function. That raises a lot of questions, in a lot of groups anyway, but with more limited resources, we're able to look into the future versus historically in our audit if we link the two together. Our ERM program is not just about the short-term risks. We incorporate a long-term element out to 5 years. So it's a blended risk register. And so about the only time that we focus on auditing anything on the top 10 or top 25 register would be when the audit committee feels that the risk is not progressing as fast as they like. And so we will do more of a deep dive audit from that perspective, and we'll know that a quarter in advance. Any other audit that we do is very specifically a very special project that surfaces that no one really expected, or there's a pocket that we need to look at very specifically. And so we never are short, unfortunately, on areas to look at, but it keeps it very fluid, and we get the audit committee approval every quarter in advance.
And Vince, what about a large global company like yours? Is it a little more structured or not?
Yeah, so I tend to think of it as how are we managing risk. So we have, being highly regulated, we have to have, I would love to have a zero, just do whatever, that'd be great, honestly, by the way. But because I think what happens is you end up having to, on a cyclical basis, we have sort of a 4-year cycle with 4 risk ratings, which means the core activities we've got to look at on that basis. But I tend to think that what we've done is we've created good sound processes, tools, and techniques so that we can manage risk around our plan and also how we come at items. So, as I was saying earlier, it's that core concept versus that non-core. And so I think a really key component, though, is do you have techniques such as real monitoring activities that are tools or levers that you can pull on when events trigger, that you can make adjustments to your plan in a nimble fashion. Now, to your point, Clearly, we have committees and boards and global sort of requirements for us to be able to make those changes, but I think it's about being able to very clearly articulate with our stakeholder and the audit committee and the board sort of those tools and levers we can pull, and then be able to explain the rationalization for the risks we may or may not be taking and why we could be comfortable with that. On the other hand is, do we have those monitoring activities if something were to pop and we had it on a risk that we can pull it back in quickly enough to allow us to engage and mobilize? And I think that's the balance that we try to sort of hold between what we do. And I feel that at the end of the day, we are trying to manage as best to the risks as we can. So it is that, and then I think on top of that, it's being able to engage with our stakeholders. You've got to be able to get out there and be meeting with your quote-unquote audit clients. So when these happen, they don't sort of go, oh, wait a minute, that wasn't on the plan, or hey, you're scope creeping, or hey, it's like, yes, we're focused on risk, guys, and this is ultimately something that we've got to be able to really get out there and advocate, influence, and really sell.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is a very positive trend, and I personally am very encouraged to hear the three other people here with Susan all talking about what Richard Chambers and myself talk about, auditing at the speed of risk. Because risk doesn't wait for your quarterly or annual plan update to change. And we need to be auditing what matters now. And I'm seeing a trend over time so that the idea of an annual plan which never gets changed is sort of fading.
Mm-hmm.
You're still getting 30-40% of organizations still doing that globally.
Mm-hmm.
But more and more you're seeing organizations which have recognized that you need to have much more, and I like the idea of, John, you used the word fluid, a fluid audit plan. That I think has a great, presents a great picture. I like personally the idea of a rolling audit plan where you have more certainty over the near term than you do the longer term, but you're always updating it, and so you don't necessarily bind yourself to this massive annual investment in risk assessment, which really you need to try and spread over the whole year. And analytics is one way to do that.
Just a point on that, I think, just from a more practical stance, so that we know, I'm not speaking just theory here. I think part of that is, we still have to go through a structured annual audit plan approach and sort of present that. But I think it's also educating our audit committee to understand, and also for us, our regulators, that we will basically meet both mandates. There is an absolute expectation, certain things we have to cover. It's not negotiable, but it's getting them comfortable over how we manage those other risks, and that the plan has to be sort of fluid if you want us to be engaging in the right areas of where we think are the biggest risks to the firm. But practically, that also means you may be thinking about, what else other than the audit report are you using as mechanisms to deliver your messages? So do you have other communication mechanisms to get your message out there? And so what we've really tried to do is we've instituted formal memos. So for monitoring activity, it's less intrusive, it's less we have to go through and trying to clear a report and get it out the door, and even just formal monthly updates. So, I think to the point is you have to think about, and that's for our institution that works well, it's what works well for your institution to try and get them over the hump of just an audit report where it takes all that effort to get out the door, and we may have just missed the window of opportunity to get our message out there because we use this formal report that everybody's used to. So we've used different tools, I call them tools in the toolbox, that we can then utilize and get our messages out there quicker. And sometimes we're not there to render a control environment opinion. We're there to actually give observations around what we see in advance. And that's something our stakeholders and even the CEO really looks for from the third line.
Do these memos go to the board in the board package of audit reports, much like a formal audit report would, or is this outside of that?
Yeah, so one of the things we do, and our regulators actually love it, it's a huge administrative burden, is we meet, myself and the chief audit executive, we meet with the audit committee chair every 2 weeks. So we're giving him pulse update views of what we're seeing. We're not inundating him with every report. I mean, we issue, over 250, type reports a year. But those memos, we've gone from sort of less formal to more formality, and then declaring them on the plan, and with the understanding that there's more fluidity and expectation they move. But it also helps, our regulators and stakeholders get a perspective that you should expect these quicker turnarounds on these different areas where we're monitoring major change initiatives, major projects, or other items, and you should expect a perspective coming clear. So we do. And in fact, they have a really big benefit in strengthening our position. And, you know, even if they don't like the message, it's now on record, right, that we have something formal out there, and we didn't have to do it by issuing an audit opinion where then it gets dicey and you get into practices and all the types of things that become challenging for you to get an official audit report out the door. So even that, even issuing issues outside of a normal audit, but you've got to have, again, you got to have practices, formalities, and procedures to sort of stand behind that. But I think it's been an important tool that we've added that has had a very positive view from all the stakeholders we're working with.
One of the comments that all of you made was the rate of change and how you need to react to that. What about the people side of it? I mean, with a lot of change, whether it's technology, et cetera, how do you staff? How do you get the right skills in your audit organization in order to execute this plan? And why don't we start Lance with you, and then John, if you could join that. Lance?
Sure. So when determining the staffing requirements that we need, specifically at Bankrate, is understanding what that initial plan looks like and what that body of work looks like. Fortunately, we have a smaller department at Bankrate. I'm sure, Vince, you know, you have the large organization and can speak to that. So we have minimal opportunities really to hire. So it's making sure that we have those right people in place. Does that mean you want someone, you know, the inch wide, mile deep, who's able to talk to one specific subject? I don't think so. What I look for is somebody who's able to, you know, have that knowledge, who's able to add value, right? Within our organization, we want to build those relationships. If somebody is going to get information, that they're able to digest that information and then, you know, take that and carry that forward. We don't have specialists at Bankrate. We have, I would say, generalists who are becoming specialists within the subjects that they have based on the size of our department. We don't have the opportunity to have a specific data analytics individual. In the events that we were doing some, you know, advanced data analytic work, we could bring in a third party. We have that within our budget, and we put that on the side. So making sure that we have the right people. I wouldn't put someone on my staff on a job which I didn't think that they were capable of performing. If I had to outsource that, I would. Once again, though, it's more beneficial for us, where possible, to keep things in-house to enhance our knowledge and carry that forward. But if the opportunity exists for using an outsourced service, we would definitely explore that.
And John, you mentioned the tight relationship between ERM and audit. So how do you bring that skill set into it?
Well, I have a longer list of things that did not work well.
Okay.
But, you know, we've really had most success at this point in our organization of having the rotation program with the finance and business. And we have new grads from certain educational institutions, and they serve 8-month stints in each of 3 different functions, and they rotate through that. And we always keep feeding that line every year. And so we're doing 2 things there. I mean, we're certainly bringing in people that are fresh, that are new, that are energetic, that are very current, and they just want to work, and they're so good at that, and they want to learn, and so they love to go from department to department, and they can bring that with them. And there's so many commonalities when they get to the audit department. Gosh, I knew about that when I was in Treasury, and did you know? And so that's a very positive thing that we had. And, you know, I'm a baby boomer, so the other thing that I've learned, and it's been difficult, is that when you look at a resume, you know, if someone has moved every year or 2, it used to kind of drive me nuts. So I wanted someone that's stable, that could grow within their company, and I could depend on them for, you know, 3 or 4 or 5 years. But, you know, that's gone. I mean, that's gone. And so it took me a while to learn that, you know, put the expectations where the market is and the type of candidates that you have. I really feel that's what is very specifically helped us bring the talent in we need, both from an audit, IT, and ERM standpoint.
Okay, great. Norman?
Each of the companies where I served as head of internal audit were quite dynamic. And so, for example, one grew from 2 billion to 28 billion in revenue with a lot of acquisitions and a lot of changes in their business model. And I looked for, I also didn't have a lot of bandwidth to hire all these experts, but I hired people who are experts in thinking, people who are able to rely upon their intellect, rely upon their gray space, if you like, and really think about what they were seeing in a new environment, recognizing what worked in the past may not be the right thing to do in the future. And you then have to look at your audit plan and say, now how many of these do I need? Versus how many people do I need who will just follow an audit program? Because if people who are straight out of school may be very good at following an audit program, but they're not necessarily good at not only thinking, but trusting their own thinking. And I think you do need to reflect upon what kind of staffing, what kind of experience level, what kind of structure you want within your audit department in that highly dynamic, disruptive environment. I found that I needed people with an average experience of 15 years to be able to handle this environment. Because almost every audit we did was different.
What about, what's the resume look like for the person joining audit?
I mean, we just went through probably a major transformation in our audit function over the last 2-3 years. And primarily part of that is because we've become a holding company and sort of now have a bigger bullseye on our back as a financial institution. So it's really changed. We went from being sort of a regional bank with a number of subsidiaries broken up to now we are one sort of full-service organization that is now considered to be a large bank and has different expectations. So now the talent and what you need has completely morphed. So in a lot of cases, though, I think it is dependent upon sort of what the strength of your other lines of defense are, right? So I think in an environment where you have a very strong second line and or first line functions managing the risk and controls, I think what you would recruit for in the third line may change compared to where there may be much more reliance on the third line to pick up second line type oversight or challenge activities, and therefore I think your third line may need more. To the point made by Norman, I would say, you know, in our environment, we've needed people who are a little bit heavier experience because we're dealing with a major transformation across our institution. But it's really important that we build up more of that junior talent, sort of those analyst associate levels, who then are much more fungible, right? In a larger function, we're sort of set up by stripes of disciplines, which is good and bad because you're sort of putting people into a stripe where they're responsible for as an expert. But on the other hand, what you don't want to do is pigeonhole a lot of your junior people into positions where that's all they do. And so it's sort of finding the right balance of hiring people who are talented and can come through the ranks. And I agree, people that can think and are willing to go out there and just, you know, research and understand and challenge versus obviously you need to couple that with people who actually have experience. So they're out there, you know, delivering on our mandate. So I don't think it's a simple answer, and I think we're constantly challenged to reassess our model. And when people rotate out of the audit function, whether it's organically or non-organically, I think every time that happens, we have to step back and sort of assess, okay, so what are we looking for this time? Because that person may have been filling a certain void versus what we need now going forward. So I think it's a conversation that you should be having very actively within your own team to really think about what's needed next based on the environment, what's changing.
Now, Vince mentioned the relationship that you have with your audit committee. Maybe we could just tell us a little bit, Lance, about the relationship between your audit organization and the board. Is that changing? What does that look like?
So we're very engaged, and there's always that dotted line between the head of audit to that audit committee. But I think currently we've been exploring how we could have even more communication with our audit committee, but also internally as an organization. How do things that we're seeing within our organization bubble up? I think there's been an issue in the past, maybe some of you experienced it as well, where there's noise that's going to the audit committee where it's not necessarily focused and you're bringing certain things to their attention. It might not be at the right level. I think the message that we're trying to give to the audit committee in addition to those quarterly meetings, if there's something that comes to our attention, if there's something that we're seeing, if someone, is acting in a way that is suspicious to us, we'll raise that to the audit chair directly and just say, here's what we're observing. While we don't want to raise, too much noise around certain things, we'll try and obviously substantiate everything that we have. If there's something significant, we will go right away to the audit committee and the audit chair to let them know. We're not trying to, solve things and then things will just, come up in a quarterly report. That's not the right way, at least in our approach, to bring them into the situation. So we do like to have those active lines of communication, and, most companies have hotlines as well. So if there is something that would come up, we make that number very available, very prominent on our internal website, as well as throughout the company. There's the New York Police Department has the motto, if you see something, say something, and we follow that within our internal audit department as well, and that's for everybody. If you see something, say something, let us know, we'll investigate it, and there's no repercussions or really following through on that one.
John, what about your relationship with the audit committee?
Well, the audit committee has not changed, I guess, dramatically over the last 2 or 3 years. I have noticed that I visit with them mid-quarter, and I know what's on their mind, and it's always typically pretty short term of what's on their mind. A lot of activities happening with the business during a given quarter, and so from that perspective, we talk about that, and we make sure and see where it's embedded in the risk profiles. And in the audit committee presentations or meetings themselves, they probably spend maybe 60 to 70% of the time is devoted to the risk profile and the risk register. I mean, they live and breathe by that. And then they just make sure that we kind of are able to fold the audit program and support into that, and that we're covering some of the key elements that they want. So the level of conversation has increased, and it's more about things that are happening closer today.
Okay.
More vocal than normal.
So I want to give everyone in the audience an opportunity to pose a question. If you have one, does anyone? Yes, Val Smith, Johnson & Johnson.
Thank you all very much, first of all. Just a quick question. Are any of you actually auditing your ERM program? From a standpoint of third line of defense, and that was something that was, operational. Yeah. Is anyone actually doing an audit of that, of the governance and the oversight?
Yeah, I think that's required under heightened standards for the OCC.
So there you go, yeah. So there the
in
answer
financial
is,
institutions, but I don't know if you want to say anything more. That's
no, I was just going to say in financial services, there is a requirement. The OCC has a heightened standards program of all the different elements that make up drawing a conclusion on how the bank meets those standards, and one of them is explicitly on ERM, which is really, though, a aggregation also of a number of other things. So it's not just ERM, it's that plus the other things that we're doing around that to formulate a conclusion on that. So fortunately or unfortunately, we're actually required to do that. And I think it actually is a really good audit because it does force a certain level of conversation that gets right at the heart out of a lot of the bigger risks and challenges the institution faces. So that was an easy one for us.
I'm wondering though, in terms of, what institutions have, let's say, had deficiencies when it comes to the ERM reviews? I wonder if Wells Fargo, just, calling out what's happened recently in the news, what did that ERM review look like? Was there anything that came out of there? And, I don't know if anyone has insight into that, but it would be surprising. I know at one of my prior financial services firms where we completed that as well, there was nothing there. Thankfully, they haven't been in the news. But I wonder if they're getting that deep enough to identify certain things within those reports. And obviously, like I mentioned, Wells Fargo being that one, what did that report look like at the end of the day?
I think there's a risk when you're in an organization that big, and I guess I'd like to hear some comments on that, about the level of granularity that flows up to the executive committees and what gets by the CEO and what gets to the board. And I think that, Norman, that was a point that you made earlier about, some of that tug between, the independence of audit and the CEO who might be kind of pushing before data gets there. That's a struggle on him.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit just before coming back to that, to this topic of auditing risk management, because there's different ways of doing it. You can do a compliance audit with policy and the framework, or you can actually audit it the same way as you would any other business function, which is it meeting the needs of the organization? And the traditional risk management function does not meet the needs of the organization in terms of helping them take the right risks and make the right decisions. So I think if you audit against that standard, and just to quote a Deloitte study, they asked executives, do you feel confident that your risk management is helping you to set and then execute on strategy? And only 28% of these executives said, yes, it is, absolutely. And I think that is pointing to the fact that when risk management is about producing a list of risks, however good they are, it's just a list of risks, and that is not helping the company succeed. It is helping the company avoid failure. It's what Jim Deloach of Protiviti calls enterprise list management. So I think if you're going to audit risk management, let's audit it as a business activity, not just the department risk management, but the management of risk across the organization. And is this being done in the right way to enable better decisions? Now, in terms of the influence of the executives, I think the recent studies have demonstrated what we all know, which is that every CAE, at some point or another, maybe some more than others, are subject to influence, shall we say, or attempts to influence the work we do. And I think that strikes to our integrity, our bravery to be able to stand up to that and still continue. The other thing in terms of the level of influence, level of communication, because there are a lot of themes in your question, this isn't. I think a lot of internal auditors communicate, and I write about this. We communicate what we want to say instead of what our stakeholders need to know. And I think if we can put ourselves in the shoes of the audit committee who want to be able to sleep through the night knowing that the controls and the management of risk are okay, if we put ourselves in the position of the CEO and CFO, what is it they need to know from us? What insights can we share? And I love your idea of getting fast information flow to them. But what is it that we can share with them that will help them be successful in their job? And look at the communications from their perspective rather than our traditional one. The audit report, which incidentally is not required by IAA standards. Instead, it says we need to communicate. But how can we best communicate in order to drive value and deliver value for them?
That's a good point, Norman. Thank you for that. Any other questions? Yes, right up here in the front.
Hi, I'm Cindy from Tradica Corporation. My question is related to something that Norman said earlier. Oftentimes, what we're auditing is not really what, keeps our CEO, CFO up at night. So I'd like to know from the panel members, any sort of, specific project experience you had when you were able to actually kind of, perform a project review that really could address what, keeps your CEO up at night. Thank you.
I don't know that it's explicitly a project or something we would do on the CEO's behalf. I think clearly, to me, it's more about what are the type of communication protocols or methods and manners in which you're delivering the messages to help the CEO or those stakeholders connect the dots. See, in a lot of cases, I find that it's not so much about the one-offs where he or she wants a perspective. It's how do you connect the dots of all this information that's being thrown my way to help to the point being made of, so what? So what should I be thinking about that? And I think that's where, if you look at the definition around the audit function as a trusted advisor, that's where where I see and where we see ourselves playing the best role. That doesn't mean, obviously, there aren't times when a CEO may say, or for us, we also have a stakeholder in Tokyo, may say, we'd really like you to take a look at this. And I think we just have to balance that out to make sure we're not playing an advisory function versus an independent third line. But again, I always look back as we play a trusted advisor. We need to be able, and we're probably one of the most unique and probably best suited organizations in any organization to connect those dots because we see everything. So to the point, if you can't figure out how to tell your executive what that means, and ultimately, I really use the word risk reduction, how you're going to reduce risk, I think you've missed the mark as an audit function and you're probably not that effective. So I don't know if that quite answers it, but I come at it just from a very different angle. It's not just about that one, it's about how do we come at it from that angle and understanding that end goal.
I think there was another question at this table as well. Is the microphone still here? Yeah. There we go. And then we'll get Kurt to you.
Building on the last question, but this time it's the audit committee expectation. How do you exactly know the feedback? Is there a structured way to obtain feedback from them, or are we expected to know everything and we like asking questions that we already know the answer? So how is it? How does that work in your organization?
And you're referring to when the auditor goes to the auditee or to
the audit committee, like
the
how
audit
do we gauge that we are meeting their expectation? Is there a structured way of getting their feedback? Performance evaluation, for example, or your audit program, for example.
Great. Norman?
So I was struck many years ago as an early entrance into being a CAE. I asked my audit committee chairman, how am I doing? And he said, it's helping me sleep through the night. And what that tells me is that, and this is what I did afterwards, which is, am I helping you fulfill your mission of providing effective governance and oversight? Am I helping you? What do you need from me? What do you need from the organization as a whole that I can facilitate in terms of your meeting your oversight requirements? What information, what activities, and so on. And if I could get an answer to that and then meet that, I felt that I was doing the right job.
Thank you. Kurt, did you have a question?
Takes a second. Okay, that's better. Thank you, Kurt Reindl with MetricStream. I'm not actually an audit practitioner, but I have a question that intrigued me around, you were talking about readiness assessments and maturity assessments and how you get a seat at the table, early on in the process. So can you talk a little bit about how you either are or envision doing that from an execution standpoint? Is that going to be, through dialogue at the third line, or are you going to be doing some kind of a survey? I'm just kind of curious how you envision that taking place.
Sure. So as part of, specifically within Bankrate, where we have our annual IT planning sessions and also on the regular planning session side, that's something that we talk about. What does the IT profile currently look like? What does the IT profile look like for the next 6 months? And then the long term in terms of, longer than 6 months. So taking to that account, we also, keep track of what systems are potentially there. Things might be there, things might not be there, but we continually ask those questions. And we have good relationships with the technology heads, and I meet with them, I wouldn't even say it's more frequently than quarterly, not monthly, somewhere between monthly and quarterly, to ask them for updates on the status of their projects. We also have access to their Confluence sites, to their Jira sites for the projects that they're working on currently in development, and have real-time views in terms of their various RAG statuses on those projects that they're working on. So we stay engaged through questions, but also on the side, making sure that we're plugged in to the various project lines. So we have full transparency. That's something that at some of my other companies we didn't have, right? We would have to ask for the questions. We'd have to ask them to provide us with the reports. I think it's extremely beneficial to be able to obviously read-only access into some of those, but be able to have access to the various projects so we could see what's trending and we could, understand what that footprint will look like in the immediate term as well as the long term.
Well, I think we've hit our time frame. Thank you all for your questions, and thank you, John and Vince and Norman and Lance, for such great insights that you've shared from so many perspectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now break for lunch. Lunch is served at the Potomac C and D ballrooms, and our next set of sessions will begin at 1:30. During lunch, we have a vendor theater by our partners at Hypergrid, and that would be at 1:10 p.m.
Welcome. I'd like to welcome everyone for the integrated GRC study on market access. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the market access team that's here today. They've been a client of ours for the last 2 years, since 2015, and it's truly a role model for a scenario of going ahead with an integrated GRC story, application by application, truly using the core platform. So for market access today, we have Joseph Mongs, who's the head of audit and chief risk officer for market access, with about 2 decades of experience in operational risk and audit. We also have his team members, Parul and Mandar, who are joining us here today, who are really the stars behind the show under Joseph's leadership. And Mandar is the audit and risk manager at Market Access, and he comes with experience in advisory roles with KPMG in operational risk and audit. And then we also have Parul, who is the audit and risk analyst at Market Access, part of Joseph's team. And Parul has good background in the internal control testing and audit background on herself. So Market Access, I'll transfer the mic over to Joseph and his team, but Market Access is a leading electronic platform that provides global credit products based out of Manhattan in New York. So over to you, Joseph. Looking forward to hearing from you and about your journey.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can you hear me? Is this on? Let's see. I don't know if this is on. Okay. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I think it's working now. Yeah, just said, market access, I think we talked about it in a couple of other meetings, but we're an electronic platform for bond trading. It facilitates trading for securities firms and banks trading across the platform and hedge funds. It provides liquidity that you're not seeing as much in bonds, similar to equities. So it gives you that additional liquidity in the marketplace. Our competitors are Bloomberg and Tradeweb, and we're a global firm operating in North America, in EU, particularly UK, and Asia, building out, Singapore, Hong Kong, starting to go into Tokyo. So we're a global company, and so the types of risks we have to consider are, regulatory risk, risks related to a business called Open Trading, which provides credit risk to us because they can trade through us as intermediary with 3-day settlement. We have various operational risks and things of that nature. Market Access was founded by some senior management from JP Morgan as an incubator at JP Morgan. It was a management buyout. They took it private, and then later it became a public company. So the way we operate Market Access, it really has a very strong governance culture at the top. We have a board member from Goldman Sachs and other large institutions on the board. And then we have, senior management, as I mentioned, from, JP Morgan, other significant, financial institutions. Since our clients are large banks and securities companies and hedge funds, they're all heavily regulated. And so as a vendor, they expect us to have the same controls that they have to have, that they're regulated against. That kind of gives you a background of what we need to do as a company and kind of our vision. So we decided, strategically, to embark on a GRC tool, which we have started to do over the last 2 years. And we're going to go through, just to begin with, what that footprint is and what types of modules we have at Market Access.
So these are the modules of MetricStream we have implemented at Market Access. We started with operational risk management, which has matrix, ISM, and risk assessment. It was a fast track model from MetricStream. We track KRIs, KPIs, do some risk assessments, track some issues related to various modules, plus ad hoc issues related to our risk assessments and our audits. We also use the compliance module, which we use for SOX testing. We are in transition in implementing the vendor risk management with MetricStream. We are still working with them, and we have talks with them for IT security, IT GRC module this year.
Just to add on the operational risk management,
we have the metrics module that derives us a lot of value in terms of KRIs. A couple of years ago, when Joseph laid down the framework for tracking the operational risk, he used the OCC framework, categorized the KRIs into 10 different groups: strategic, financial, elements, operations, human resources, IT security, SDLC. So we collect a lot of data across all these risks, and the metrics module has helped us in terms of repository, as well as to build dashboards to give us meaningful information for the KRI data that we collect, and that kind of feeds into the enterprise risk exercise as well that we conduct annually. So definitely improved capabilities for us when we started using the metrics module. And to add to what Parul just mentioned, outside of these applications, we also have Tableau, which is connected to MetricStream, and it live feed from MetricStream into Tableau to further slice and dice the data. Just being the small size of our team, we haven't been able to get as much value out of it, but that's our next goal, to utilize it to add value for our board members or senior management by using further slicing and dicing of data that Tableau can provide us. And I believe, I cannot really see, but it's IT GRC is scheduled for implementation. We don't have that yet.
All right. Yeah, moving on to the strategic framework that we have. As was discussed earlier, we have a very well-developed board structure at Market Access. As the Chief Audit and Risk Officer, I'm involved with the Board Audit Committee and the Board Risk Committee, as well as we have a larger board. And these meetings take place quarterly. So there's various things that we will surface to the board in terms of KRIs. We have a risk dashboard with 10 specific categories of operational risk and KRIs underneath them, things like settlement risk, credit risk, regulatory risk, strategic risk, IT security, infrastructure, SDLC, BCP, all that type of information. All that's discussed quarterly with our boards, and we also have management executive committees as well, where I have those discussions with them, in addition to outside of the board meetings. So we have this really, well-developed, governance cadence that exists. So that kind of takes you to, the right-hand side of this page at the top, where we talked about those various requirements that we have. Now, before we implemented the GRC tool, we did all of this, through Excel and PowerPoint and these types of Microsoft products, like most companies. But we thought, and I think it was right, it made sense, to develop this more holistically, a GRC tool that connects, with management, where we can archive all this data. We just mentioned earlier, we have the KRIs, we have SOX, we have audit, we have issues management, we have ways of identifying, when things are delayed in terms of actions, and it's good for our tracking and reporting. So when you look at this diagram, you can see the business strategy, key business risks, strategic, operational, financial compliance, the various risk control activities that we do. We have risk assessments. We do an enterprise risk management assessment that we had initially used Excel to do that. We're moving now over to the risk module to complete that. And we cover all the key risks of the company. It helps us to identify audit plan, the risk plan, as well as areas we want to focus on for special projects and things of that nature. And then you have the operational and business units, as is shown here, accounting, human resources, and so forth, and the various reports that we're doing, management assurance functions that we do as well for internal audit, because we actually manage both functions in one department, but I report independently to the board, and I think it's complementary in how it works, because the risk assessments do support the audits that we do, and we cover SOX as well. So all of that, kind of connects together. We have external audit, that very much depends on all of these controls and what we do here. And it links into the line of defense, the first, second, and third, and the oversight that we have. And then the various components we just talked about that, support all this. But the benefit that I see, other than using, the Microsoft, software products, is it makes it more holistic. We have very well-developed KRI dashboards in version 6, which are now, will be more available in version 7 and M7, but they were not before. And some of that we did was sort of a pilot and support for sort of a idea, incubator for version 7. I think some of that's been adopted based on what we had prepared. And I want to give credit to the MetricStream team, many of which are out here that worked on this with us, including Paul Carlson, who's now with PwC, who was in the very early stages, thank you, and the rest of his team there, and Adisha, who's been working with us for 2 years on this. It's been really well developed. We have 120 KRIs, in the KRI, metrics module. We have various dashboards under each category, and this is available to our board of directors and our senior management to see this. And eventually we'll have it on mobile devices with M7, which we're looking forward to. We can, make everyone go crazy, right? By have it on their iPhone. That's the goal. But anyway, I think it's working, and I think it's been a good effort. I want to go to that one where we have just the trend line. on page 9. Yeah, I just want to discuss this for a minute about the trend line, because there's a lot of questions that have come up, at lunch in different times. People have asked me, how did you implement this? How did you get buy-in with management? Those are all very good questions, because when I first looked at doing a GRC tool, I looked at different providers, and we did some due diligence, of course. And, some of the management at our company who hadn't used these tools before, said, why can't you just do that in Excel and PowerPoint and, Microsoft Access? Why do you have to have this kind of a tool? What's the point? Because, you can just do all that stuff. Everybody else uses Excel. Traders use Excel. Why do you have to do that? So we had to make the argument that, like I said, this is more holistic. You can archive data. You can have the risk libraries to link, cause and effect. You can, track issues management better. So that was the argument we made with them, and we demonstrated some of these tools to do that. When we decided to implement it, we realized, within our company, it's important to have value right away. Very, sort of short-term expectation on value. It's not a big company, only 400 members. And, it's a growth company, and they've done, quite well in this type of thing. And so they expect, action and quick value, or just don't do it. And they're quick to change. So if they don't like something, they'll move on to something else. It's a very common event that happens in my company. So we decided to fast-track certain modules that we thought we could manage well. And the reason why I say that is because we were doing it already in terms of KRIs on Excel and PowerPoint. We had all that detail. We knew we wanted. We had a very clear plan. We had it all defined. And like I mentioned before, in some other meetings, we've used OCC guidance to sort of build a framework around this, have these 10 categories, have KRIs underneath them. And it was all working pretty well. We have a dashboard and this type of thing. So we did all of this outside of the tool already. But we definitely wanted this because it provides bandwidth. It was taking an incredible amount of time to do all this work, manually. So when we then switched over to this fast-tracked approach with metrics, we knew exactly what was needed. We put it in the tool. And one thing I would just say, though, as we did that, we actually learned some new things, and we actually expanded the number of KRIs that we track, which was useful for us. In addition to that, we do have the SOX requirement annually. We need to do it. There's no choice. We're a public company. So we knew that was important. So that was a priority. And so we also made SOX, the next one that we did quickly, and we were doing it all in Excel spreadsheets on shared drive, that type of thing. So we had the data. We had the approach to methodology, just a matter of switching it over, which we did. And then issues management is a part of the operational risk package, is a part of metrics. It was a good fit. It made sense. So those are the 3 that we really fast-tracked, and we did that in 3 months. And we were able to go out to management and show them this is really working, adding value. And the other point I would make is that when you implement MetricStream, the thing I like about it, particularly, it has a lot of bandwidth. So you have a lot of options and choices. At the very top of those choices, you can have APIs getting data directly from systems. All the members of your company could have access to this tool. You could have permissioning rights around what they should have access to, and these types of things. But we decided, let's start smaller and be more agile and just do it more in a simple way. And let's do it within the risk and audit department and let's control it. And so by doing that, we had KRI owners, we got the data from them, we were able to upload it into the system fairly easily, through a process that they have. And we're managing all the data, and there's no issues on data. It's easier for us to administer, the system. And so that's what we did. And now we're going to start to take the next step and consider certain cases where we'll have APIs and things of that sort. But I think it makes sense to sort of start small and then have the value proposition and then show management these charts and graphs, and this is the value of this tool, and this is what you get. So for them, it's seamless. All they're seeing is the value that comes out of it, not the work that goes into it. And then you can make it even more efficient over time. That's the approach that we took. And then we also added some additional things, like Tableau, which goes across all of the tools that we have, all the modules. We do advanced reporting, which I use for board reports. Very good, particularly for issues management, has bubble charts, has state-of-the-art, graphics, which really resonate well with the board. And then vendor risk management, which is very topical, third-party dependencies. We are in the middle of implementing that. We've done some of it, we're doing more. We do have these questionnaires that go out, the SIGs that go out to the vendors for IT security, BCP controls. And we do risk assessments around it. And then we have our internal audits now in a tool already implemented, which gives you the audit universe and kind of connects everything. And the next thing is IT GRC that we're doing. But I think all of this, for me and the group, has a lot of upside as we get into M7. It becomes more efficient. And I'm really excited that it's going to be on, iPad, iPhone, because that way I go into a meeting, I just show them this is what we're doing. Here's, when I first did this work on Excel, somebody would come to me at the worst possible time when I'm really busy on something and ask me, so what was the settlement trends for the last 3 years? Can you just tell me, how many fails we had, monthly for the last 3 years? I said, yeah, sure. Give me, an hour, so I can pull it all together and I'll get something out to you. And then they kind of just look at you funny. But this, I could just say, yeah, sure, here it is. I have that chart. We do. We have that chart. It's already, we have it, exists. Show it to you right now. It's on my iPhone. Here it is. That's it. This is how it was bad before. It's getting better now. That's where we're heading. We're very close to get to there. Very happy about that. The next thing I would just like to cover, a bit more briefly is just some of the key benefits. Some of them I mentioned already. And this is something that I'm hearing a lot from our board, and particularly the board risk committee. They're asking us to look more at risk appetite, think about, how the risk group can add value for making better decisions, how we make the risks more transparent, and things of this nature. And if they asked me that 4 years ago, I'd be, probably working for the next, 6 weekends to try to figure that all out. I feel like I'm in pretty good shape because I have all of this, the components of all this already, in this tool with the KRIs and thresholds and things of this sort, and the definitions of the risk management dashboard. And I've had discussions with a number of peers and with the MetricStream management team about risk appetite. And the wheels are already turning on this. And I think that we'll be in a position where we'll have some really good reports for them in July in terms of sort of, some ideas and methodology around this. And so it's not going to just be, I can just, write a risk appetite statement on the bus, tonight or something on that, we're not going to take a lot of risks, that we're, sort of mindful, conservative, and things like that. But it's more meaningful. It's going to, go down into all the different categories, what we do as a business, and, how it links together, how much credit risk we would take against different types of counterparties, how much settlement risk, what kind of bonds we would trade in that, would introduce greater settlement risk. It's going to get down really granular and then come up. So it's like a triangle going up to the risk appetite. So I'm pretty excited about that. So those are the kind of benefits that we have, and it's better for making decisions and getting the management team engaged on what we're trying to do as a company. The next point is improved performance and gaining efficiencies. And we're seeing that, with this tool going across for, KPIs, KRIs, and so we can do more on KPIs. We've spent a lot of time on KRIs, but we do have some KPIs like for auditing and accounting, but there's more opportunities there that we can do. And then the reporting and governance optimization, that's definitely, very helpful because I really want things to be more transparent. It makes the job much more interesting and more effective. And I think the management really resonates with that. And we've been doing that, and some of it's like Wizard of Oz type things, kind of behind the scenes, to make it seamless, but now it's going to become more interactive and real time, which we like.
For the key learnings and best practices, as you see, to build out a successful platform, we need a combination of right people, processes, and technology. So as Joseph spoke about, like getting senior management and the board buy-in on having this GRC platform while embarking on the journey about 2 years ago, that was crucial in helping us implement various modules in a short period of time. And next step was to specifically related to KRIs, get the buy-in from the department heads or business heads for collecting the data that we wanted as per the operational risk framework. So that was a key step in making sure that we have a quality data going into the system, so we have measurable and actionable KRIs coming out when we have these charts plotted or variances analyzed. As Joseph talked about KRIs, every month we have a reporting into senior management where we have a dashboard that goes out that covers month-over-month analysis for the key risk indicators. So it was crucial to get a buy-in from various departments to submit us the key risk indicators or the key performance indicators that we needed as a risk group to be effective in risk management. Then the next point about training the end user, we are still working on it as we socialize this platform outside of our risk department and get senior management board as well as the other departments on board. And as Joseph talked about, the next step when we move to M7 is to get the some of the functionality, whether it's dashboards or responding to surveys, available on the mobile devices. So we have more involvement from senior management. Role you want to add?
So as Mandar and Joseph mentioned about some of the benefits of MetricStream, I just wanted to add some of the points which we felt challenges implementing MetricStream tool or now using it for almost 1.5 years. Since our company is a small size company, it is not like a big financial institution. We find difficulty in the workflow process, which was complicated for us. We had some more additional meetings which might be delayed our process, our implementation process for MetricStream, but we had some difficulties in the workflow process. And training the end user, I think end user adoption is the ultimate goal. As if now only the risk and audit department is using MetricStream's tool, and we are slowly and steadily implementing it and introducing it to the other departments and other business owner to make it like a streamlined process, and every should have like a holistic view of the risk and control framework around the company.
Yeah, and to what Parul just mentioned in terms of challenges, I think other important item is to have a dedicated resources to manage the GRC tool on day-to-day basis, adding capabilities as our need changes. So you need to have the ability to adopt based on how your firm is growing and the nature of risk are changing, or the capabilities then that you want to build onto this platform. So it's kind of a additional effort required from the people who are going to be the users from risk department.
And I think after we did the fast track ones, when we started implementing VRM and audit module, I think we worked more on, before the implementation stage, working on getting the goal what we want and getting things, the workflow to be clear before starting implementing it. More talking with MetricStream on what is our goal was very important for us for the future tools at MetricStream.
I think we can open the platform at this point for any questions.
Thank you, guys.
Shai Perez, DTCC. You noted that you had some issues with the workflow, but you didn't say exactly what. What were some of the issues?
One of the example which comes on my mind is as our team is small and we don't have like a approval hierarchy. So in MetricStream tool, what we find when we started for every level, each level we had like an approver, level 1, level 2, level 3. But for us, it's a very small team. We didn't require that, and we were finding it difficulty to go on the next steps. So it was very difficult for us to see the holistic picture. So we did spend a lot of time on simplifying the workflow at the time of implementation.
And how has it been post the rectification of the workflows? You could add to that as well. That would be nice, Parul.
Now, I think because we spend so much time on the UAT and more simplified approach based on our company culture and how the team is here, it is more sophisticated, simplified, and we are now actually introducing it to the other departments as we are comfortable within our department. So it is very simplified than the other when we were just implementing it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to keep belaboring this workflow. I'm just wondering, did you eliminate the workflow requirement for approvals or eliminate the number of levels? So we're experiencing now for control changes, let's say, it requires at least a level 1 approval. We've had some noise in our organization that they're too busy to approve. And could we eliminate that requirement? And I've said no, but I'm just curious if you're able to expand on how you actually managed.
Sure. Yes, we did eliminate the workflows that were not required because it's not an audit group or risk group where we have more than 100 people sending the work requests back and forth. So it was efficient to have the workflow reduced. So that's where our challenges were. So initially, we started using out-of-box functionality because we didn't spend as much time on customization, and then we ran into hurdles where there were complicated workflow chains where we needed 4 or 5 people to approve something. So we don't have that bandwidth, and neither our department is as big as some of the other financial institutions might be. So we spent a lot of time eventually on customizing the workflows. And that's what one of the learning was, that when we encountered issues like this, when we implemented subsequent modules, we spent more time on the workflow and getting the capabilities right in the UAT stage before moving into production, so that we don't have to go backwards. Because it happened initially that we moved things into production and then realized certain things are not working as they should, or it's too complicated, or taking too much effort to go from point A to point B. So those were our learnings.
So maybe switch gears. Did you have a BI or a data warehouse team? And if you're giving some of those KPIs and metrics out to the organization, did you have any obstacles with those teams in sharing those KPIs, or was it pretty easy to do that? And then how did you integrate with Tableau?
Sorry, I didn't hear your question clearly. Can you just briefly state it?
No problem. So do you have a data warehouse team that provides maybe some of those back-end metrics? And if you do, were there any obstacles working with that team to get them in and then having you be the ones presenting them instead of them? And then how did that work with your integration with Tableau?
So it's kind of 2 parts to it. We don't have a data warehouse team. We do have an application that collects data. So we use an inbuilt application that collects data from or slices and dices data from a data warehouse. So that's one source of information for KRI's KPIs. The other source is the departments itself. on how they track their progress on the metrics they have defined for themselves. And one of the things Joseph mentioned initially was when we build these KRIs and KPIs, we have also built thresholds there. So these thresholds have been agreed upon with the departments. So as to give you an example, so for example, trade fails, like for 2-week fails, 5-week fails, what are the thresholds that these departments wants to track themselves against? Similar to for financial risk about day sales outstanding, or we use purging as our as a clearing agent. So what are the cost ratios for purging versus our revenue? So these financial metrics the thresholds for these financial metrics were agreed upon with the concerned department. So we collect data accordingly, and we track it, and we monitor these thresholds. And in our monthly reporting, they are reported to the senior management as well as to the board, I believe, in certain instances. And I think Joseph recently implemented a simple like a voting button on our emails as well, so that when these dashboards go out, people actually read through it and come up with questions. And we have started also including variance analysis, because we have all these data available. So we are including variance analysis 5%, 7% in our monthly reporting.
Yeah, and one point I would just add to that is that we consciously decided to assign KRI owners to all of the areas that we track. So for example, like IT security, there's an information security department at Market Access, and there's a set of KRIs that they track and provide to us. And we've discussed with them what we think those KRIs should be and come to agreement on it. The same is true for settlements. So there's a set of KRIs from settlements from the operations department. We discussed it with them. They provide us those KRIs. And that goes into our tool, but we control what goes in the tool, so we can control the data. In addition to that, we can do audits of this data. We can do risk assessments of the source of the data to make sure that it's valid, that it makes sense. But that's a good way for us to control what's going into the tool, which we've been doing. But like I said before, eventually, for example, for IT security, we could link APIs into systems that we have at Market Access and get the data directly, more like a data warehousing approach. We haven't done that yet because we felt that this is the right approach at this time, given the 10 categories we have, the 120 KRIs that we're tracking. It works well for us. We're happy with it. But eventually, we're going to start to go over with KPIs in some areas. Of course, when you get into the APIs, when you get into the APIs, the direct system link, there are some concerns about potential issues with sensitive data. We're in the cloud with MetricStream. We don't want to have sort of a pipe going into our systems with MetricStream. So we'd have to make sure that that's not the case. We had to make sure that it's a one-way flow of data, not two-way flow, things of this nature. It gets into other complications as a company that we had to consider. The way we have it right now, it's all, it's a Chinese wall. We control it. It's all managed by us, and it's been effective.
And second part of your question related to Tableau, we do have Tableau which connects and feeds all, which can MetricStream data. Sorry, the MetricStream data feeding into Tableau. We haven't utilized the Tableau reporting capabilities as much because our, at least from the KRI standpoint, our MetricStream module is very robust and sophisticated to get us the dashboards and the trend lines that we are looking for. And similarly, we have, I think we talked about customization before, that our ISM audit and even SOX module, we have customized dashboards that we use for reporting, especially ISM. We have used those issues, open, close, issues, owners, those dashboards consistently for the senior management reporting directly from MetricStream. So as a future state, we do want to make more use of Tableau. So that's on our to-do list.
Thanks.
This question is for Joseph. Joseph, how did you handle your data quality issue? I know you rely so much on data, given that I hear that you don't have a back-end data warehouse to support in reporting all your KPIs and KRIs?
The question is about data quality issues, and what was the second part of that?
You rely so much on, since you don't have a data warehouse to support as a backend, so how do you cleanse your data from a data quality standpoint?
How do you
Cleanse. It's not entirely accurate that we don't have a data warehouse. We have a data warehouse that collects our trading data, product level data, and we use an inbuilt or an in-house application to draw certain reports from this warehouse. So that's one source of our KRIs, KPIs data. And in addition to that, we have various departments providing us the performance and the risk indicators that we agreed with them along with the thresholds. So we monitor them against the thresholds they have established for their departments.
Yeah, one example, for settlement data, that comes from a settlement system that operations uses. So they have that system. So all this data is being created by various software systems outside of MetricStream. And we could link directly to those systems with an API, but we haven't done that yet. So the only distinction we've made is we're getting the KRIs from those different departments, and they're using those systems to provide the KRIs to us, and we're auditing those systems. So we know the quality of the data is good, but we just haven't linked directly to those systems at this stage. In some cases we will, in some cases we won't, case by case.
And to add to that, for example, investor services, they also have access to the data warehouse. They draw different reports. So we collect the strategic data from investor services. So that way our data source is same, and we can check against the data quality issues.
Yeah, but I think theoretically, I guess the comment is that, in an ideal state, the company has a data warehouse. And, before I worked at Market Access, I worked at Citigroup. And let's just say, just as for the sake of argument, a company has a data warehouse. All the data inputs go into this box. It's all clean. It's all organized. And then you can take the data out as you choose and like to. I've never seen it my entire career for 30 years. It doesn't exist at Citi, be frank about it. They have multiple products, multiple departments, multiple locations, 140 countries. The systems are not integrated, at all, period, and they aren't. And that's the reality. And so it tends to be that case. You have separate systems.
And at the end of the day, as a risk group, when you're running numbers, when you're populating dashboards or generating dashboards, you got to have the sanity check when I collect data for let's say, month of May, and I have a month of April, or for that matter, 13 months previous to that as a reference, there is always a sanity check for the data quality issues, because we have this holistic reporting across the 10 areas to our senior management. So that's additional check from the prior data that we have.
Yeah, the good thing about this tool, like we mentioned earlier, it's seamless to the board and senior management. So all they're seeing are the dashboards, the trends, the thresholds, the things that we're, showing through this tool, issues management, a pie chart, the number of, high, moderate, low-rated issues. Click on the pie for the high. You see all the details underneath. What risk assessments audit these came out of. What are the actions that are taking place? What are the dates of those actions? So it's all seamless to them. And then, you have us sort of in the background, pulling this all together, making this work. And I think it's a matter of efficiencies and bandwidth as to how much we automate things. And I certainly am a fan of automation. And I would like to, have more APIs and have, less, manual intervention. But we have come to a point to where it's sort of a hybrid, and we have increased the efficiencies over time.
Okay, I have a question. In your GRC journey, we see that you have implemented operational risk modules prior to your audit modules, and there has been quite some gap. So do you have a common risk and control library? If yes, how did you rationalize it? Because what is a medium risk to a business manager might be a low risk to an audit, or vice versa.
I would say we have a common library for risk and controls. But the answer to it, why we implemented risk before audit, I think Joseph should answer it.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I think, from my point of view, I think risk comes first from the point of view that you have to understand what your key risks are to be able to have an adequate, audit plan, audit universe defined. And we did have an audit universe on Excel spreadsheet outside of this tool, and we used our secured shared drive to keep all of our audit work papers and do that kind of thing. And so, and the same is true for SOX. So we had all that stuff outside of this tool. But the reason why I want to do risks first is just because I really wanted to be able to better define the risks of the company, what are the priorities, which drives the audit plan, the risk plan, and also provides the reporting to the board audit committee and the board risk committee, and sets up our KRIs for the sort of what I call continuous audit monitoring, if you want to call it that, in between the internal reviews and so forth, and also the issues management. We want to have a robust issues management tracking methodology, because what's happened before is you don't have that much bandwidth and everyone's busy doing the audits and risk projects, and so they don't really have time to go back and look at the internal review they did 6 months ago and follow up on actions that were supposed to be completed in 3 months, which have not been. And what happens is, as you all recognize, is that you end up doing a high-risk audit 12 months later, and all the same issues are outstanding. And so it's just like, what's the point? I mean, you can write the report right now. The issues probably got worse, not better. And so there isn't a lot of benefit there. So that was important to me. So that's why I thought risks made sense.
I just wanted to add, since we are risk plus audit team, we do risk assessment annually, and based on our risk assessment, we plan our internal review plan and our audits that to the year what we are going to have it. So it's easier to start with risk, then schedule audits and reviews based on that, and then have issues related to those reviews. So it's like a...
Another interesting point I would just make too, just culturally, we certainly have, audit assurance, like I mentioned before about SOX. There are certain audits, like compliance type audits. There's certain, credit card, employee credit card expenses, those kind of, typical assurance type audits. And it's fairly structured, and it's fairly straightforward, and there's audit programs on Protiviti, different places that you can get. But the risk side is sort of like somewhat of a new frontier. It's not as prescriptive. It's not as written. It's a little more. It's more of a challenge, to really get risk right. And it's very broad. And so a lot of things that we do, especially for new products that trade on our platform, we have these new product committees. We do risk assessments. We do what I call design and control reviews, which are first-time products to be launched, like something called open trading in Asia, where they trade through market access. So we do a control design review, which is on the risk side. So the risk side has a lot of challenges to it, because we're really sort of breaking new ground. And then once we get that completed, then we can have an audit cycle, and it becomes more prescriptive. It's just, testing a set of controls, on a cycle basis, and it's a little bit more contained. The risk side is a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, and there was a question about workflow before, as we spoke about ISM. I wanted to add that for when we assign the issue owners, they are not necessarily at this point using MetricStream to the capacity that they should. So they're not getting the notifications and adding action plans. So we are doing that on their behalf. So that approval chain, we had to customize it.
I have a quick question for the team. Thanks for sharing your case study. I think you guys have made a lot of really great progress, and it's helpful to hear from others who are on this journey. We took a really similar approach when we implemented, where we kind of contained the platform within our independent risk and our audit function, and we did that for two reasons. I mean, one was for data quality. We wanted to be able to kind of control that. We leveraged it for reporting to our board and executive management. And then the other reason, frankly, was just to accelerate the process. There were fewer people to train, and we knew we could move through that more quickly. We're getting to a point now where we're thinking about also starting to open it up a little bit to the first line of defense. Right. And I think I heard you mention earlier in your presentation, you guys are thinking about doing the same thing. What are your thoughts around where the biggest opportunities are to introduce the tool directly to the first line of defense? And how are you planning to kind of ensure that same level of data quality?
Yeah, that's a good question. Let me just start with a few points. One is that, you know, the way we, implemented this tool, like I mentioned before, we did it as kind of an incubator within the risk group, consciously, because it made sense to me that we have control over it, the data, how we set it up, and then we kind of bring it out, to the larger population in the company. They can see the dashboards, get a benefit out of it, and we know it's working well. What I didn't want to do is rush to implementation with a large number of people when something wasn't fully, developed, and then have probably, 100 different ideas on what we should do with the tool, and then my phone would be ringing off the hook every day because they'd be asking lots of questions and complaints or different things. So I thought it made more sense that let's have something that really is working well within our department before we go out further. But like Zach has said, and I agree, now is the opportunity now to take it further to the next step. And I think a key way to do that is through this risk appetite statement through the board at the top, and which will funnel down to the rest of the company, and get that sort of engagement with them, and more like RCSA. I'd like to do more risk control self-assessment with the business. Because we're in the risk and audit department, when anything comes up with a risk name in it, they look at us as risk. And I've even been in meetings where, for example, some technology meeting on an infrastructure topic where I had seen at many companies, the front line would do a risk assessment, to start with of that area. And the question came up on risk assessment, and the person pointed to me, "Oh, that's you, right?" So they think that we're doing everything related to risk. So they need to become more like risk managers as well, right? So I want more RCSA with the front line. So that's the next task to do, I think, in this year to start that process. And we started to facilitate some of that with the business by sort of having a partnership where we explain about key controls and work on risk assessments together so they can self-identify issues and then eventually build more of that process in place. And as far as the data quality, I think it's a matter of determining what systems that we can link to directly and auditing those systems, feeling comfortable that the data coming out of them is correct, has high quality. But I want to take it slow because the data in our system is very good, and we purposely have done it that way. So I want to take it very slowly, and I probably would make the decision not to do it in all cases because I don't want any bad data in the system. That would be very time consuming to spend time cleaning it, cleansing it. You guys have other thoughts on that?
The other important thing to do when you're socializing it beyond the risk department to senior management is to have like more intuitive dashboards, because senior management, they're not getting interested in how you add an issue or how you add a control. They're wanting to look at measurable, actionable dashboards that are relevant to them. So having those dashboards, whether it's related to key risk indicators or the SOX module or ISM module or VRM, relevant dashboards which are useful for senior management. So I think that's like a good selling point to the senior management, that you can look at these dashboards and they're meaningful for you.
Just one question I have is, could you talk a little bit about the naming convention you used for your foundational elements and how you came up with that schema?
Can you repeat the question?
The naming conventions you came up with, I probably have more insight because I was on the project, but you came up with a naming convention for your process, your risks, and your controls, which I thought was very unique and useful. So I wondered if you could elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that was many moons ago, right? That was like probably 2.5 years ago or something that we came up with a naming convention. And I think some of that, if I remember correctly, related to the KRIs, we had indicated by entity, because we have a global company. So by entity in New York, or whether it be in UK, and going forward it'll be in Asia as well. And then we had the 10 KRI categories I mentioned before, operational risk categories, strategic risks, settlements, credit, regulatory, and actually I've got the full list here that I wrote down, so let me just go through it. We have strategic, growth, staffing adequacy, trading platform, SDLC, BCP, IT security risks, settlements, credit, regulatory, operational control, SOX, accounting, and financial risks. So all of those, relate to the different locations that we have. And then underneath each of those, categories, we'll have the detailed KRIs underneath them. And they were all numbered in such a way that it all links together. So that made it very useful for us to be able to track them and then develop these dashboards. So like if you go into the metrics page of our tool, you'll see them going across those 10 names, as I said. And then within each one, take settlements, for example, you'll have, either 4 or 6 graphs in there with a trend line of various things. Like, for example, the number of trade fails that are past 10 days, the number of trade fails that are past 25 days, the types of things that we would track. Because we have a 3-day settlement, we would expect there'd be, hopefully very few of those, and they'd be remediated quickly. Or if credit losses, the counterparties that we trade with and the ratings of those counterparties, past due, renewals for those counterparties, things of that nature. Various operational risks around open trading and so forth. Was that what you're asking? That's it. Got it. Didn't totally forget.
All right. Any last question? We have time for one more, if there is one. Good. All right. Joseph, Parul, Mandar, thank you so much for sharing your story with us.
Thanks.
And in case anybody has any follow-up questions or like to continue the conversation, feel free to connect with them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thanks.
So good afternoon, everyone. We'll go ahead and get started. I see a few people coming in, but very happy today to be here with Nancy Hall from Fannie Mae and Jason Plummer from PwC. And we're going to talk about, just as a case study, a GRC program in implementation today. And we're going to cover topics such as the implementation approach and the experience, what lessons learned. We're going to talk about program governance, how that's working. We're going to talk a little bit about resources for the project and what stays constant, what evolves, as the project moves through its life cycle. We're going to talk about user adoption, right? Is it easy? Is it hard? Where are those challenges? And then we'll talk a little bit about business benefits and where they might, be apparent already and where we're beginning to see, opportunities in the future. So, but before we begin going through all that, we have about 50 minutes to cover everything. Just some introductions. I'm Brenda Boltwood, Senior Vice President with MetricStream. Prior to joining MetricStream, had been a customer when I was the Chief Risk Officer at Constellation Energy. Before that, I was with JP Morgan Chase in a number of different roles, including heading up risk management for one of their business areas. Before that was with Bank One, heading up market risk, counterparty credit, and operational risk. Before that, actually with PwC, where I worked with a number of financial services clients. But really happy now to be working with MetricStream with our largest accounts, including Fannie Mae. So with that, Nancy, can you introduce yourself and maybe give us a little context for the program, a little bit of history, and where we are today?
Sure. So I'm Nancy Hall. I work with the program management team for the GRC implementation program. We started with the policy module and the case module. So we did those last year. They were fully implemented. We are now in the progress of implementing issue management, ISM, and then next will come audit. We will work on compliance, and we also have BCM, and then operational risk will be our big bang at the end. So that's our roadmap. It feels like it's growing by the day, so it's definitely a living, breathing roadmap, but it's been exciting so far. Been great working with Brenda and team.
But I think what's interesting is even with just a few apps, kind of, in the background, really it's become a demand management issue in terms of who's going to get implemented next.
That's right.
And then other groups trying to get into the queue, so to speak.
That's exactly what it's been.
So we'll get to those business benefits a little later, but thanks for that context. And then Jason, can you talk about?
So I'm Jason Plummer. I'm a partner with PwC. I lead our governance, risk, and compliance practice for FS nationally and Wash Metro. I've been at PwC for about 6 years. Prior to that, I actually worked for Brenda at Constellation as we went through the implementation of MetricStream there. I did internal audit. And it's interesting how our own practice has evolved over the last couple years. When I came to PwC, I was asked to really build out our risk management capabilities, and that quickly evolved to bringing in compliance as organizations start thinking about how risk and compliance work together. And then as that kind of evolved, we quickly learned that to maintain and make these practices sustainable across the three lines, you really needed a GRC technology. And so we took all those groups and put them together because we found that for implementations like this, you don't just need the GRC technology, MetricStream expertise, but you also needed the risk, the compliance, the internal audit. And so we have kind of merged those practices together so that we can bring all those expertise and build it as a capability.
Right. So just want to highlight that it's been a great project where it's really teams from Fannie Mae, PwC, and MetricStream working as one, really to deliver to the Fannie Mae end users. So we'll talk a little bit about how that's structured, as we go through the discussion today. But thanks for those overviews. So, in terms of implementation, Nancy, you talked about, the groups that have already been implemented. How did we decide, which applications would go first, which ones might, kind of come big bang at the end? How are those decisions made, and, how are we reprioritizing as we go through the project?
So the initial thought was we will bring policy, because we already had a policy management system that really was very unpopular at Fannie Mae. So we thought, hey, big win for us. Right. We'll get policy in. People will feel like it's a much improved product. The user community is smaller. So we thought that by starting there, we could just introduce the whole GRC MetricStream product there. And then case management was a similar decision, because it is a smaller community of users. So we thought that implementation, the training, introduction would be smaller. Decision was pretty easy there. So we've, like I said, we've implemented those. Now we're introducing issue management, which is much larger and across really all of the organizations at Fannie Mae. So this is the first, definitely the most challenging, where we introduce it across orgs, and our working group that we have has individuals from lots of different organizations that have to make decisions on how they want the functionality to be used and to be set up, whereas the policy and case, those decisions were made by individual groups, much easier coming to decisions and making that happen. Then audit was next in line. That was kind of an easy transition from issue to audit. And then ORM, we've waited till the end, because it has so much functionality that we were probably looking at chopping that up so we'll bring in different functionality from that module at different times. That's looking to be a very interesting implementation, challenging, but being that we could learn along the way from our policy and our case and the other implementations, we thought that would be good to leave till the end. Now, in the meantime, as you mentioned, we've had folks sort of knocking on our door, asking to be part of the implementation. So we've introduced business continuity management, as well as compliance has also come on board.
Right, but also the third party.
And the third party.
Vendor risk management.
Vendor risk management. So information security will be using our vendor risk management functionality. So like you said, it's where we had a pretty good plan and a pretty solid plan in how we're going to do that. We're also an agile project, right? Agile program. So as for an example, ORM potentially not ready if they're coming up with, if their risk control self-assessment program, for example, is delayed, we will be able to hopefully slot somebody in that we have a little planned later, like compliance, who is sitting there ready. We're hoping that we can, have some of those ready to move up so that we can keep our train moving.
Okay. So, Jason, maybe you can comment on this, because, for Fannie Mae, this wasn't the first attempt at GRC, right? And there had been GRC systems and silos very successfully done, but, really leaving some frustration that, we really didn't have the integration that would lead to the types of reporting and analytics. We had higher support costs than we maybe anticipated, and so on. So it made a lot of sense. We'll talk about the business benefits later, but Nancy mentioned that agile approach. So can you talk about the role of PwC in this engagement and, in that change management, preparing user stories, getting ready so that, as we enter into a sprint cycle, typically 2 weeks, we've got what's called the backlog of user stories ready for the sprint team, and, how that process has become smarter.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as I actually came out to Fannie, I think about 3.5 years ago, I had the first conversation with Margaret and Jorge over there. And as we were kind of thinking it through this, you're right, there were other implementations, But I think what they saw as their goal was really to bring everybody together. And that kind of actually impacted the way that we planned out what we put in first, because as you think through the policy and the case, those were kind of standalone, but what we, as we wanted to move toward, kind of set that guiding light, was getting everyone on the same page. So we started back then working on the foundational elements, right? So what are the organizational structure? What are the processes, risk, and controls? And, you know, that is remarkably hard for any organization, but they had the commitment from the CEO, the chief risk officer, chief audit, chief compliance. They are all on board, and actually it's in their evaluations that this goes in, and that makes a huge impact for an organization. So I think as we look through kind of that planning and that commitment, it really impacted how we went through. As far as how we've been helping, we started out actually when we went into issue, we came in and we did requirements and we did a lot of documentation, but we actually changed our approach as we went through. It was more of a, here is what MetricStream has to offer out of the box, and tell us why that doesn't work. And it actually saved a lot of time, because there are so many good things there, and it kind of changed the mindset, because they were able to start seeing exactly what the capabilities were, and we started bending their processes to make it, to maintain out of the box. So as we kind of understood what their requirements were, what wouldn't work, and there was very little that wouldn't work, but really documenting those user stories. And we are moving now, you know, learning that we are documenting user stories for multiple applications, so that as something comes up, or if we have to be agile move, we can start bringing in functionality from the other apps into the sprint cycle.
Yeah. So it's been, you know, kind of a learning as we go agenda,
Definitely.
but, you know, one that has been, you know, greatly enriched, I think, by the teamwork that's occurred, you know, between, you know, Fannie Mae, who has, you know, this commitment down to the way they're, you know, being measured from a performance perspective in their annual assessments, right? And more frequent updates to those assessments. And then the way PwC is able to align and ask those tough questions, well, why not? Right? If this is industry standard, what is so special about the way we're doing this today, and really challenging that process, but in a thoughtful, respectful way, knowing that there are unique elements to the way business is managed, you know, at Fannie Mae, but sometimes, you know, those may require some configurations, but it may be that it's better just to work with what's prepackaged or out of the box.
Right.
In
And
the
that's where I feel that partnership has been so valuable, is they're able to bring that to us. And also that, I mean, they can help MetricStream by saying, guys, you really do not want to change that, us. And we always want to change something. We want to change it to make it ours. And so they've been able to convince us, knowing that they've seen MetricStream work before, and they've seen it work well a certain way. Guys, don't do that. Or they've also, you know, come to us and said, you guys may really want to change this. This may be something that's going to help. So that's been very beneficial, having them up front talking to us before we go into, you know, the development phase, and sort of passing that user story off, and being that go-between for us, you know, writing the user story, then sitting with us while we talk to MetricStream and get them to agree to what it's going to look like. Evaluate that user story, and then put it into production.
And I think, and actually something else we learned is kind of just geography, right? At first, we had offices over here, they had offices, some people were across the street, and, you know, it was actually a little bit of a challenge, because just getting everyone on the same page. And I feel like we've now moved all down to a central location where we can just walk over and talk to people. Everybody is there in one area, and the dynamics between the team, it really, like, I don't even see that Fannie Mae, MetricStream, PwC, it is really one kind of family team, because we've been together and working together on this so long. It's really is an initiative for all of us.
And we also have our Fannie Mae technology team there as well, which has been extremely valuable. Having them there and be able to work directly with MetricStream, as well as kind of over here some of our user stories like, hey, what are you guys doing?
Right.
So,
Right,
great.
another form of challenge that's
Yeah.
been very useful,
Yeah.
right? But Jason, when you talked about, kind of asking that question, well, why can't you use it the way it is? You talked a little bit about asking Fannie Mae to maybe bend their processes. So that means that, maybe the tool isn't going to change, but the internal process may change,
Right.
which means that, there's some training, there's change management that's required, as the tool, as the capability is rolled out. Can you talk about how that's handled? And
Yeah, so, and
what we're doing?
actually, I think of all the implementation I've done, I think Fannie has done an amazing job with the education and really rolling things out. They make a big deal of it. They have their own website for each of the different capabilities that we're implementing. They have little 1-minute, 2-minute videos that really people can click on, and if they have a problem, they say, click on it and be able to see quickly what they're implementing or how to use it.
Yep.
And so I think that they've done a really good job around the kind of training and change management. But as the kind of the challenge here is, as we're putting in MetricStream, Fannie's also working on their risk and control processes, right? And so they've actually created what they call the Tiger team to kind of really focus on some of these risk and control processes. And so it's been a real partnership with them as well, saying, okay, as you develop this risk assessment process, this RCSA, let's keep in mind what the out-of-box functionality is. And so kind of building that process with the technology in mind ahead of time, so you only change once. I think that it's been a challenge, but it's been effective in how they build out their processes.
Right. But it's, that roadmap has allowed certain groups time to kind of use this as an opportunity to modify their processes. So we're not necessarily just taking what existed in, historically and putting it into a technology solution. It's some window of opportunity to redesign as well.
Yeah, and it has given some time, but it has also forced others, right? And so Fannie, not unlike other organizations, they've kind of been working on this org process risk control structure for years, right? And now, as we start coming down the line, it's 6 months, we have to have this done. And it does force a focus, alignment, and collaboration amongst the groups to say, we all agree this has to get done, so now let's just sit down and do it, where something, otherwise it might drag out even longer.
Right. So it's a good point. And as we talk about governance, Nancy, I was wondering if maybe you could talk a little bit about the governance structure, the formal one. I know it goes all the way up to the top of the organization, literally. So everyone is aware of the status of this kind of enterprise implementation. But then, very intimately involves, the groups that are relevant for the current set of applications being implemented. So can you talk about what's permanent about that structure and then what changes over time?
So we have we have an enterprise steering committee, which is all the way at the top, and that's really our strategic body where we go for decisions on changes to roadmap or funding, really the large decisions, and keeping them updated. They've been in place for the duration of the program, which has been extremely valuable. I think you guys touched on that this morning, how important that is. So that's been very helpful. We then have sort of an officer level group, a strategic working group. And the purpose of that, and we stood that up a little bit later, realizing that now that we've got module issues coming up, or enhancement requests, or bugs, decisions that need to be made, we need somewhere that we can talk about those. And when the issue management team is making a decision on something, the ORM team needs to know or needs to weigh in on that. That's the place we do that. So we have that regular touch point. That's been fantastic. Perfect. And making, because we stumbled a few times early before we had that, when we were making some early decisions.
That's right.
And we thought, we had no idea that they needed to know that. So that's been sort of a solution for that for now. we may find.
And I
some-
think that evolved, right? I think at first we had kind of a functional layer there that they were focused on point solution. And as we started evolving this, we had different officers sitting back saying, well, wait a sec, this is going to affect me at a program level. I want to have input on this. And so, you know, as we went through policy and issue, we kind of had that more tactical. And then we started thinking about this is programmatic change. This is change through the organization. We need the right leaders in the room to think strategically about how our processes intersect and our interaction models. And so that has evolved, I think, over time to be more strategic.
Right, absolutely. And then on sort of the module working group level, we have for each module, there's a working group stood up. There's a product owner designated or assigned. And so that group meets regularly and makes the key decisions for that module. And then a lot of those decisions that are made there will come up to the strategic working group as needed for informational, and then they'll eventually, if need be, bubble up to the ESC for those decisions to be made.
But with the product owner, I think that another thing that we had learned is at first we just assigned somebody and you know, they started working, and you quickly realize that it's a lot more time and effort than you first imagined, and it was really unclear what their responsibilities are. So after the first two, we stepped back and said we should really educate our product owners on what their role is, and so we actually kind of built this manual and training for the product owners, and we started handing that out 6 months, 12 months ahead of time, so that whatever we're implementing, people can start thinking about, hey, this is what my responsibility is going to be, this is how much actual time it's going to take. And you know, one of the things we've learned at PwC is if you make it a second or third job for somebody, it's likely to have issues or fail. And so I think one of the success factors here has been we've been able to forecast how much time it's going to take, have people pulled out of their regular jobs, focused on this, and given the resources to replace them so that they can have that focus. And I think that has been a big success factor.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But I think another impressive feature is I think you were quick to understand that there are two main things that will cut across everyone using the system, and that is the data model and then the issue management piece. Because whether you're managing a policy or you're working on an operational risk assessment or audits, you're going to have issues, and then you're going to be connecting your work through this data model. So can you talk a little bit about each of those? And, you know, I think, Jason, to your point, how we've really anointed or named, you know, executives that are accountable for coming up with the, say, approach to issue management. And that begins very fundamentally, how do we define an issue, right? What type of metadata? How is it going to be rated? What kind of dates will we maintain around that? When will action plans be attached? Will action plans always be reported, right? You know, very fundamental issues. But, you know, can you talk about, you know, you don't have to name names, but, you know, how that person really has had a very large job because it will cut across so many. And then another person, different person who's responsible for these libraries, who, you know, kind of in the crawl, walk, run, you know, started with the organization process risk control, but is now quickly contemplating additional objects, you know, that will be needed to accommodate additional applications. So
absolutely.
Can you talk a little bit?
Sure, I'll start with the issue management world. So yes, so they had a very large undertaking. And that is because it cuts across. So they had to have individuals from each area have their say in how this is going to work. And in the meantime, working on, so we've been also trying to introduce an issue management standard. So something just sort of a lessons learned, and something that, again, we had to sort of change the timing on is making these changes to the issue management standard that also required the input of these same folks working on that strategic working group. So we had to sort of speed up the creation of that standard, make sure it aligned with all of the work that the working group had done, and then be ready for that adoption along with the tools, so that timing did line up.
Right. But it sounds trivial on the surface, but you ask yourself, like, what do we mean by an issue, right? And we've seen from work with other customers that, they may have historically just defined issues kind of in an audit sense where it's a control deficiency, right? But then realize over time, well, we have other types of issues, and if we're not centralizing across the different types of issues, then when we report to the board, we maybe do a great job about control deficiencies, but what about other issues like when we're subject to regulatory change or, there are new products being introduced? So, really stepping back and defining what do we mean by an issue?
Yes, and they
What
even had
qualifies?
to get everybody to agree on what that issue rating would mean, and that wasn't easy because across groups we had different types of ratings. I think for each group on what they felt like that should mean. So they had that task too, which was huge.
But also, when you're doing that, you're deciding what is not an issue.
Yeah,
mean,
they
it's
had
not
those
going to be
decisions
captured,
too, right?
essentially,
And that was very O&T heavy, where we had to decide what is the definition going to look like? Are we going to include every server that's not patched?
Right.
So we had to really define that pretty strictly. So,
Yeah. And Jason, can you talk a little bit about the data model and the group that's been set up to look at the data model and, how that's evolved?
Sure. And, people often underestimate just how much time it takes to go into the data model. I think back to actually our Constellation days. You asked us to go kind of document the processes, and myself and John Langle sat in a room for 2 months. We documented all the processes, and then we came out and we went to talk to people, and it was completely wrong, right? And so I think from that lesson, we learned that it does take collaboration to go through these, and it just takes time. And so as you start thinking through, we create a group around org, process, risk, and control. And then you start understanding that there's intersections, right? So they already have an HR system, there's an org there, and is that working or doesn't it? And if it doesn't work, why not? And, do you have to change that? Same with the process documentation. I think risk has been very revealing in the fact that, we did go through, there's industry standards around risk taxonomy, but as you start socializing and explaining what a risk taxonomy is and why it's important and how it's being used, at first people were like, yes, that's great, whatever you create. And then as they kind of understood how it's going to impact everything down the road, they said, wait, come back. I want to have input on that. And, what started out just 1 or 2 meetings, we end up having multiple meetings just to go through the kind of the risk taxonomy. changing the way they do business, and it's
Yeah.
exciting.
Yeah, and I think what's been interesting is watching how even in in the working group and the steering committee, how perhaps IT was participating, in this one sense, kind of supporting the infrastructure and the needs there, but then how they've been caught up in these discussions about risks and controls, and the direct business impact that will
Right.
have in the IT organization. It's really not just about risk compliance and audit. It really is about every functional
Absolutely.
group and the business,
Absolutely.
across the company.
Yeah.
So
Well, and I think that's something that a lot of organizations are trying to figure out. Not just Fannie is okay. We have this risk assessment process, but how does our IT risks fit into it? How do all of these different things that we're monitoring on the IT side fit into kind of our overall assessment? So obviously we're talking through the linkage between their ServiceNow and MetricStream to see how you can start bringing even more of that data into
Right.
your environment so that you have that whole picture across, not just the risk but the IT risk as well.
right. It's interesting. So we touched on it a little bit, but I think in all of our discussions, end user adoption, right, and kind of the simplicity with which things can be done in the future is really of top priority in the
Right.
discussion. So can you talk a little bit, we mentioned in the beginning the applications were relatively, kind of walled off, and there were small discrete groups that were impacted, but as we move to centralized issue management and into audit and those that they collaborate with, the group expands. So how has our thinking about end user adoption, influenced the project?
So we've been very fortunate with our working group. So our issue working group has created a deep training library. I mean, it's great. And what they've done is they're already reaching out and training the trainers. So they're really trying to get sort of champions out there that can assist others. So they've I guess appointed, I want to say, some of the folks that they know would make adoption a little bit easier.
Right.
And they've already got that training rolling. So from a module perspective, they have that taken care of. Now, from an overall GRC sort of risk system that includes the foundational elements and some of these Tiger Team things that we're putting in place, which are just overall enterprise risk management things that we're trying to change and get the word out on. We have a sort of change champion program that's we've implemented, just because it gets confusing for the people that are not directly involved in the GRC program. What are you guys talking about? I keep hearing foundational elements and risk taxonomy, and then all we know about is this tool. We know that the policy module changed, and bringing that all together has been incredibly confusing for people. So this change champion program is just hitting the ground. Now they're having some symposiums where they're training on all of this stuff, getting the word out, really starting with the second line, so that when we reach out to find out how much enterprise risk management knows about this stuff, they're a little confused too, which was very telling. So starting there, getting them smarter so that they can help answer the questions when things do roll out, not just the module specific stuff, but they can talk to the whole sort of risk system.
Right.
We're trying to find a good name for it, but
Yeah.
but it's extremely challenging.
Yeah.
And as soon as you start talking about adoption of what is today, they want to know, well, what happens if it changes? How does that happen? So it leads quickly into new questions for us and getting us ready to start talking about other things, because
Right.
those good questions come from that training.
Right. But you've done a great job, creating a group of early adopters that have become almost acolytes for the system and can
Right.
speak very authoritatively about, the benefits of workflow and the reporting and things that they're
Right.
already experiencing in the system. But then, as Jason talked about earlier, using these videos and, other tools and techniques to make it part of the way you manage people, right? Fannie Mae I feel like it's always been good at communication, but you've really harnessed some of those communication resources and brought them into the project so that they can then begin making it part of the regular communication, really across the company.
Right.
And hopefully it's going to begin to feel like if you're not using it, it's like, why am I left out?
Right. What am I missing?
What have I done
That's
wrong?
the
right?
hope.
We'll see.
And I think going into some of the leaders and the people that are really promoting the implementation is really getting to them early.
Yeah.
Again, agile, but identifying and defining what we really want to get out of it, and being able to tell that story and understand and have demos so that they understand the system very early on, months before they even start their documenting their own user stories. We define that vision for each of the different applications so that when you start saying where are we going to end and what are we going to get out of this, that story is being told succinctly by each of the executives, so it kind of just groundswell on the same page.
Right. So you brought up, Jason, kind of what will we get out of the system? And we're starting to communicate that, but let's spend a minute, talking about some of the business benefits that we've seen. You talked a little bit about the pilot project, right? And how that really has been eye-opening in terms of the control environment. We talked a little bit about reporting and kind of the MI that needs to come out of the system. Some of it simply to replace the existing MI standard reports that might be going to the board or management. At a minimum, those have to be replaced. But now we've got new standard reports. But we've also created, I think we should just talk a little bit about the fact that some reports are going to come out of the system directly, but there is going to be an export of information into what is called the data lake, right? And, there's an existing group of users in another BI tool called Tableau. And so you're going to be able to tap in on that existing expertise in reporting and MI so that, immediately the information coming out can be, put into the templates that are already going to the board and, is replacing some of the manual sources today. So can we talk about the benefits? Maybe, Jason, maybe you can talk a little bit about the pilot.
Right.
And then, we could talk about the reporting approach.
Yeah, so we, obviously, as I said, there's ancillary projects going on all the time at Fannie. So the one group, they had gone through and they had kind of gone through their process, risk and controls. But as we started thinking through who else needed to use that, and we started pulling in SOX, we started pulling in compliance, and this is where those ancillary discussions and learning about what other people are doing is so neat, right? Because they start sitting down there and say, oh, I do that too, I do that too. And so we started thinking through kind of the testing model as well. So how do, we have the same control structure now that is a little bit smaller because we had some redundant controls, and thinking about how do we test more efficiently so that we touch the first line less, right? And so I think that's an evolving conversation, but I think that it is moving in the right direction. I think the other thing, as we're starting to look at these processes, risk and controls, is they had another group looking at data analytics and what are the KPIs and KRIs. And so now we're thinking, okay, we understand the control framework for this part of the business. Now, instead of testing, are there analytics that we can kind of now look at for the processes to get the same assurance around? So it's evolving the traditional, we're going out, we're going to document the process, we're going to test the control, and we're going to report on it. Now we're moving to how do we bring in a continuous monitoring aspect to this, to the organization. And so, again, I think it's a little ancillary, but it's all going, the plan is to have that all run through MetricStream. So.
Right. But, kind of where we're going with this is it's fascinating, as we pull everything and tie it to a process, right? It's almost as if, then we can start looking at defects and, the quality of the processes themselves. And it's almost treating things like a manufacturing group might, in terms of, kind of where are the handoffs, what are the risks, what are the controls that we have in place, making sure we've got the right controls, we've eliminated redundant controls, and then we're monitoring through these metrics. So it's a very exciting approach to really, doing our business processes with as little defect as possible.
That's right. And when you think about the discussions we're having with the first line and those people, they're starting to understand, wait a second, I can see all of my risks in one place and all my controls. And by the way, if I have an issue, it's one issue that I don't have to report out to audit and operational risk and compliance. I just report on it once, and they start getting excited. So that's neat. And then you start talking to just operational risk, for instance, and they're, well, if I don't have to document the process and the risk and controls are there, so what do we do now? And understanding that it's more analysis now, and starting to think through, how do these risks here impact this part of the business? So it's really taking their risk management capabilities up a level to where it's now focused on analysis rather than just that day-to-day risk documentation.
Great point. Great point.
That is
Thank
a great
you.
point.
Yeah, it's been exciting work and kind of what's called the pilot, but bringing this all to life for people, kind of as a dry run, just linking the data objects really, and showing how they create a uniform story.
And that has been the aha moment for most, right? They just need to see it to understand it.
But they do get hungry, right? So now they're like, well, if you can do risk and control, what about my systems? What about my assets? Can I add this on? Can I add that? And then again, it's really neat to see everyone say, it's complicated, but then it just changes your risk and control discussion to a much higher level, and the range of possibilities really does evolve.
Yeah. So Nancy, Jason talked a little bit about analytics, but you want to talk about the reporting approach that we're evolving to?
Yeah, sure. So we're not finalized with what we're doing yet. We've had an awful lot of discussion about it. But so we are, as Brenda mentioned, likely moving to what is the data lake, so that the data can be, pushed to a data lake, and then, the options are really unlimited at that point for us. And we're considering the Tableau, using Tableau on top of what MetricStream offers. And that's based on just some research, and it sounds like a lot of your other customers have been doing.
But also you have some expertise already.
Yes, and that's our in-house already is Tableau, so that's likely what we'll be moving to. So still looking at a lot of the reporting, because that it feels like that's a lifetime away. But that's definitely where we're headed.
But I think, when we talked this morning, one of the lessons learned was don't save reporting until the end of your project. Really bring it to the very front and start thinking about reporting as you're implementing the first applications. What's going to come from the system, what data might need to be enriched by other data from other systems, and then how is that all going to come together? Involve IT, involve the business. Make sure we're looking at how we're doing reporting today. Are there ways to rationalize that, and get the approach that has some buy-in right across the organization, because it will become a really critical measure of success.
Absolutely, and that's where our technology team has been so critical and helpful, is that they're thinking in those ways, and they're saying, no guys, stop. You're headed in the wrong direction, come back. So that's been helpful.
Going back to the data model a little bit, that's a great point, right? So the way that we really drove interest in the data model is, well, what are we going to use this for? And it is reporting, right? So bringing that back to the very beginning and saying, okay, how do we structure the data? How do we want to pull this out later? Really drives the conversation around the data model as well. That's a great point.
Yeah, good. Okay, so we have a little bit of time left. I just wanted to say, we're open for questions from the room. So I will be trying to see hands up, but please, raise your hand and ask your questions if you have any. It's a great opportunity to learn from experts, as we've been, kind of going through. But, knowing that it's not the first time, right? And so there's been a lot of lessons learned already applied to the approach we're taking. So maybe you could just talk about, like, what has there anything been surprising in the program? What's been most surprising?
As Jason mentioned, foundational elements, the data model has been much more challenging than I ever thought it would be. I thought, we've been working.
You had a risk taxonomy.
For a long time.
You had a process taxonomy.
And a lot of work's been done across a
Yeah.
lot of organizations. But when you have to actually make a final decision and have that everybody's input and everybody agree upon something, it's very hard. And the first question that comes to their mind is, can we change it once it's in?
Yeah.
So the thoughts of how are we going to, we have a hard time making a final decision. So getting that in, and it's really close.
Right.
It's really close. It's just down to level and which level will be in that tool. And
And just so you know, like that conversation, you think it will end, but then, we heard this morning that, you get to a certain phase in the project and it may maybe because you're introducing a new functionality or because the business is asking to go to a greater level of granularity. It may be another object they want to introduce or new levels.
I did
right,
hear
that
that,
get tied.
that it's never ending. I thought we haven't even stood up our change management yet.
Right, and you're just,
And I'm surprised also about how quickly you get to the next phase. So as Jason said, we were all kind of celebrating, wow, look, these pilots, look what people are going to get. And then you start thinking, we have to race and get this change management of foundational elements, of, all of the defects that come in, if there are any enhancement requests, that has to be stood up before first time we go live for issue management, which is right upon us. So that has also been lesson learned is don't celebrate too hard because you're missing something up here.
Right.
But, and I think, and maybe not as surprising, but understanding that, the easiest part is getting everyone on the same page the first time.
Yeah.
And what is that governance to keep them there? Because that is what's hard. And where, we talked about some of the systems that have failed in the past. It's, we get to a common place at first, and then we let people start going off the tracks. And once you let one person off, people start jumping, right? And then all of a sudden you're riding down the train by yourself,
Yeah,
and
that's
you
true.
got to bring everybody back. And so, really, figuring out what the governance is around in the future governance model.
Okay, great. We see a question there.
So you said you're using the policy aspect of the tool. Is that simply for the approvals of the policies, or are you allowing your employees to come in and access those policies through like an all-employee access or something to that
Yeah,
effect?
so they can access the policies
Why don't you
there.
repeat the question? And sorry about that.
Yeah, no. So the question was, are employees going to be able to access the policies from that policy module as well as do approvals? So yes, so that's where they are housed and they are allowed to access them.
Yep.
As well as the approvals.
And it's where we're actually, again, that building the template within MetricStream to where they're transferring from kind of that word into the template and using the workflow to approve them and making sure that they're, approved annually or whatever they require.
So you're using the inline editing versus attachment of the finished policy?
What was that? Say
Are you using inline editing
Oh,
versus
so
attaching of the final policy?
Good
in the application?
question. So, the policy and document management capability allows two approaches. One is just to take existing, read versions of Word or PDF documents and load them as, complete and objects into the system and then link them to other data objects. And that's the approach we took for the initial policy migration. But then Fannie has decided on groups of policies where they will begin as they go through the life cycle to convert those policies to the inline method so that, to your point, they're managing these policies in sections and able to make those linkages and manage metadata and ownership at a more granular level for the next time it goes through, the life cycle for approval. So even within the policy space, they'll be undergoing change as they move toward that inline document management for some time.
Right. And I think, again, that was a strategic decision in that, most companies, they have all these policies, they're structured different, they don't have them organized in the same way. And so stepping back and looking, saying we've got to revisit our policy on policies, we've got to rewrite 500 policies or whatever and put it in here. Or, again, do we get them into the system, get people used to seeing it and using it, and then evolve over time? And, there's benefits to both approaches, the big bang or over time. But I think from a strategic standpoint, we wanted to get something in, replaced, and up and running very quickly so to maintain the executive support.
Great question. Okay, so just back to the theme of surprises. We just have a minute left, but I just wanted to say, from my perspective, there was a kind of a methodology employed at Fannie Mae around Agile. It was relatively new. Some of the projects had been executed that way, but, quickly jumped on the bandwagon and decided, this is how we'll manage the GRC implementation. And I have to say that, the way the sprints have been managed and the efficiency and quality improvement that we've seen over time in how the backlog is managed and how the testing is done after each sprint has brought enormous program efficiency and, seems to give us much more confidence. It's not perfect, but it's getting better and better and gives us much more confidence in kind of, as we talk to executives, what can we say will happen over the next 4 weeks, 10 weeks, 20 weeks, as we roll through these sprints. But Jason, did you have a perspective on that, or is that?
No, it has been. Kind of neat to see the evolving. I'll say, when we first started, we it was a challenge working and everyone together. And I think for me, seeing how that team has evolved and how close everybody is today compared to where we started 2 years ago, that's a little surprising to me because, you always have your little ups and downs. But
it's been a wonderful surprise, right?
It's been a great surprise, right? The teams, and that's where just getting back to, I think the ability for all three of us to come together and work together, the pleasant surprise, but that is what really everyone's all forging toward the same goal, and that has really forged a lot of our success.
Nancy, anything you'd add in summary?
No, just from that perspective on the sprints, for sure. And that has also allowed us to make the decisions we need to make on, can we bring somebody else in? When these people are knocking on our door, we can say, you know what, right here.
We have a
can bring in right here. So it really, it has been very beneficial.
Okay, great. So, just from, the change management, the ability to kind of manage multiple application implementation and, manage priorities simultaneously in an implementation. I think there are lots of lessons learned, and, we look forward to having the same discussion next year and, with much more progress. But I forecast, just a continuation, on the journey.
We hope so.
Right? So we wanted to thank everyone for your participation, and feel free to reach out to Nancy or Jason.
Sure.
They're around through the conference, but great resources as you think about your own GRC program. So thanks again. And up next, we have a break. Is that right? Riza, do you want to introduce that?
So thank you, Brenda.
Thank you.
So we now have a 30-minute break, and we will reconvene at 4 o'clock. And I think at 4 o'clock we have one more set of breakout sessions, and we all gather back here at 4:45 for the final presentation by French Caldwell. So a 30-minute break at Potomac C&D. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
right, Riza, I think you said we're good. All right, fantastic. So welcome everybody back after the last break of the day. So just a couple more sessions till we're closing out day 2. My name is Ryan Howard with MetricStream. I'm the account manager for TCF. I've been working with them the last couple of years. So the session today, Knut's going to present to you guys their overall GRC program, the apps that they've deployed to date, some of the future state activities, go through some of the lessons learned and best practices that we've gone through over the program. We're really hoping this to be an interactive session, so we're going to present a few slides on the use case and some of those, but we're really hoping to get some good feedback and questions and start a dialogue with you all in the room afterwards. So it's my pleasure to introduce Knut Oman. He's been with TCF Bank for the last year and a half as our GRC program manager. His responsibilities include overall program management for the current and future MetricStream applications, implementations. Is also advising on the process improvements, library development, support activities, including system administration and change management within the bank as well. Prior to joining TCF, Knut worked for Thomson Reuters for 10 years in the GRC space as not only a business analyst, but as the audit and internal controls program manager, product manager for the last 4 years. So he has obviously extensive knowledge of the GRC industry and the business. And with that, I'll turn it over to Knut.
Thanks, Ryan. So this is just a quick agenda. My understanding is that you're going to get the slides after this, so I'm going to try and go through these rather quickly so that we can open it up for questions, and again, make it much more of an interactive program. So TCF had a need to secure an overall governance, risk, and compliance application, and we did our due diligence and analysis and selected MetricStream as our vendor. Some of our key visions was to eliminate redundant applications with similar functions within the organization. We had a number of GRC type tools available, and rather than having multiple instances out there where we would have to continually combine the data and translate it from application to application, we just wanted that single source of truth where we could consolidate all of our reporting in one application. We definitely wanted to normalize taxonomy across the organization so everyone's speaking the same language, again, rather than having to do those translations, because that definitely is a detriment when you're trying to quickly generate reports. One of the other things that we wanted to do was dramatically increase our report generation efficiency so that we could reduce the turnaround time when requests came in. And then we wanted to enhance and streamline processes through standardization and procedural structure. A lot of people were working with Word documents or spreadsheets, and they were free to kind of operate the way that they wanted to, rather than having a structured procedurally enforced workflow. Some of our main challenges was the fact that we had multiple business units operating independent of each other with individualized reporting terminologies, inputs, outputs, etc. It's really hard to try and get a horizontal view of the organization when you're not really sure how to translate information across. We wanted to actually move people from those spreadsheets and Word documents to a structured workflow format so we can enforce things like change management, approvals, and have that distinct audit trail of all of that information, rather than trying to grab all of the emails people have sent around and show that to our regulators indicating we've done what we said we've done. Again, a normalization of metadata and data elements, trying to get everyone focusing on the same definition of things like high, medium, and low. This is definitely a challenge because everyone has their independent view of those. And then some of the other challenges, project timeliness, resources, administration, application support, training, user adoption. It just continually goes on, and you've got to try and manage those and plan for those throughout the course of the implementations. So again, we needed to develop a GRC program to provide the business with a single source of truth and streamline a number of processes that were being operated independently. Each use case of someone coming into the MetricStream application was examined, and the initial goal of go live for those individual use cases was to at least have you do what you're currently doing right now in a structured workflow format, with the understanding that we will expand your use case over time, continually doing process improvement, report generation, landing page modification, and so on. Some of the objectives that we had for success of the GRC program was successful development of centralized organizational structures, libraries, normalized data elements, successful implementation of specific modules with follow-up on operational activities, again, to ensure that we're enforcing that user adoption, we're enforcing that methodology, and we're making sure that we didn't just set up a system and nobody's using it. And then we definitely wanted to automate previously manual processes. These were causing a lot of time sinks because you never understood exactly where you were in the process. It was very difficult to track what was going on. And then report generation timing was very key in our development of our program. From a governance model perspective, we established a GRC program whose specific role is the complete understanding, hopefully, of the MetricStream application in terms of what it can and cannot do, so that we can help guide our business units through the implementation process and make sure that they're operating as efficiently as possible. We have a centralized change management program, or excuse me, we have centralized our change management process so that all change requests come through the GRC program, so we can do an evaluation of what the proposed change is and understand if there's any sort of complication or distinct interaction between other aspects or other modules of the application to ensure that someone's change request won't break someone else's work. And we established 2 cross-functional working or GRC groups. The first one is the Working Forum, and that's the governing body that meets at least quarterly. And then the GRC Working Group, and this is the monthly group that is made up of the SMEs that the Working Forum members have designated as being responsible for particular parts of the application. So we have a SME for issues management, a SME for operational risk management, a SME for audit, and so on and so on. Key challenges we had, people. Trying to find the right business unit SME resources, and then constraints with the GRC program team. Currently, our GRC program team is myself and my colleague John here in the front. So trying to make sure that when we're going through multiple concurrent implementations, that we have enough time to do the research that we need to do and adequately advise those business units moving into the system, sometimes got a little tricky. Processes, introducing structure that didn't previously exist, trying to figure out from the business units what they actually do, what reporting activities they need, what data elements that are required for them to do their work. All of that took a lot of time, and trying to develop those programs sometimes became difficult when you're moving from something that isn't structured to something that is structured. If someone, came up to me and said, "This is what I do," and I asked them to draw it out in a Visio format, and they couldn't do that for me, we sat down with them further to try and help them develop that so that we can make sure that from a start to finish standpoint, we had a clear understanding of all the activities that they wanted to perform within the system. And then systems. Moving business units from established GRC applications or established other types of applications tends to be more difficult because they have expectations of how they believe functionality should work. And you need to reset those expectations when you're talking about how the MetricStream application works and work with them to help them understand the fact that there's going to be some give and take in how the functionality works. You're going to have to make some concessions, and we'll try and work with MetricStream to figure out if there's a configuration option or, if need be, a code change that we can put in to help you do your work. From an implementation approach, right now we currently have 6 modules implemented. We have issues management, we've implemented the PDMS system, we've implemented compliance, audit, scheduling, and timesheet management, operational risk management, surveys, and I think we're going through
IT risk. IT risk is
IT risk is the one that we're currently going through from an implementation standpoint. From our established libraries, we've established our risk library, our areas of compliance, our products, requirements, functions, and regulatory bodies. What's on our current roadmap for implementation? Again, we're going through our information technology risk management implementation right now. Vendor risk management is scheduled for later on this year. We're going to be incorporating our compliance BSA AML risk assessment and information gathering process into the application. And we're going to be developing, further developing libraries like our control library, our process library, evidence library, framework reference, asset classes, assets, and objectives. So not that much work at all, right? Excuse me. From an implementation approach, what we did was we treated each implementation as a project, both with MetricStream's assistance, but also on our own side. So we had specific dates that we had deliverables that we tracked to, and we reported it to upper management, so we could indicate at any point in time if there was going to be some sort of a delay. We tracked it with a red, green, yellow format so that we could see exactly where we're at, where we think we're going to have complications, and try and work with the business units and MetricStream to ensure that we met those dates. From a pre-work standpoint, we internally sat down with those business units to try and gain a complete understanding of what they're attempting to do so that we can make sure that we're matching their workflow with the way that MetricStream operates and try and call out any sort of complications where we might run into something from a data element standpoint or a workflow functionality standpoint so that we knew that up front and we could talk effectively with MetricStream about that to try and figure out how can we resolve those issues.
I think one thing to elaborate on there that I mean, it's in addition to that, you guys also really took a holistic look at the existing applications you were using or not using. So you had some tools that were already built and some things like IT and vendor were utilizing within the bank, but you had other things that were spreadsheets or not process related. And, you know, you guys spent a lot of time up front, you know, thinking about who's got the built out process, who doesn't, and that really built your strategy around that so you could, you know, leverage and get the application.
From an implementation timeline perspective, we went with our most mature module or most mature business functions first, because those were going to be the ones that were easily translated into the MetricStream application. And we saved some of the functions that were using separate applications like Archer or Open Pages later on, because that's going to take a lot longer to try and get all of those requirements translated over from the way that they used to work to the way that they're going to be working. Post-implementation, what we do is we have weekly or monthly meeting with SMEs to ensure that we're having the appropriate amount of user adoption that we want, and then trying to figure out how can we help them work better within the application to ensure that we're providing them with the appropriate reports, charts, landing page modifications, or anything to that effect. We have quarterly GRC working forum meetings to cover any sort of governance issues, whether there needs to be changes or whether there were any changes proposed to the risk and control, the risk libraries, the organizational structure, anything to that effect. We pass those through the working group to make sure that it matches up with what the management perspective of those elements are. And then our monthly GRC working groups meetings, we use those as a way to bounce ideas off of each other across the different business units, and also ensure that we have alignment among approaches for things like risk assessment, issue management, survey functionality, so that we're not having any sort of conflicting use cases pop up at later points in times.
I'll stop before you move on. Those last three bullets I think are really key to our working relationship, because those are actually meetings that Knut is organizing and his team are doing internally at TCF with really little to no MetricStream involvement. And then we work with your team and the designated leaders and program managers such as yourself to then execute upon what he's already had thorough discussions within his group about. So you really do, when you come to us with something, a need, it's very well scoped out, very well thought out. And those last three bullet points and how you structure those meetings have been extremely helpful.
This is a spreadsheet that we've developed for our GRC program project management. Again, we've broken out each of the aspects of what we want to perform over the course of a 3-year plan, and called out separate line items in terms of, how far are we along in our pre-work? When are we going to start engaging calls with MetricStream to talk through functionality and provide them data elements and process workflows so that they can examine them when we start engaging the business units and MetricStream implementation teams to ensure that we have a very smooth transition and smooth flow through in terms of execution of the project. And then we can track percent completions for all the projects that we have going on in place. Green check mark means it's completed. Green circle means that we're on track. Yellow means we're at risk. Red means that we're behind. And it's just a very nice way to summarize what's happening within the organization. And this report gets presented to our Chief Risk Officer, who is our main sponsor for the MetricStream application, so can get the necessary support in the event that we are at risk for something or we're falling behind due to some aspect. From our implementation and the modules that we've currently established, we've really seen some immediate benefit. From an issue management perspective, we've reduced the monthly report generation timeframe from 1 to 2 weeks to 1 to 2 hours. Previously, they had to gather the majority of those separate business unit spreadsheets, compile them all together, go through any data quality issues, questions, concerns they had about those, and then turn those reports around to management. But now everything is self-contained within the application. The report itself is actually generated from MetricStream. There's no longer a need for the second bullet point here. We incorporated that monthly report into MetricStream so that at any point in time, someone can go in and immediately see what's going on with the current issues. Previously, this basically came live probably 3 months ago. We finally finalized that entire process. And then with our issues management team to try and figure out how they wanted the information presented, what information we could pull in, what sorting and what color coding we could do through the report itself. And then we modified the issues landing page to remove some of the standard delivered reports, present this report for them. They had to, prior to us developing all the color coding and the sorting, export that information, import it into a spreadsheet, run a macro on it to organize it the way they're seeing it. But now we no longer have to do that as we've incorporated it in the system. From an issue management standpoint as well, we've automated previously manual review and approval processes, tracking everything within the MetricStream application from initial issue creation to action item completion to assurance group validation, creating a extremely reliable and very easily reportable audit history. From a policy management perspective, we've created for the first time in TCF's history a centralized policy location. Previously, our business units were housing their policies either on a SharePoint site or in a network drive or on someone's computer. And it was very difficult to gather all of those policies together for a review to ensure that everything is up to date and where it needs to be. We had multiple different people working on multiple different versions of the same policy, and it was causing a number of issues with both our management teams and with our regulators. So now there is a single location that everyone can access where you'll get the most up-to-date version of the policy that's been published. In order to accomplish that, we actually had to develop with MetricStream a way to manage our 7,000 users so that we wouldn't have to worry about manually provisioning them. So we worked with MetricStream to develop an infolet where we can dump out an Active Directory file, which includes things like business unit and officer title that will automatically be uploaded to MetricStream, and those users will get provisioned on the appropriate access that they should get. So that really helps us eliminate the manual process of creating new users that have come in or deactivating users that have left the organization. We no longer have to worry about any of that. We can simply just pull a report on that and validate the information rather than having to manually work that. We automated the policy approval process, reducing the turnaround time by about 60%. And again, with a reportable audit trail. Previously, that was all tracked through emails and spreadsheets, and it took a very long time to try and get any sort of reporting completed on the number of days between stages, where the policy's at in the approval process, who's responsible for the current stage, and we've worked with MetricStream again to develop a jumbo infolet which gives us all of that information for all policies available in the application in a single page with the ability to drill down to see the individual lifecycle stages, so we can quickly get that information without having to go to any other part of the organization. We just had one of our users who was recently introduced to the fact that he has read-only access to all policies of the application, or of the organization, indicate to us that by granting him access to this has reduced his research time frame from 50 hours to minutes. He knows that he has the certainty that he's looking at the most recent version of that policy, and that was a really eye-opening number when he stated that. We hadn't really realized how difficult it was for some of our people to gather all of the policy information they needed. So we're really, really happy about that. From an operational risk management perspective, we've introduced and automated our risk control self-assessment process into the application. And this is the first time that we've had an RCSA program, so we are working through educating all of our users on how to think about risk, what to take in consideration when you're applying your ratings, and automated the calculation and centralized all the reporting for that as well. So we're really happy that that's been working out well. And again, we're continually working with that team to try and figure out the best way to present that information to both them and upper management. Some of our key learnings. Progression over perfection. You will never be able to implement the perfect GRC solution out of the box. Right out the gate, it's never going to be perfect. Simply accept that as a fact and start working with people to understand what functionality do you need immediately, what functionality do you need in the future, and continually build off of that. Because if you don't draw a line in the sand and say we're going to give you up to this, that line is going to continually move out and you will never actually complete an implementation. So that's one reason why we do as much pre-work as we do with our business units, is we need to understand from a functional standpoint and a workflow standpoint, what do you need to complete right now? Define roles and responsibilities. We're lucky at TCF that we actually have an established GRC team whose sole responsibility is implementing new business units on, evaluating current functionality and planning for future use, providing advisory services on what configuration changes are available to you. Most organizations probably don't have that. So you need to clearly define who's going to be responsible for the administration and support of the MetricStream application and ensure that that's built into your project budget. If you don't have that clearly defined, someone who currently has another full-time job is going to have to take on that responsibility, and you're probably going to lose at least half a person for the entirety of the project because they're responsible for trying to pick up that work without being able to be fully dedicated to it. Configuration versus customization. I am all for configuration. We are trying to limit our customization as much as possible to ensure that we have a very clear and easy upgrade path, but we're not saying no to it completely. In the event that you are unable to perform your function in the application without having some sort of code change made, or we need to introduce something like our all-employee access provisioning aspect, we'll definitely work with the professional services team at MetricStream to understand what the business requirements of your need is, do a complete and thorough examination of that across the current use cases of all of the organization, and try and figure out the best way we can incorporate that to allow you to continue to do your business or to do your work within the application. But we're definitely trying to keep our customizations to a minimum and focus more so on the configurations available inherent in the application. So that's my presentation and a very high-level overview of what we're doing at TCF. Questions? I was going to say, I couldn't have explained it that well. There's got to be questions.
Thank you for the presentation. It's very useful information. I have one question about the support functions that you were talking about. What are the specific responsibilities that they have, and how many people have that role right now?
I'm sorry, it's a little difficult to hear you.
Regarding the support functions,
Yes.
how many people do you have right now performing those activities, and what are their specific responsibilities?
So we have 10 or 12 functional leaders at this point in time who act as our main liaisons with the business units. From a true support function, right now it's John and myself in an open position, who's not very helpful, but
it's not me.
We'll get him up to speed.
Thank you. A couple more questions. About foundational elements maintenance, is that centralized or
Yes.
decentralized?
Yes.
And regarding reporting, what solution are you using?
I'm sorry, the last part of it?
Regarding reporting,
Reporting?
what solution are you using?
So we're actually using the reporting that's inherent in MetricStream right now. Our reporting approach is we find an infolet that provides us 90% of the information that we need. We'll create a copy of it and we'll start modifying it to figure out if we can present it, the information to our end users in the way that they need to see it. There's some really slick reporting features that are available in the application. You can do things like pre-filtering and pre-sorting. You can introduce things like conditional color formatting and modify the landing page so that that report shows when someone logs in rather than the standard delivered reports.
Well, I think the reporting approach you take too goes back to your culture of the GRC program and understanding from the functional leads, you know, very, very early in the process. So before we're even talking about a project plan of implementing the software, implementing a tool, you were finding out what the first question you probably asked them was something around what reports do you need out of the system? And that was what the core requirements were. And that's where the conversation really started way back before we even started thinking about technology.
If I ask you, you know, what reports do you need, and you say, I need reporting, I can't help you because I can't develop anything around that. I need specific requirements, or I need examples of existing reports that you're currently using that you may want to change a couple of things, but I need to see something tangible because that's going to help us identify what info will let to take a look at, where to focus our sorts and our filters on to ensure that we're providing you with the data that you need to see. But I need something to start from. Other questions?
I have two questions.
Sure.
The first, I saw that you're using the functions library. So functions.
The functions? Functions library, yes.
What are you using it for?
We're trying to call out functions that span across the organization that won't necessarily align very well with a true business process so that we can tag it through things like policies or risks and controls and track it from a different perspective.
My second question is in your roadmap for the future, you're talking about doing a compliance BSA AML risk assessment.
Yes.
Do you have any ideas about how you're going to do that?
So we're fortunate enough that our compliance BSA and AML team is actually working to create a single request document where they ask all of the relevant questions and all of the informational needs one time. Currently, they're getting pinged 3 times a year or by 3 different departments, however many times a year. And we're trying to limit that interaction because it creates a lot of business fatigue. So by developing a single questionnaire or a single survey that we can send out and have people respond to, they'll get it one time, they'll attach the information that they need to in the survey, send it back to us, and we can start doing our analysis from that. But having that consolidated perspective or that consolidated questionnaire is kind of key to that. If you don't have that, then you're going to have to send out multiple ones.
So will they be looking at specific regs then with under those areas of compliance?
Like access rights or?
So like AML, BSA, that's an area of compliance that has very specific regs that are underneath that. So will the business units be looking at those specific regs, or will they just be looking at it more generally?
So I can't answer that right now, but I can definitely ask that team and find out and get back to you on that.
I'm just curious, because we just recently implemented
a program, and it's working, but it isn't working great. So I would just be interested in knowing.
Yeah,
how
we
you
can
end up
definitely have
doing
a conversation about that sometime. Yeah.
So maybe, Dan, while you're finding your next question, I'll let you deliver the mic, but I'll ask Knut. You know, you had the slide up there about all the realized benefits, and a lot of times, you know, clients come to us and they ask, well, you know, how do we show return on investment? How do we show a reduction in either force or hours? And it's always want to be tied to dollars, which is almost impossible to do. But just curious how you came up with the metrics, or how you're able to, you know, produce some of the numbers that obviously, you know, saves a lot of time from not only just the methodology but the automation of some of the items as well.
So sometimes in the pre-work, when we're going through the pre-work with these specific business units, we ask them to list out how long it takes to do something prior to the implementation, so that we can kind of track that. It's very difficult to come up with a definitive dollar amount for the number of hours that you save someone from a research perspective. But if you tell their manager that you're saving them 50 hours, that's significant, and they can wrap their head around that. If I go up to them and say, I'm saving you $10,000, it doesn't really translate very well when you're talking about a resource capacity standpoint. But report turnaround timeframes, that's very easy to calculate. You know, how long did it take you to do it before? We click a button now, and now you have your report. So that's a significant difference between those two aspects.
I have a question related to policy management.
Yes.
How did you tie introduction of a new policy? What would be impact on the business processes in the organization, and vice versa? If a business process changes, what are the policies that are need to be reviewed and reapproved for correction?
So the interaction between the PDMS system and the established risks and organizational structures is something that we're exploring as something to use in like phase 2 or phase 3, to try and upload our 700 policies into the system and tie them all to all of the organizational structures and all the appropriate risks. Would have been too much to bite off at one time. By at least getting the policies into the system, we got that centralized location, and now what we can do is we can build upon that, tying it to specific parts of the organization and specific functions. We're looking at exploring what happens when a policy changes, and what's necessary when a business unit or an organization or someone responsible for that particular risk needs to do something when that policy changes. I believe there's a feature that's available to send out notifications of people related to the policy through a category upon a policy publish. And that's something that we would use to notify them that a new policy has been published. You should go in and review these certain aspects to ensure that your function and your operation is in line with that particular policy.
Okay, Zach, just before you get to ask your question, I'm going to ask Knut one other thing around the challenges about the groups you have. So obviously, you know, a challenge we talk to clients about all the time is when you're working with 6 or 7 or 8 groups that are very used to doing things in an individual way, and everybody wants to have their voice, or everybody wants to have a vote. And as we all know, usually some people are on board right away. Hey, this is great. I want to do this. This is going to help me. Some people are resistant to change. You know, how did you guys handle those kind of, you know, things from the functional leaders, either an executive level or support level? How did you get through some of those challenges to kind of build this program into those 3 meetings we talked about as well?
Sure. So we actually worked with the working group members, the working forum members, which are a number of our senior management, our chief audit officers on there, our CISOs on there, we'll actually have to get our CIO on there. But our chief compliance officer is also a part of that working group. And that's the group that we started those discussions with in terms of trying to structure and identify what the organization looks like from everyone's collective perspective. What does the risk library look like from everyone's collective perspective? And from there, we pushed it down to the lower levels of the organization and said, this is what it looks like. And we've heard some grumbling that things are missing from the risk library, and that's fine. We can definitely add that. We didn't have the time to, again, do a full scope of what all of the risks are within the entire organization. We've got the majority of them, but there are definitely other risks that we're going to need to add. We don't have any problem doing that. But again, it kind of goes back to that progression over perfection. If you're going to try and develop your entire risk library of every possible risk for your particular organization, you're going to be developing it forever. You need to get something into the system that you can start working with to show that immediate value right now, and then work forward from there, continually building on that so you can show change over the years and everything like that.
Knut, thanks for all of your perspective. It's really helpful. I saw on one of your slides around, I guess, your objectives around what you want to continue to develop, that you had libraries listed.
Yes.
And I was just wondering if you could share kind of what are your objectives around developing out those libraries? Is it to, extend the functionality of some of the modules you have in place, or do you have other things in mind as well?
It's a combination of both. You can see that I've got controls library up here, but we're still doing risk control self-assessment. We gathered the majority of our control information and started examining it to see if we could find commonalities where we could build up the control library, and quickly came to the realization that we can't based off of that information. We are probably going to need to pull in an external body to help us with that, one of the big four, to try and help translate, what is this information that you are providing me? Because some of it is a partial name of a control, some of it is testing procedures, some is evidence that you should be gathering. So there needs to be a re-education throughout our organization of what a control is, what's a risk, and how can we look at it from a different perspective to ensure that everyone's talking the same language. From some of the other frameworks, since we're implementing ITRM, we're going to be using the asset classes and the assets to identify those IT components for when we want to do our risk assessment. Objectives, we're going to be utilizing the control objective component to act as a layer above the controls to make sure that we can have that specific tie-through. And at some point in time, I would love to get our business objectives in there. And I think there's process objectives is the last one from the objective standpoint. But what it's going to allow us to do is to start adding some more data elements where we can start seeing some of that trending information, because we can attach those where we need to. And we can say, when we go in and take a look at a business process, once we get that developed, these are all the risks for it, these are all the functions tied to it, these are all the products that are tied to it. And then in the event that a risk assessment comes through for that says something bad is happening, we can immediately see what's the impact going to be throughout the entire organization.
That's great, thanks.
And that was really a growth and maturation process, right, to get to that point. I mean, you talked about the progression versus perfection, and so you were able to still deploy all those applications,
yes,
and get use and get utilization and get out, get value out of having that automation in there, maybe without having everything perfect from day one.
Right. Yeah. From a risk control self-assessment perspective, yes, we don't have a controls library in place, but we do have one library entry called All Controls for Assessment Purposes, where we can indicate what we believe the quality of the controls for this particular business unit or these particular risks are. And that'll help us at least in some sort of understanding of what our inherent to residual is, but also allow people to start thinking about the fact that we need to define those controls. Later, when we get the libraries developed out, we'll attach the specific controls to those risks, and they'll be evaluated individually. But it kind of comes to a point of how much change are people willing to accept and work forward? Or, if you overburden them by asking them to perform a risk assessment on 27 risks with 80 attached controls, all of a sudden they're going to stop and look at you and be like, I don't have time for any of this. We're starting the process out. It's in its infancy, so we want to give them digestible bites. We're going to ask you to do this much right now, and then next time we're going to ask you to do this much. But you already know how to do this much, so that little bit more isn't that difficult. And it's trying to talk people through the fact that there's going to be change, there's going to be procedural change, there's going to be approval change, there's going to be perspective change, but we can make sure that it's digestible.
Am I just not talking long? There we go. Thanks. Thank you so much. I attended your earlier session yesterday, and couple of questions I have, and you've alluded to a couple of things. So, progression over perfection.
Yes.
Your change management. And so I wonder, as you spoke with your senior level executives, was it difficult for you to talk with them about the change and about implementing a system that might not be perfect at the beginning, that you were going to do this in an incremental fashion? How did that sales pitch, so to speak, go?
Sure. I asked them if they wanted a 6-month implementation time frame or a 6-year. It's really that simple, because if you start with 6 months, you get direct, reportable, and tangible value from the application. I've seen, in my previous days, I've seen people go through a 2 to 3 year implementation. If you think about starting an implementation and then 2 to 3 years later, still not gaining value from that, the vast majority of the time, the information that you input up front is no longer relevant. The organization has completely changed in that time frame. Your risk appetite may have changed. Your perspectives may have changed. But if you start here and you're able to implement this right now and then just continually build on that, you can always show value from that. And it's about trying to get that return right away versus deferring it a couple of years.
And you felt that as you brought that down, or as that communication came down to your business working groups or whatever, they seemed to accept the idea that they understood that we're going to implement this amount of change right now.
Yes.
This is going to be on a continual basis, that we're going to continue to come with you and bring it to you in more of an incremental fashion.
Yeah, and they were actually more accepting of that rather than having your entire process change, be turned on its head, and do something brand new. I've got to do this much right now, and so now I've got to send this off for approval, and I'm doing it in the system. You're getting them familiar with a smaller part of the system, but you're getting them familiar with the system. Because moving from an unstructured format to a structured application is a big enough change. Moving from an unstructured format to a new application, to a structured application, plus changing 90% of the way that you're doing your business is completely too much for people. They'll accept one or the other. They'll generally both.
And I think a lot of it came down to expectation setting, right? Just coming up with those initial meetings before we even started talking about the tool and what the functional process is, just what's there, and then dividing and conquering and saying, okay, this is what you can expect to get out of it now. And so there wasn't this, we want all this. Well, here's what we delivered to, here's what you have to take. It was known up front that that's what they were going to end up with.
It helps you eliminate the shiny object syndrome, where you're going through and working out how you want to use the application, and someone says, ooh, that looks cool. Can we implement that too? Oh, and how about this? Oh, and can we define our control library? Can we define our business process library? Can we do all of this? Well, we've got 6 months to implement this. We can try and do all of that, but we're not going to be successful. So what do you want to change? Usually it comes down to the big 3, right? Time, was it cheap, fast, or good? Pick 2, because you're not going to be able to get all 3. So if you want it fast and cheap, it's not really going to be good, but you can use it. But if you want it good and fast, it's going to cost a lot of money.
I think we got time for maybe one more question, if anybody else. Okay, well, thank you, Knut. I appreciate the time and your perspective.
Right.
And
thank you.
All right. Great to see everybody here this afternoon. I know I need my clicker too, by the way. You got my clicker? Okay, good. So I know everybody is looking forward to the awards ceremony and also to the Odyssey dinner cruise. So there's some words of caution about the Odyssey. It is on the water, okay? So if you're afraid of boats, it's probably not a good place to go. Although I tell you what, you won't need to worry about claustrophobia like you would have had to on a submarine. I spent all those years on submarines because it's a nice glass roof with beautiful, beautiful views of Washington, D.C. and the monuments. And we sail all the way up to Georgetown, all the way back down past Alexandria and back into National Harbor. Isn't that wonderful? Dress code, there is an Odyssey dress code. They ask that we don't wear any t-shirts, that our shirts have collars on them. They prefer you don't wear jeans. Pretty much, you know, for most people, you could just wear what you have. And, it's really just sort of casual business attire is all. So just, casual, I guess it's casual Tuesdays today. So, and then one of the things to keep in mind, we're going to try and finish up the awards right at 6:30, just to give you a little bit of time to get up to your room, freshen up, but then you got to get down to the Odyssey by 7. The event starts at 7 on the Odyssey. It will actually leave the dock sometime around 7:25 to 7:30, and if you're not on board, you'll be going, bye. All right, time and tide wait for no GRC professional. So, obviously, I'm not from the Department of Homeland Security. That was originally on our schedule. They called to let us know the other day that the official who we had been told would be able to be here can't. They're just having problems with schedules. They don't have a lot of people confirmed yet, and so on and so on. So, sorry for that. But what I am going to do, though, is take this opportunity to share with you how you get, or at least a case study in how you go from governance, risk, and compliance to governance, strategy, and performance. We all have this view that our GRC programs should be enabling better performance for our organizations, enabling us to achieve our strategic objectives. Certainly, there is tremendous value in the data that we are generating around risk and compliance, around our controls, and all of this data is being generated more from a bottom-up perspective in support of our risk and compliance programs. And so now we have all this data that we've been generating over the last 10 years that's suddenly really, really valuable to people like the CFO, the CEO, and the board, as we're looking at our strategic planning and monitoring our ongoing business performance towards our goals. 10 years ago, when we first started on this overall GRC journey, all of that data didn't necessarily exist. Now it does. We didn't have the right technology 10 years ago. When I first started covering GRC when I was at Gartner, we just didn't have the right technology to make that link between KRIs and KCIs and KPIs, and being able to look at the trending and how are the KRIs and KCIs trending versus the key performance indicators. Now we do. We have that technology available to do it. We have the data. And the CFO and the CEO and the board have a problem, and that is business uncertainty and not being sure about all of the risk and the rules that could impact their business objectives. So when you have all that data and you have the technology and you have the organization and someone has a problem and you got a solution that matches the problem, you suddenly have a new market. If the clicker works. Okay. So we're going to go into that. This is the GRC market curve. And you can see on this first market that we've been on, the first market curve, the orange one, we have the first, the second, the third generation, now the fourth generation of GRC. First generation being one-off solutions like Sarbanes-Oxley solutions. Second generation being more of a platform-based approach where we can actually support multiple types of compliance and audit and so on from a single platform. We're building in risk assessment. Third generation where we're added targeted solutions like vendor risk management, internal audit, operational audit. All of those are best of breed solutions but can be enabled from a common platform. And then now the fourth generation where we're building in more advanced analytics, cloud-based and pervasive. And with that fourth generation technology, it gives us the ability to jump onto this new market curve where cloud and pervasiveness and analytics are going to be used to enable GRC to support competitive advantage. That's what I'm calling GSP. I'm not trying to invent a new acronym, it's for this presentation only. But from GRC to GSP, from governance, risk, and compliance to drive better business performance and better overall productivity in our audit and compliance and risk programs, to now GSP to actually drive competitive advantage, to improve decision making, to better be able to withstand unexpected events. That's where we're going with the GRC market over the next 10 years. Is the sound working now, guys? All right. Now into the case study. Case study based on my own experience. Sound's not working. We will try again. All right. We won't try. Anyway, that is SSN 695. See the little numbers up on the bow? And it had just come out of a shipyard availability. Lieutenant Junior Grade Caldwell is back underneath that plane, you know, that sail. We call it the sail on the submarine. Oh, there we go. That's an emergency blow to the surface. That's a control. It's a control to be able to manage the risk of uncontrolled flooding. We had controls. We had all kinds of controls. We anticipated all kinds of risk. And by anticipating those risks and making sure we had the right controls either designed in or through procedures or through training or through a combination of all of that, including audits and inspections, we were able to accomplish objectives that no one else could, right? That was a picture taken right after I came out of a shipyard availability. Just like, you know, anytime a new ship is built, it operates for a few months until the bugs are worked out. Then it goes back in the shipyard for 6 months and they fix everything and add on all the equipment that's been modernized since the ship was originally designed. So, and then you go out and do sea trials. On a modern submarine, by the way, that 695 would not be painted on there because you can actually see it under the water from if you're flying over with an airplane. So they're not going to have those little white numbers on there because they don't want the bad guys to be able to see those bright white numbers under the water. Kind of interesting. Okay, so how are you going to get competitive advantage? We've talked a lot about innovation and disruption. This is the USS Holland. It's the first real submarine in the United States Navy back in the early 1900s, and it's entering New York Navy Yard dry dock, and right behind it is this mammoth Russian battleship. And I'm sure all those sailors, you see them up there on that battleship, looking down at that little submarine, don't they look like they're laughing? Right? This is all the U.S. Navy's got is this submarine. You know, they're kind of laughing at this. And then you go just a few decades later, and submarines were ruling the seas, and battleships were obsolete. And what happened there? What had happened, and what people didn't really realize, is that these guys on the submarine and people designing the submarines had learned how to manage the risk in such a way that they changed the game. They changed the rules of warfare at sea. They were able to sneak up on you. You could never even see them. Before you knew it, you had a torpedo, that blew up underneath your keel and you were sunk. And you never saw them. That's a new rule. You're supposed to be able to see your enemy and shoot them with guns. But here they were sneaking up on you, shooting you with torpedoes, and you never even saw them. Game changer. Absolute game changer. Little bitty submarines, competitive now against big giant battleships. Can you do that? Well, first of all, what are the first controls that you need if you're starting a new business, a new enterprise, a new business line? What's the first thing that you need to know if you're going to be assured that you're going to be able to sell it? You need to know it's going to be available. You need to know the supply lines are going to be available. You need to know that the marketing is going to be available. Availability is the key performance indicator for anything you're ever going to do. It has to be there in order for you to be able to sell it. That was a hard lesson for the Hunley. The Hunley was actually the first real submarine in the world. The Confederates in the U.S. Civil War created the Hunley in Charleston in order to break the blockade by the Union Navy of Charleston Harbor. And they said, hey, we've got this new thing called a submarine. We need some volunteers. We need 8 volunteers because it was an 8-man crew, and they all pedaled. They didn't have the engine was the guys pedaling like that, pedaling like on a bicycle to turn the propeller. And they snuck up underwater, and they would attach a torpedo. They didn't have self-propelled torpedoes. They had to attach the torpedo to their target. And then it got blown up from shore. And then hopefully they survived. Well, the first time they said, we need some people to try this out. First sea trials, took it out, it sunk, everybody died. They said, we fixed the problem. All the bugs have been worked out. Bug fixes are done. And we need some people to do a beta test again here now. 8 volunteers, pedal out, all sink, all die. So we really fixed it now. This is a true story. People volunteered. Submarines have always been all volunteer. And they fixed it again, and they said, we'll really fixed it. And we're going to send you on a mission, and you're going to go attach this torpedo to the Housatonic. And they took this out, and they attached this torpedo to the Housatonic. And by the way, once you've got it attached, it's at nighttime, and you get far enough away, show a blue lantern so we know it's attached, and then we'll blow it up. And they did that. And these guys blew it up. And the Hunley surfaced again in 1995 because the Hunley sank. And they don't know why. They lost all hands again. And it was recovered in 1995. You can now see it in a museum in Charleston. But there's one thing that the Hunley designers didn't know. Like any new startup, sometimes they don't understand what the key performance indicators are. That basic availability key performance indicators, one they didn't quite understand. And for submarines, the KPI, the ultimate number one KPI is number of surfacings equals number of dives. Because if it doesn't, you're not going to be available to do another mission. So let's take a look at a modern submarine. We've learned our lesson. In fact, by the time of the Holland, we'd learned our lessons that, hey, the number of surfacings equals number of dives. Now we can take on real business objectives and better accomplish our business objectives and accomplish these strategic objectives for our enterprise, the United States Navy and the U.S. citizenry and public. So here we are on a USS San Francisco. And we have snuck up very cleverly outside Sevastopol, where a Russian submarine base is. And this is after the Russians have reinvaded again. And we see a Kilo-class submarine in dry dock, and we go, my gosh, what's that? It's missing something. It doesn't have a propeller. How do they operate this thing without a propeller? We need to get in close. And so they've sent us in, and we've gotten in close. We had to go through and manage a lot of risk in order to do that. But because we're so good at risk management, and we have all the right controls in place, we're able to take risks that no one else can do. We have expanded our risk tolerance beyond what anyone else can do. But I tell you, it was tough getting in here. We had to go through all kinds of problems. Oh man, that's radar. Russians have radar all over Crimea. We're trying to avoid it. Sneaking in. But we got in there and we met our objective. All right. How do we get to that point? How do we get to that point as, a private sector enterprise? How do we get to where we're so good that we can take risks that nobody else can? You've already got a lot of the data. If you've been working on risk management compliance programs, you have already got a lot of the data. One of the things, though, we may need to do is make sure we have the right governance in place. Does everyone in your organization, do all of your leaders understand the intent of the overall intent of your senior executives? This is Lord Horatio Nelson, the hero of the Battle of Trafalgar. And he basically said the way he won battles against the Spanish and the French is they had bigger ships. They had more guns on them. But he said, just get in close. Get in so close, because then you can get in and you have a compelling advantage because you can fire at a greater rate than they can. You can shoot at a greater rate than they can and get right up alongside them and blast, blast, blast. In fact, they could fire at 3 times the rate of the French and British gunners. So his intent was, everything's going to go bad. We're in a battle. We're in a competitive situation. So just when things are hot and heavy and you're making decisions, you can't go wrong as long as you put your ship up alongside that of the enemy. For all of our MetricStream developers out there, you can do no wrong as long as you help keep the customers inside the box. Commander's intent: avoid customization. What is your intent? What is your intent that you're sharing with your organization for the objectives that you have? Make sure that's clear. Give them some risk tolerance. So you know what the intent is, you know what the risks are. What is your tolerance for those risks? How far can you go and still be okay and still be inside the box? How far can you go? So when I was a junior officer on my first Officer of the Deck watch, and it was the mid-watch, from midnight to 6 a.m. and we were going through the Straits of Sicily, which are relatively shallow, which is a dangerous thing for a submarine, because you want the water to be deep enough that it's below your, ideally below your test depth, such that you're not tempted to go and hit the bottom. And so the captain, though, gave me these night orders, and he said, just stay in this depth, stay within this moving box, don't, call the point of intended movement. You can go a certain 10 nautical miles ahead, you can go 10 nautical miles behind, you can go 10 on each side, don't go below that depth. As long as you do that, you can do whatever you want. And I thought, this is great. I've got my own submarine. The captain's asleep. I get to drive it wherever I want. This was fantastic. It was fun. It made managing the risk fun because I had all of this tolerance. I had the responsibility and so on. And so you gotta set your risk tolerances, make them wide enough. And by the way, work on expanding your risk tolerances. If your risk tolerances are too tight for your business objectives, you're not gonna achieve the objectives. Either your business objectives are set wrong or your risk tolerances are set wrong. And of course, you get what you inspect. And this is, a crew of a Trident submarine that's won the Battle E. It's like our Program Excellence Awards here for GRC Journey. They had worked hard. They had become proficient in everything they do. They earned above average or better on every inspection, whether it was an operational, a tactical readiness inspection, a nuclear weapons acceptance inspection, an operational reactors safeguards examination. They were earning above average or better on all of them, and they got the highest award that they could possibly get. This is GRC for high performers. But by being so good and proficient, they also had expanded their risk tolerance, and they can do things that other people in the fleet just can't do. And they get sent on missions that other people can't do. How do you get to that point? First of all, you have to have some common operating principles. In GRC, when we're doing implementations, one of the greatest first milestones that you get is when you have your libraries completed. And what that means, beyond a technical standpoint, is that you've gotten a lot of people across your organization to agree on the common principles and the common taxonomies and common policies for risk and controls. That's a great feeling. In this case, this is a German U-boat and a German maritime patrol aircraft in World War II and a German ship over there, and they're all operating together. Even though they are in different silos, they were all able to operate together, and they were out on a combined operation. So common operating principles, common taxonomies, common policies, and so on are absolutely critical if you want to reach that goal of governance, strategy, and performance. Next, who's accountable? I know assigning accountability is a tough thing. Accountability for achieving business objectives seems to be easy. Everybody is welcome to say, hey, yeah, I was responsible for that when something is done and done well. And quite often we do all have some level of responsibility for that. Admiral Rickover, who was the father of the U.S. nuclear Navy, said, though, unless you can point your finger at the person who is responsible when something goes wrong, then you never really had someone responsible. Now, within the GRC world, we sometimes separate responsibility and accountability, but in the common lingo, they are typically mean about the same thing. In the GRC world, we would use accountability typically in this concept, in this construct. But that's the point. You have to identify your risk and controls and decide who is accountable, who owns them, and then who is responsible for providing risk management and compliance services to that owner. You have to have some core values. In a submarine, risk management is everyone's job. Everyone qualifies to get their dolphins. Those are an officer's dolphin in gold and an enlisted dolphins in silver. Everyone goes through the same qualification process. They develop a common domain knowledge. Does your organization have a base domain knowledge across the company as to what risk management is and how you will manage risk in your company? Policy should follow risk tolerance. This was, when I was in submarines, of course, we did not have women in submarines. You know, the idea was, oh, it's too risky. You know, you have 150 guys and you have 4 women on board a submarine. Very tough, even if you had 10% of the crew. Keep in mind, this is not, I mean, I don't want you to think I'm being politically incorrect, because frankly I'm not, but there is risk when you have 10 women and 150 guys going to sea and you don't see the sun for 75 days on a 75-day patrol. If you don't think there's risk there, you've never been to college. We defuse the risk because we don't allow alcohol. But once again, could you manage those risks? And the Navy had gotten into this point where, yeah, I guess we can't. They'd gotten past the point to where they could actually manage the risk. And they didn't want to quite admit it. But they'd gotten well past that point where they figured out, how do we manage the risk of young men and young women living in close quarters? We'd solve that in other venues. Can we extend that into submarines? The answer was yes. But the here's the lesson learned. Don't let policy define your risk tolerance. Ensure that your risk tolerance ensure that your policies are actually consistent with your risk tolerance. You need to understand how many people never go back to take a look and say, hey, the business environment has changed, the workforce has changed. We have not gone back and taken a look at our policies in a long time to see if they're in line with our risk tolerance these days. It happens all the time. People don't do that, and therefore they're not taking risks that they could take. All right? You don't go back and change their policies. Monitoring and control is very important. As we know, being GRC professionals, this is sort of the core of our existence. But this is a rather dated control panel. All the modern pictures are classified. So this is a rather dated control panel for a nuclear submarine. But the difference is they're monitoring not just the controls, for controlling to ensure that something doesn't go out of the risk tolerance. They're monitoring performance and risk and the controls all at the same time. So they're monitoring KPIs, KRIs, and KCIs all at the same time, all together on this control panel. They understand inherently the relationship there, rather than just monitoring risk and monitoring controls. And did we follow up on the issues and deficiencies that we had from the last watch? Or did we fix that thing that Lieutenant J.G. Caldwell broke when he hit the bottom of the Straits of Sicily? No. They're actually not just following issues and deficiencies. They're monitoring KPIs, KRIs, and KCIs all at once. Oh, there goes the steam alarm. All right. And then also they're looking to see if the business environment has changed. Remember Hunt for Red October with Jonesy, the sonarman? It's like the hero of Hunt for Red October. And he's like scanning all the time, looking for changes in the business environment, looking for changes in the operational environment. So it's not just monitoring internally, but monitoring externally to see what's changed, using advanced analytics and advanced technology to identify changes that you may need to change your operations based on those changes in the business environment. Lovely submarine sounds. That's a whale. We used to hear whales. We would hear all kinds of things. Shrimp. Shrimp are the noisiest things in the ocean, believe it or not. They can really mess you up. And the other thing, though, that you want to do is also take the time to optimize, to learn from the lessons, learn from each and every event to ensure that you're improving your ability to achieve your business objectives, improving your ability to anticipate risk, and improving your controls. This is the patrol report from Dick O'Kane. He was a hero in World War II, was commanding officer of the USS Tang, and it was shot out from underneath him, by the way. He survived with about 4 or 5 other people, and they ended the war in a Japanese prisoner of war camp. Did survive, and he survived to write this book, which was published in the 1980s. But this is a patrol report where he's reporting back and saying, okay, I came back from this patrol. Here's what worked. Here's what didn't. And they had a process in place to feed this back and therefore improve the likelihood and success for succeeding missions, for improving their ability to achieve their business objectives. So reporting and optimizing and closing that feedback loop on optimization is absolutely critical. So to summarize here, recommendations to go from GRC to GSP. We want, of course, kind of went too far there, I think. Can we fix that real quick? What we want to be able to do is to link our risk to our strategic objectives. We want to be able to ensure that our policies are guided by our risk tolerance and not our risk guided by policy. We want to make sure we're able to monitor and we have the right controls in place to be able to manage those risks, and then we want to be able to optimize. Well, before we step into our awards, I think which we were about ready to do, are we ready with the awards ceremony now? I want to remind you that we will have another GRC Summit here, of course, and we should be able to announce the date, we hope tomorrow. But we have one coming up in London, November 6th to 7th of this year, and certainly invite you to join us there. You can already register for that at grc-summit.com/Europe/2017. It's a great time to come. Do that Christmas shopping in early November, go to Harrods and so on, but also to enjoy the GRC Summit in London. Now, without much further ado, I guess there are going to be a few minutes of ado, but we will move on to our GRC Journey Awards. In the meantime, I would just ask that you keep your seats, and we will get all of our people in here. We have our GRC Journey Awards recognize those companies that have demonstrated that they are moving forward on a GRC journey. They typically have a couple of applications of MetricStream already in place, but that's not the critical feature. The critical feature is they actually have a vision and a plan to advance their GRC programs. Most of the time is the integrated GRC program, but it does not have to be. There's some people that may be working on things like safety or operational audit, where it can make sense that, hey, these are not necessarily fully integrated, but most of the time it's going to be an integrated GRC program. We have our GRC Program Excellence Award winners, though, have achieved that nirvana of bringing together a lot of different groups and silos, not necessarily eliminating the silos. We all know that silos are never eliminated if we want to operate effectively, but they are integrated and connected and work well together. So I would like to just give you a few minutes to relax, and then we will be moving forward right away with our GRC Journey Awards. Thank you very much.
You can edit that any way you want. Would it be easier if you're clicking? No, I'm fine. I know when to click. I may do that. But you don't even write the first page. No, I mean, you're reading the first page. How come you? Yeah, it'll get the music. It did. Okay, we'll wait a few minutes. Can somebody get me check to see whether trying to do? Yep, that's right. Do we get music? 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 Just say your magic. Which is up? I think it's supposed to be here. A lot of this is the same as last year. Well, there was a. I think everyone's here. Tony? Do you want to see if there are people out in the hallway? Let's get Tony active. This is like way too much. You try for number 2. Just pushing to number 1. To pushing number 1? I don't think so. You're number 1. But I'm definitely number 2. He just didn't want to offend Tony. Well, he's not up for a bit. He's presenting first ballot. Yeah. Zach. Then if Mike isn't there, he just misses it. Yeah. Oh, Tom Harper. Ian is doing pretty. Oh, no. He's not good. There's Mike. With Joseph.
And they're actually passing beverages. Yay. Raise your hand if you would like a beverage. Okay.
The question is, are they spiked? With what? Oh, it's wine.